did that not update? Oh, it's still in fucking Counter-Strike, dude. What's good, Chokes? Boom. This can stay here like that. We move this.
See you guys next time.
Duplicate that. Here we go.
Hard to beat them.
Yeah, I mean, their only loss was to Moisek Shopify, which is another, one of the top contenders. So,
Wait,
and that match was like came down pretty much pistols. Like, if one pistol goes differently, they could have won the series essentially. So, I mean, yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I don't.
What's up, youngin? What's good?
I feel like TWT is like it's a win. It's like a lose-lose. You go.
I didn't have it on desktop, dude. I'm fucking cooked. I'm cooked. All right. Let's see. My channel live. Edit video. Gotta change the thumbnail here. Oh fuck, I hear Mochi barking. He wants to come back inside. Unlucky. Just sat down. Forgot to let him out. 1 second, go back.
Hello everyone and welcome to week 3 of Valorant Challengers North America presented by Zenny and Zippo. Last week we have all 2-0s. It was 2-0 every single one of those matches, but this week I have a feeling that things are going to change. I'm your host Dryad and today I'm joined by Uber and I hold shift on the desk, and it's going to be again a very exciting week. We're kind of halfway through this challenger season shift and things are looking very interesting. I think some upsets, some surprises we had last week, and again all 2-0s.
Yeah, the fact that you just said halfway through has me like sweating a little bit. I forgot that we're already almost to the point where it's make or break time. And you're absolutely right. I mean, last week was a bit of a surprise, I think, for a lot of us, because we looked kind of over the top of the standings coming in, again, after 1 week, 1 game per team. And maybe we had some different expectations to what the results actually provided. So, yeah, I think, Group B, for me, it's like, who actually wants to be the second best team in that group? Because obviously a lot of teams are tied up at 1-1. I think the Glazers are actually a pretty solid 0-2 team as well. And then over in Group A, yeah, pretty heavy loaded with Moist and Together We Are Terrific at 2-0, but Oxygen Esports also looking pretty primed and ready after their very tough week 1 matchup.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of back and forth over here, and especially when you look at the second group, it's kind of like M80 at the top, everybody expecting them to win every single match, but it's like, also, raise your hand, anybody who wants to get second place as it looks right now, because it's all very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, this group is actually super interesting. I mean, we had week 1, SAD Esports versus Winthrop University, which ended up being an unbelievably close game by the end of it. Winthrop hit it up in a big way. The Glazers also made it interesting against TSM, who look like they're still settling into their rhythm. I think they were much improved last week. Zachary with that massive ace, I think, on Breeze almost puts the Glazers in a position to sneak that map away. And then I think people are surprised about that Turtle Troop and Winthrop game. I think I had Turtle Troop Predator. I really thought that, this team is such a they're a monolith in challenges. They've been around for so long. It's such an experienced roster, but Winthrop, kind of blew them over. So a big shock to me in that Group B.
It was definitely a surprise to see that, but a good surprise as well for the Winthrop fans and for the fans that have been following the collegiate Valorant scene. And also, something that we talked about that day was Moobs went bold and he won the match. I think there's a connection to be made there. I don't know what it is. I don't know how they're going to do this week, but that's the win that they needed to make everything look very, very close. But we talked about last week. Let's talk about how this week and specifically today is going to look.
You guys like the jersey? Hold up. I'm trying to get a fucking tweet out right now. Trying to get the tweet out. I got a fucking amazing care package from the lads at SR, dude. Sheesh. Boom, boom, boom. Dude, this fucking bomber is so sick, guys. It's so
The spotlight
sick.
here is Core, right? 0-2 to start. They also have had a very
Sorry,
tough
guys,
opening
like,
group stage, though, playing against.
wait till I show you guys,
terrific,
like,
a
this
winnable
shit
series there,
that
and then the
SR
tough
sent me
series
is
last
so
week versus
fucking
MXX.
fire,
So
actually.
for both of these two teams coming into today, you want to try to frame these up as must wins, but I think in particular, I'm really trying to head that towards Core. They have to beat YFP today if they want to be able to kind of control their own destiny and stay away from that last place position.
Oh, I mean, you're asking for a lot, but this core team don't feel like an 0-2 team, really. This team is genuinely very good. Like Zeldris and T-Dog, this team got a lot of talent here. That group is just particularly nasty. I think that, like, you know, YFP are at a similar level right now and can do a lot of growing. Like Jonas 6 just gunning down 4 people every round, every map. So the team's got a lot of potential there as well. That's definitely the more compelling of today's matchups.
I'm
right?
fucking tweeting this
Thinking
shit
then
right now.
NXS,
Hold up.
you know, head to head feels pretty slanted. It might feel like a top versus legitimately bottom team in this group. So we're hoping that Thinking Men, after also some awkwardness in roster changes, have been able to find a way to bounce back and at least, you know, give a decent account of themselves today, Dryad.
And we're really getting to that point where you're starting to see upsets come through. You're starting to see teams that at the beginning maybe were not looking too good, now looking better and better and making those improvements. And again, on this week 3, this is when you have to make the last changes, the last decisions to make sure that your team is solid for what is week 3, 4, and 5, when you're going to need those points and those wins the most. But now let's take a look at the first match of today. Let's take a look at Moist Shopify, a team that has been doing really good. I think it is going according to the expectations that the community has, and also the expectations that the team themselves should have. This is a team that we saw for the most part, you know, it's literally the mix between Moist last year and Shopify last year. And they were all teams and players that individually were performing, and this year I think they look even more solid.
Yeah, I agree. And again, you just to kind of speak on the team's history to this point and their matches that they've been able to play. I mean, it was a tough opening series. They had to play up against Oxygen Esports. Every single one of those maps went at least 22 rounds, like 13-9, 13-10.
I gotta make sure there's nothing weird in these pictures.
Extended series. And
Hold
then
up.
last week, I thought they really
I gotta make sure.
Icebox composition, and then to show some resiliency when they played on Bind, because Core was really giving them a bit of a workout here for a while until we finally got to this point where MXS kind of had enough of the nonsense.
I don't want people fucking in my bedroom
and shit,
you know?
Series, and there was kind of the word of adaptation that I like to go to that they really had to showcase, and those are things that we look for in terms of heavy-hitting powerhouse teams in challengers. Is not to come out the gate strong, but to be able to adjust and adapt, especially on your opponent's map.
All right, I think
to
we're
find
safe.
Success, and MXS checked all boxes last week.
Or they just do both and look incredible. I think, like, on the Icebox game, there's only 15 rounds played there. Vic, in more than half of rounds, has multi-kills. Like, 5 2Ks, is 3 3Ks in 15 rounds.
All right, holy shit.
Long,
all right. God damn, man. I'm a slow tweeter. What can I say? Are Thinking Men any good? They've shown like moments of flashes, but they've also shown just moments of utter disaster. I have been both like, I was going to say pleasantly surprised, but I think I've actually only been disappointed. Like this wasn't even close, dude. And I thought they would be able to put up a fight. Against Oxygen. This game, I honestly thought that they might have been able to win. This is like one of those games where I feel like 2 evenly matched teams that might determine like who's making playoffs and shit, you know? So I kind of had them in that like middle of the pack area. They changed their roster by getting rid of Screwface already. I think that's not a good look. And so because of that, I'm not super optimistic on Thinking Men. I'm less optimistic than I was at the start of fucking Challengers. I'll say that. I was actually scared of them then.
To this point, and Vic has obviously highlighted that, because it's not even just the fact that he brings a lot of participation to the team, but like Uber had already mentioned, he was just unstoppable as an individual. And when you can
against YFP,
Oh, wow.
but everything else has been very.
Normally, I'm
difficult
not that far behind.
Yeah, and
I
look,
don't even know.
Unfortunately,
That's crazy.
this is just a team that has to run the gauntlet of, you know, oxygen.
Yo, check out the fucking care package that came. It's so sick, dude. So this jersey that I'm wearing, shit is clean, right? Shit is actually clean. It's got my alias on the back. God damn, this shit is fucking fire. I actually love this fucking jersey. For those of you that don't know me, like, personally, I'm from New Orleans, so I grew up being a very big New Orleans Saints fan, and thus I just gravitate towards like gold, white, and black. Like, I just love it. I fucking love it on jerseys. And when I saw we did this jersey, I was just like, bro, this is my favorite jersey ever. It's my favorite jersey ever. And then the bomber, dude. I didn't even know the bomber existed. This bomber is so fucking sick. I don't even know if you guys can buy the bomber, truthfully. Like, so this is the second jersey, the one that the boys will probably wear today. This is what the GC team wore in it's in Brazil, but what city was it in? Sao Paulo? Where the fuck was it? Rio? I don't fucking remember. But yeah, I got the bomber right here. 1 second. I'll actually show you guys. I feel like I'm literally just shilling right now, but honestly, I really like the fucking
I don't
merch.
really necessarily look at that as being
I am
a
shilling.
main culprit or main vulnerability for this
Honestly-
team. I think we're starting to, again, just to kind of re-hit on the point that was previously made.
I feel like it's about the time SR gets the love from the community that they deserve. Like, they've got all the top teams. They put in the money. They put in the money for the merch. They're active on the socials. They've done all the right things, bro. I feel like the community needs to support them.
Going as Scrubble Bubble, he has been, I would say, just
Like, Shopify bought a league team. They bought the best Dota team. They bought the best GC team. They bought a Rocket League team. They merged with Moist to make a dope team for challengers. They hire me. I'm just really trying to sell them right now.
This week, because you can't rely on just one
All right,
player
but yeah,
being
let me show you
stepped
the
in
bubble
and
real quick.
let them run to duelists, let them out frag, not against a team like MXS. I would love to see Scribble Bubble really step to the
Bro,
plate and maybe take a little bit
And
more
they got the
charge here
fucking
for Thinking
Lunar
Men
New
today.
Year shirt. Bro, I love
Yeah,
this
I mean,
word.
this is like a meta that really is dominated by a lot of those double controller setups, and that's sort of worth bearing in mind. I think to add on to that in terms of win conditions, I really think the Thinking Men need to try and secure Sunset and Bind in the map pool somehow. Bind is where we've seen MXS look a little bit shakier, and if the Bind really is is shored up well on this Thinking Man side, like normally it's like they actually run a Yoru on this map and have had some success there. So I'm looking out for that, and they are trying to play as much Sunset as possible. I think it's a
not
strong
quite.
strong map for them. Excuse me. I don't want to see Icebox. That would be very bad for them. That'd be very bad.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And it's so difficult, right? Because it's always for these teams all about the mental game. So
Dude, those fake
who's gonna pick
CSGO
what,
knives, they're
how do they
actually
can
hella
look,
sharp, and
especially
it
when
actually just
the
cut
only
me,
map
like, right in
that
between my
Thinking Men has
fucking
been
finger.
Bind, right? And that is kind of your weak point as well. So it's gonna depend a lot on
Bro,
how those mental games go. But
those
now I
fake
wanna take a
CSGO
look
knives are
at
actually
how the
really,
economy
really
shift
sharp, by the
looks,
way.
which
Like,
is
they could
your
legit
favorite
cut
thing
shit.
to talk about for some reason.
is.
You
Look
at
love
this.
to talk about the economy stats
It
and how
literally
these
just
look. And I
tapped
think
the
it's also a
inside of
really
that
interesting
fucking-
point, right, for this
it's the
specific
worst
matchup
facing
when
I
we
cut,
talk
too.
about Thinking Men
That
struggling
spot's literally the
and
worst.
trying to find an answer on this week 3. They're
But
gonna
here's the
need that.
bomber, dude. Check
Hey,
it.
I'm a money man. What can I say? Love to look at the eco stats. And again, there's a lot to be drawn
It's
here, I think,
actually
between
so nice.
what we're seeing when Thinking Men is at their
It's
best
actually
versus when they're at their
insane.
worst. You look at their eco advantage
I don't know if
statistics,
you guys can
21
even
and
buy
5,
this,
not
guys.
bad at all. 71%
This shit-
win rate puts them in the top half of the league.
This
the problem
shit
is
is
that is
fucking
the
legit.
least amount of total rounds that they've been able to play.
I
Actually,
don't
that's-
know
that
if
should
you
be
guys can
12
buy
and 5,
it.
not 21
I'm not
and
gonna
5.
lie,
So
like,
they're
I
still
don't
at
know.
71% win
This
rate.
shit is
but
fucking
they have
it,
played
though.
the least amount of rounds.
I'm gonna be wearing this, like, bro, this bomber is, like, it's warm, but yet it's stylish. It's nice. It's like made out of good quality. It's got my fucking name on it,
They're playing it.
but it's not too gaudy. It's perfect. It's fucking
Mitch
perfect.
is talking about with
It's literally everything I would ever want in a fucking esports phone.
kind of at maybe a gut check call with things like Yoru, playing a lot of Gecko, whatever it happens to be.
My last
if
bomber
you
I got
find
was like an
yourself on
Ateo one, and I
pistols
really
and
like that one
half-buys,
too.
you're never going to be able to find the success with the roster as it's intended to be with the compositions that are a bit more odd and strange. So they really need to find a way to get up early and hold that advantage, because when they do find a chance to get to the advantage, they are converting. It's just not happening all that often.
And this is a bit pedestrian, but a big part of that is winning those pistols, right? They win
Dude,
1-3 last week.
I'm a big
Really important.
it's fucking I'm a big bomber fan. It's not the right time of the fucking world timeline to be saying that out loud, but big bomber fan.
I mean, we are seeing an absurd amount of these sort of eco round wins from teams, and we kind of know that Moistek Shopify, particularly good, being short-handed, right, in those 5v4s, are able to recover really well, and of course, are incredible when they have the player advantage.
How many times a week do I lift weights? I go through phases. It just really, I don't know if our stream just crashed or what's happening here.
It's thinking, man, but a great philosopher once said, in the game of Valorant, if you get shot, you die. If you get shot, you die. If you get shot, you die.
Did it go live over? No, it didn't.
And now this is how this match. I'm really glad this is where it's going.
Well, how much more do you want? How much more do you want? Honestly,
But yeah, I go through like phases with lifting. I've been lifting quite a bit the last week just because Jennifer and the girls have been out of the country. But I've also haven't really been feeling too well. So like I said, I go through phases. And it really depends on what my goals are. Like I have like very big macro goals at the gym, not micro goals. Like since the start of the new year, I've been pretty vocal about it, about just like body pains that I've dealt with because of gaming for so many years and bad posture, forward leaning shoulders, bad hips. So I've been working a lot on my hips and my shoulders this year, and I feel fucking great for it. Like, I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. I'm going to this place after my stream today called Stretch Lab that I've never been to before. Trying to get stretched out, as they say.
But, against Oxygen, we saw it. It was the 13-7 result. Not sort of what they're looking for.
I definitely fuck with Knees Over Toes guy.
Amount of time, though, to sort of work on this. And again, the composition's like nothing sort of too crazy, right? They prefer to run the Cypher on that map. Outside of that, it's very much standard. It's Omen Viper looks. So
you don't know what to do about it?
It's going to be a curious map.
So 22, you'll be able to get it like real quick. I'm dead ass when I say this. Since the new year. So I was in Maui for Christmas with my family. And I came back and I was like, I'm going to make it a thing. I'm going to really focus on incline treadmill, hips, walking, knees over toes, dude. Like, I'll do 4 minutes forward, 1 minute backwards. And I'm really focusing on just like planting my feet, driving force through my feet. Whether I have to like pull down on the fucking treadmill by itself just to plant really hard and force like, just to force like your glutes to get active, doing like hip thrusts and shit. The hip abductor and adductor machines. All that shit will help a lot. Deep squats. And while I'm walking, sometimes I'll like put my hands behind my back and just walk. And I think that has helped so much, dude. So it's been 3 full months. It's taken 3 full months, but I feel like I've reversed so much of my like hip, back, and shoulder pain in these 3 months. And I'm gonna keep it a buck. Today was actually the very first day that I went to the gym and I didn't go on the treadmill and walk for 10 to 15 minutes to start, which is my minimum since the start of the year. Today it was just like 5 minutes and I did a workout. It was my first day I've actually done a workout this year. It's crazy. Yeah. So like be on top of that shit. Trust me.
Side of the map, like they don't play around that. They play concave and try to play for retake here. It's very important to see how they scale back into that part of the map. A big part of that is like your Cypher trips as well set up.
Oh, for sure, Emily. Yeah, that shit will fuck you up.
Into one of those Cypher setups. So, again, look towards mid control and the poison orb and how that's played around, right? I think that's like the epicenter of a lot of the early action on this map. So there's a lot to look at here, but yeah, I mean,
show you. Hold
someone
up.
like Brock, for example, on this map historically doesn't frag out a whole bunch, but he's very, very consistent, making sure that he's still alive for that late re-hit or that retake, getting value out of what is a pretty flashlight composition.
And we're gonna see how everything, according to those compositions and the way that they play out, is gonna work out as we jump into the agent select.
I've showed this video before on stream, but he just goes over. This guy's great. Knees over toes guy. He talks about the benefits of walking backwards, which sounds like a troll.
The same except the Astra and the Omen. And you two, I'll leave you up to it.
Thank you very much, Dan. Here we go. Split. Coming up first now in this again, a little
but just like really planting and like driving your feet like that, I'm telling you, bro, like you will feel shit crazy. It's crazy. I think for a lot of people this might not do much, but here's what I've noticed from sitting on the computer so much, like right here on my quads. Like this is the point where my quad meets the chair, right? Like my quad rests on the chair all day. And I think my quads just like get really tight. And thus that goes to my glutes. That goes to your lower back, which will then travel all the way to your upper back. I'm telling you, like that shit is super important.
I'm sure
like, and you might not realize it now because you guys are probably, most of you guys are probably pretty young. But someone like myself who games at almost a professional amount, I'll say professional amount, for like 20 years, it'll catch up to you.
For Oxygen over on the B side of the map last week on Split, he was a solo juggernaut, and it looks like he's setting himself up to kind of be in that same spot.
Like
you also limited and kind of looked at the resource play.
I have fucked with so many foam rollers, so many Theracanes, so many fucking Theraguns, so many... I've had an inversion table in my fucking office 2 years ago, bro. Like I have so much shit.
For them. Just comes down to locking down, especially once they get to post-plant situations this week.
We've got that lurk wall over a B here for MXS, and Vix already takes a licking through the middle part of the map. That'll, of course, provoke the poison orb activation. And slowly, we actually have Motoshima scaling.
My YouTube stream is
fine, Trailblazer's going to get... No information, but we are straight up in the heavy. The flash comes a little bit late.
That's such a risky collapse on mid.
Turns back around and is able to find one.
Wow.
1 for 2 is good. Amana here wants to wait for rotates.
And I love this actually little recur.
No one does what they just did. That's crazy. They just blind cleared mid without a deep smoke. Like, what? That's crazy.
Perfect position to watch over the top of it. Yeah, really well done here from Thinking Men. Good establishment of that mid control and making sure they knew exactly where that defensive focus was going to stand and start from throughout the entirety of that round.
Gonna pop out of mid behind the paranoia, right? Works out quite well, and I think Brock is still in Trailblazer, at least for the first second or so. Mana realizes he has to double back and try and keep the Sky in the game. Obviously, with the spike getting dropped there, kind of ruins MXS's plans to a degree. And again, like that lurk wall is, most of the time we get that sort of the A side Viper wall. I don't mind seeing it at B. It is reminiscent of that A side Lotus setup here, but
the tech delay, fuck.
Otoshima trying to make his way towards B main here. It looks like they might be looking to stack over towards B this round.
Yeah, it's again one of those situations that, you know, when you look at this from MXS's situation, they really have only played this map versus Oxygen Esports, and I will say, just kind of watching Oxygen play it last weekend
again, just because we hopped right into the game.
13 years ago.
Just
had plenty.
He'll talk about like the benefits of like walking backwards and how this will like literally reshape your fucking knees and your joints, like in lower half of your body. And if you just stick to it for long enough, you will feel, like I feel it when I'm doing this. And I feel like if you have problems in these areas, you will feel it. Like when I plant my feet like he's doing here and walk in reverse and I'm pushing down and every step is fucking just so much work. It's like I'm dripping sweat, bro. Like you'll know if what you're doing is working. It's fucking so exhausting. Oops. Oh, I didn't even realize I was on that stream.
Really, really impactful.
That's why you told me the fucking YouTube
sort of A side of the map on attack much of the time. Full group towards B
Ooh, he's
here.
running out of time.
Reform, sets the architecture up, and
Get fucked.
Never happened, never saw it.
What?
Paint shells do provide a little bit of damage. Reform may not be aware of how quick this hit. In towards the Nebula, you've got one player at, but Paint will make safe the middle of the map. That will, I'm sure, keep Reform pretty cautious towards what could be pushed through this. And yeah, really well read. 2 first kills, cleanly tallied for things.
That's an insane play. Honestly, if Reformed wasn't kind of clueless and didn't fuck up his setup, that should have worked.
In towards ropes here and Paint.
Reform's fucking cluelessness won him that round.
To what degree? Yeah, can you clear this? Not easily. Otoshima just walks into that one. And we get our hands clean of that eco round pretty quickly. MXS dropped to a 2-round deficit.
Yep, and this is it again. As we started to look through the pre-match, these are the rounds that I'm most curious about for Thinking Men, because you're going to be on your bonus buy here. But if you can find a way to make this punishing for MXS,
the other
get it
thing,
to at least an even eco situation.
I'd highly
not,
recommend if your core's fucked up,
take
the
an
McGill
extra tally here on the defensive side, and hopefully build up your own economy. That is where Thinking Men are at their best. Have to find a way to get some eco control throughout the narrative of this entire series, not just this map, not just this half. So this is an important round early on, just to see if Thinking Men can actually find some value on what is a true bonus for them.
Another default here. I think MXS are pretty wary of the judge
side flanks are goated.
Raise at the moment.
Have to be.
So just probing in the mid. Spot the jump.
Walk backwards,
no
Samuel. Walk backwards.
Male.
He's over toes, guy.
Somewhere else, the map needs to be opened up a little bit more, but you notice I think they're pretty heavily A-biased here now with that rotate back from Leah. Smoke top mid, maybe look to gain control, or at least feign as such. They're headed to A with limited info.
Yeah, the thing about this is...
So what I'll do is I'll do like the knees over to... I'll like walk on the treadmill, and then I'll go hang. I hang every day at the gym, like off of a bar. Just like decompress and feel good. And then I'll...
Towards A ramp, and yeah, focus is going to go straight into the site. Scrubble Bubble in a little bit of trouble, but good trigger discipline, and able to use the Bulldog for one. Now it's just down to how do you recover the entirety of the site.
Yeah, Vic now
might... It's by design. It's all
scaling the screens. Elbow will be where he sets up for the time being here. We're even on numbers right now. No,
what?
Busy, beautiful satchel.
Dude, what?
Add 2 more to the tally here. And a bit of a top-up care of Leo.
No fucking way that's a kill. No fucking way,
the mightiest of anchors in a 2v4.
I love you, bro.
That was the craziest little pogo stick jump, one tap with the judge I think I've ever seen. Same thing coming out. Paint just creating extra space. Vandal tallied it.
Dude, what a round by Paint. How the fuck?
And a little bit of a differentiation in terms of how they played their bonuses from last week. Putting the judge this time top A ramps. Maybe kind of leaning towards the idea that...
What about spine / back pain? Low-key, your back pain and your spine pain is probably stemming from your glutes. If you play a lot of games, you probably have inactive glutes. Even someone like myself who went to the gym like 5 days a week and had, I thought, sufficient leg and glutes in my thing, just sitting as much as I did. And I think when I had COVID and didn't go to the gym, like I got fucked.
Bubble set up in a bit of
there was like things that fucked me.
From hell, so all of a sudden you're down one player.
Like when I had kids and didn't go to the gym for a while. And shit got really tight.
Looks very different this time. Poison Cloud doesn't have to be spent here at mid because Scrubble Bubble can just watch it, and that's
Man,
why.
they're owning us
Absolutely
right now,
beautiful.
dude.
Again, the differentiation, the variation that we've been seeing from Thinking Men defensively showed a lot of promise last week. Just came down to converting, I think, on a couple of heroic moments that Oxygen is obviously primed to be able to do with their individual skills. So different look as well with the Poison Cloud now being spent over towards B main. You got Reform playing a much more passive setup, and Scrub has moved over to find a second free kill. This is a perfect start to this half for Thinking Men.
Over at A, you saw that activation down ramp there. Vic, not sure what he was walking into at all. 2 picks for the operator here, just behaves the way for Thinking Men to have a very comfortable round. The bank is getting built up in a big way.
I'm getting scared here, guys. I'm getting really scared, actually.
Scarce flashes employed now, and you are going to get pinched. 2 won't be enough. Brock exits the round, and Thinking Men are stacking them up. Not just the Benjamins, buddy. These rounds.
And I think the thing about this is, and I hate to call this so soon, but if this round goes without any success, which you don't anticipate it to have.
I feel you. I've always had the problem with caffeine. Before kids, I was really good because I would have times where I could wean off caffeine and reset my tolerance. But now I've noticed when I have kids, it's like I don't want to do that because then I don't want my weekends to feel like dog shit. Because you know what it's like when you don't drink caffeine when you're used to it. You have like 4 days of hell. The 3rd day is brutal. And I don't want to ruin my fucking
MXS
weekends.
to open up the map,
So I
which
just
is
end up in
difficult
this
because you've
vicious
got
cycle.
Reformed, who's a lockdown agent over towards B. You've got replacing flashes over towards A, and then the constant smokes towards mid. It just doesn't really feel like there's many opportunities or avenues to make any entryways.
You're going to try and get value out of Marta's judge here. Try and do to paint what he did to you. So Vic recalled the camera as soon as he's got guiding lighted there.
Fucked
And
up.
Iris
Yeah,
again
he's that same
punished for the little
company.
lurk over towards the B main. Huge damage taken by Marta. Now that means that aggressive play with the judge gets a little more risky. Vic's more than happy to be lit here in heaven. And all together, MXS now try and get that A heaven control here. But look at Scrabblebub, great angle for one at least. Able to back away here safely. TP onto the side.
Dude.
And you still have utility for Lear. He can flash back in if he needs to create extra space, although hard to do that when you've getting one tap by Vic. Neural Theft will be spent. Defense is going to rotate right to Fly's direction in the screens. That's a decent 1-for-1 trade, but Scrabble Bubble just not missing. Takes one out of the picture, and now it's all left to Brock.
Nowhere to go for Brock there. Operator was...
Yo, Sonya, thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Yeah, I feel you, though. I can't go to the gym without caffeine. I'm not gonna lie. It's rough. I never eat before I go to the gym. I always am on like an empty stomach, but I can't.
Bit further back angles and
I can't work out without it.
Because spoilers, they freaking have to with just the sky. They're getting punished.
Well, that's the thing is like I'm kind of surprised that we don't see Onishima trying to
Yeah,
like,
what
use
Cabby
this
says is very
wall in
true.
different ways.
So if you have problems with caffeine and like the jitters of it, try any supplement with L-theanine in it. Like tea naturally has L-theanine in it. So if you drink like a lot of green tea to get your caffeine versus a lot of coffee, you'll likely be feeling a lot more like evened out and chill about it. It's like it's less like fucking I'm redlining, like, you know, like when I fucking plow pre-workout, my brain is all over the place. You know, like I'm thinking about 100 things at once.
But they are playing pretty
It's
far
crazy,
forward.
and I'm a little shaky, and I kind of like
So
it.
they are already
But some people don't like
reinforcing it.
that.
They've gotta know.
Oh,
Gonna get thrown in here to come
shit.
off
That's a
Heaven.
kill.
Vic is good. As Vic
He knows they have
was
the
a little
info,
too
though.
Close to the sun there.
What?
Wow.
They go into the
Easily
grab
able to
well,
find a kill, but there might have been a
bro.
Scrabble Bubble connection with the operator.
Clear it, please.
Cypher
Clear
Cage on the
it.
side, but Flyer inching around the corner.
No,
Ball is just a little
man.
bit too good. What?
Dude.
Yep. It's the crazy thing about it, Mitch, is because of that utility deterrence over towards B main, you get the easy call for Reformed, especially after Vix hears all of the information playing forward at mid, by the way. Surely he hears those footsteps around the back through sewer and beyond, and that's enough for Reformed to give up the B site and rotate in. I mean, I'm sure MXS will say, wait, how did Reformed feel the need to jump into A so deep?
I feel like I
It's
did
just,
this, bro.
it's
I feel like I did this. I came in today like too complacent. That's why. It's the first day I feel like I've been hella complacent with our opponent. I slept on it. Just my mindset. My mindset is shit.
maybe 8-0 start here for Thinking Men, pending they clean up this round in the follow-up. No worries.
When the issue with the Cosmic Divide towards Heaven, it cuts it off. Completely makes sense, but you yourself cannot make use of that part of the map.
I forgot to tweet that
You know,
I'm
maybe
live,
you would have a
actually.
vibe like
I
the
was so
A-side
concerned about
Viper
that
wall that we see
fucking-
from attacking teams gives you that ramp control at the very least. And then you flash through that Viper wall, get Heaven control, and be able to at least split on towards A. Because if you run out like that all through A main, you can get really punished by the anchor players, especially Shift, if they're holding off angles like that.
Yep. Well, think about it. On top of this, bitch, it wasn't just the Cosmic Divide blocking out the top side at tower, but Screens was blocked by a vacuum from the gravity well, but it still didn't stop Reform from getting deep in the site. So it's not even the fact they didn't even have tower to work with. They had nothing to work with. And the setup looked like it was going to be perfectly there to counter it. So it's just nothing going right here for MXS. And they're only going to have a Guardian, a Stinger, and a couple of the Sheriffs to play with. Showstopper, sure. Seeker, sure. Maybe if you can replace one of these weapons with one of the rifles that Thinking Men have, you may consider either of those. But this is just about trying to find some areas to work with. And for the first time, we'll have Vic maybe trying to get a bit aggressive on a solo mission top A ramps.
Yeah, I do like if he can get towards ramps. He did get double faced a couple rounds ago and punished, so he'll be pretty passive there around the
by
camera.
us. It's a nice info across all sides.
Okay, Vix has avoided elimination from that showstopper and is actually able to find Brock as he is up mid. And then just hide inside the poison. Nuts! Come on, man. That's not right.
Get this guy a Vaseline subscription or sponsorship because he just slipped all the way through that setup. I mean, in and out of smokes, no worries. Avoids the showstopper plus the double. It's just there's nowhere that they can go. This is the most appalling first half of Split we've seen to this point in VCL North America, without question. And yeah, at this point, it's just Vic on a hero mission. But the fact that MXS, who's one of the...
Bro, we are getting fucked right now. Like, we are getting actually fucked. This is not good. This is our map pick. We're about to be down 7-0. Our comp is definitely defenders at it, but I mean, bro, it's not that defenders. Like, there's some fucking rounds here. We're not even getting close.
Like that. No action A. It looks like Thinkman are quite happy just to let Vic meander his way, up towards ramp and then stop.
Oof.
Maybe make his way into A site, but like there's not a whole lot.
Is it anti-trap as well? I don't even think so. Like, that Viper wall at B was unique and one that, like, whenever I watch MXS play, I will say Blood definitely thinks he's on this team. Like, we always do util that I never see any other team running. Like, this is a piece of util that I see no one else running. And it's to get by the Omen one way with this part of the wall. It's to put pressure over here on this guy over here, or this guy here, or this guy here. So no one can get info on B unless you're in this close line, this close triangle. You can see the initial orb to get control, but we're not getting any ground like in mid or A, and the pace of the rounds, they read it so well.
In here, in terms of what Thinking Men want to do to...
Like, look what it's causing at A, the double cages. So we have to use double cages to get the presence at A. So this only works because of the Cypher, right? Like, this is only possible because of the Cypher. But the Cypher can't do a lot because these cages are just one-time activations. And that's why you usually see the Viper shit over here, because it can go up, go down. Like, like after you see it go up, there could still be presence. So you can see the cages still haven't been popped. They just popped this one. They just popped them both, actually.
Follow it up.
But no rotate has happened. And that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Awkward for the operator players. Going to force him on the angle shift. Right now, straight inside the poison orbs, able to find Mata.
I think the game plan's cooked, guys.
And MXS had to be saying, what do we need to do? Like, we seek her out top tower. The operator just happens.
I think it's a good idea for the wall. It's a good idea for the orb, but it's very half-baked at A, and it's causing a lot of problems.
And finds himself a first contact and a first blood. It's just... At a certain point, it does feel like MXS have to just like bashing their heads against a wall. Like, what do you mean they're there with a double stack? This is the first time we've had this much success getting through mid, and it's just...
Dude, buff Cypher gonna make his cages be able to be activated multiple times. What if you could do that, comrade? I can't believe I just called you comrade. What if you could fucking activate the cage and like save a little bit for later? You could just like, you have 10 seconds on each cage, but like you could just do like 3-second intervals, like Astra recalls almost. That would be fucking sick. Like Viper orbs that just go away after 10 seconds. That would actually be fucking sick. He would get a lot of play. Because on attack, then, he could get so much pressure.
9th round on MXS yet to get anything on the board. Otoshima normally gets so much value on his lurks, but he's not.
I almost think, dude, that's actually sick. Would one cage with that ability be better than 2 cages without that ability? Let's have that debate right now. Is one cage that can be activated and deactivated for 10 seconds better than 2 cages that are solid for 10? The 2 would be, oh, that's a fucking TP.
Oh, anyone who tries to play down low will be figured out, but a good follow-up elimination from Mata has definitely opened the door here for MXS to work their way towards A.
And Otoshima's been activated as well.
I don't think it would be better.
No way.
Mata's going to get caught here almost certainly. Vic able to find a swing though, and Vix is down.
Spike down A.
Leah, the last player on the side, as
I don't
Reform has
think it would be
multiple
better.
streams here, but MXS still need to cross. There could have been something there. Leah's able to find one at least.
So what we're doing right now, chat, is we're giving them an idea to nerf Cypher, but make it so that way it's like tolerable for Cypher mains. You know, like if the community thinks Cypher's OP, which honestly I think a lot of the community does right now, think Cypher is a bit stronger than the other Sentinels, a nerf could be to take away a cage, but to make that one cage remaining, like you could activate it. Because I think that's a slight nerf. That's like, oh Baby bad ang shoulder scene.
Something as Brock will secure the round, and that is all just by way of getting good eliminations early for MXS. And even with that told Mitch,
I actually kind of like that idea of fucking with Cypher. I actually really like that. Wow, chat, you cooked with that idea with the activating the cage thing. That does seem like something Riot would do too, to nerf Cypher. They always do something that no one expects.
Sitting on absolute piles.
It's never the obvious solution.
Also, the neural theft here available to them in this round. Looks like, again, the play is to A. Let's just flash
No,
onto
yeah,
ramp. Let's
one
get something
cage
going.
definitely has like a lot of problems. But in a world where people think his trips are overpowered, and Cypher doesn't, or Riot doesn't like to go back on decisions like that. They'll leave the trips. They'll nerf the other part of his kit.
this operator just kind of moving around the map, and look at the defensive reposition.
They would make it so that way like the trips stay, but the cam like disappears in like 25 seconds if you're idle. Like you only get 25 seconds of idle time on the cam. Like that's the nerf that Riot
Who's
does.
here to help? Paint is in position, ready to go.
God damn it! I'm a
He
fucking
has the
scream,
timing.
bro.
As soon as that smoke comes up, trigger
Brother.
discipline would be an understatement here. From Vix, the swing is good, and that's two. And all of a sudden, what little bit of momentum MXS were able to build up in the previous round has all but drained away. And again, it's up to Otoshima and
No,
Vic
dude. Cypher needs those
to make
cages
something
for
of this.
trips.
Trailblazer's going to give a lot of info. Okay, Scrabble Bubble.
There's so many scenarios as Cypher where you need to pop your cage to get the kill off of the trip. That's what cages are really, really good for on the defensive side. It's that way you could
To be here anymore, we have vents wide open with that.
Oof. Like imagine anyone hitting a trip on like bind entering the B site. In order to get that kill, you're probably popping a cage unless you're in elbow with a kill trip.
Thinking men are
Behind a smoke.
showing, making them look like they've got some galactic brain.
So his cages are super fucking important. That's what I'm saying. Like going from 2 to 1 is a big nerf, but the activation on the 1 makes things very spicy because pros can do a lot with that. Whereas like the average person in the community can't. And the person in the community would be like, wow, this is a serious fucking nerf. But the pros would be like, ooh, is it a nerf?
Against MXS. This is just very, very good standard defense setups here. I like to see people going to try and get a bit of a pinch here.
I
Poison
think we're
orb.
lucky. I think we're very fucking lucky. by the
Mario's going
way.
to get two
All
very
good.
cheap kills with that judge. 2 rifles handed over now, and MXS poised to strike at B.
Yeah, a little greedy right there from the
We
side
need
of
3.
Thinking
Come
Men,
on.
but hey, you're up 9-1.
Nice,
You have a
Mata.
chance to do some major emotional damage just by finding a way to control B main like that, and I like it. So, Showstopper pulled a good
Let's
double
go,
out of Mata. He'll
Mata.
find all 5 for a
Beautiful.
pretty anticlimactic ace, but that's just Thinking Men trying to get a little cute and trying to see what they can get away with. And looks like the line in the sand has been drawn right there. Just don't go too far.
Yep, I mean, this is what I mentioned earlier on. MXS haven't been able to drive any early advantage.
Oh, well, you always are making nerfs and adjustments to the agents based on the general community, Sonia. So, like, that's why this change is very exciting to me. Do you make the changes for pro player or general community? Like, you're making the changes for the general community, but, like, you're using pro play to see, like, how things are going to traject over time. Because here's what happens is, like, you watch teams play in VCT if you're, like, an Immortal player. I love this strat. We've seen this before. He satchels into the gap to plant. I love this strat, dude.
Vacuum players over towards screen, and that will get a very quick plant. When MXS were put into 5v5 post plants,
But,
they rarely
big fight, big fight.
Yeah, like you said, yes. Need that here, and the first blood is good.
Much
Three
better
on the
looks
board,
this
boys.
time.
Get 3 on the board. Don't
Very
overheat here.
limited
Come on.
anchor presence for Thinking Men.
Come on.
Allows MXS to overwhelm.
Come on.
No heaven control though for the attackers. That's something to bear in mind. Is Paint here's going to go for it. Oh boy, he's going for it. But it's not a target-rich environment. They've all gone ramp. Nicely done as Brock's able to pull the wool over Vix's eyes. 3v4 now as Brock gets, okay, caught out there
I'm
by
getting scared.
Scrabble Bubble.
They can stick it through
Again,
this.
it's all about the spike defuse with Vic now being the second wave into heaven.
Let's go, Vic.
They're going to be able to chalk their third
All
round.
right. Very important to get those last 2. Holy shit. Terrible half. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. So the general community. So, like, when you see stuff in pro play, I'd imagine as, like, a Riot dev, it's like a vision into the future. It's like, okay, we'll never see it abused, like Viper or Sky abused in this way in, like, low elo, like fucking bronze, silver, whatever the fuck, wood, whatever the fuck you want to say. But you will see it start to get abused in that way in High Immortal. And then once it's abused that way in High Immortal, it'll get abused that way in a less efficient way in like low immortal, and then it'll kind of trickle down where you'll start to see that agent picked more just because higher elos are picking it more. And it just takes time for the rest of the community to see all that shit.
I feel like they do need to come away
But
with
the pros
pistol.
typically figure it out quick. The Cypher change is interesting because it's the whole cage thing that I've been talking about. It's a change for the community, but yet the pros wouldn't feel it as bad.
Here comes the Trailblazer. He sees very, very little. So there's an opportunity here for you quick
Like,
to get
Pro
some out of control,
Cyphers-
but already from ropes, we have
I
an
don't
excess.
really care
setting
about
up.
2 cages all that
Well, think
much.
about this. They see the sky down low. They also know there's at least one more defender over towards topside
Big
tower.
pistol.
So
Come on,
thinking men
boys.
don't have to push this. They can just keep these defenders interested while everyone else is
no,
already
no,
playing
no,
over
no.
towards ropes.
Yes.
It's a quick
Wait.
hit around the back. Lear's able to take 2 for his life. Odashima in
No!
He gets a lot of damage, but
Dude,
can't
no!
convert the kills. And that's just a brilliant use of
God,
gathering
the game
information
hates
and
us.
converting on it. Thinking men are
17,
looking like a
40,
brand new
66,
team here this week on this
22.
map.
To lose the pistol here
Come
for
on.
MXS is...
You're going to win this fight.
Well,
You're going to fucking
that's
win this.
basically it here and now.
You're going to win this.
Flyer in the
You're gonna
1v3.
win this.
Fix and pain. Both took
That's
a lot of
really
damage
good
from
play.
Odashi.
That's a fucking good play by them. That is a really good play to triple swing him.
Look, well, not at all themselves.
I just love the idea here of let's, we're already at 9. Let's just get information here in the pistol, convert on it, go quick, try to take them out of position, and just use what is essentially an overnumbered situation. If we know that there are 2 players down on towards A,
Is the standard
let's just
Viper
hit
wall
this
that
through
team said?
mid. If we catch someone isolated, that's a 3v1.
No, that's actually
if we
not.
get it for free.
So I keep saying we've been seeing a lot of movement with the Viper wall, right? Like we used to see maybe like a cage here or a recall here, and like the orb is thrown here by the Viper. Occasionally, actually more often than not, this was the old Viper wall combined with an orb. And then when you see Cyphers, it would be like this Viper wall combined with this cage right here. And the orb would be this orb, right? Because then the Vipers deny info at B and A. And then at Champs, this wall started being used, which then allowed the Viper to throw this orb again. So this was like a really good setup for Viper because you don't even need a Cypher to do this. Now Viper can deny info at both sides simultaneously. I'm going to talk through this eco. I feel like this whole fucking map's over, by the way. And then in Madrid, we saw the Vipers start their wall here. And this was interesting because Vipers starting the wall here allowed the wall to actually reach this point. So now, like when you're approaching heaven or when you're approaching like into the site, this person in sight can't see you. They have to resort to fights in front. It's not a very good situation for them. You can also flash through it or activate it in the post. So you could see how Viper util is very fucking powerful in pro play. But I will remind you, whenever you see shit like this, it's because Viper is a second controller in pro play. And a large reason why we haven't seen a Viper nerf is because ain't no way that this is happening in ranked, guys. Ain't no fucking way. In low elo, this would never, ever, ever, ever happen. And as a single controller, Viper's fucking not that good. Just, quite frankly, like, if we're not playing Icebox or Breeze, she's not getting it done. She's just not getting it done. And once those maps are out of the pool, which they will be soon, like the maps in Valorant are constantly coming in and out of the circuit. Viper won't even have like main maps anymore, and she'll just go back to being a second controller. And like Viper is a very tricky agent right now for the devs in that regard, because her key job is being a controller, but she's quite frankly not good at it in ranked low elo. In pro play though, she's a fucking demon when it comes to denying info.
MXS were scared of Reformed on B. They never gave him a true look from the defensive side. And
Like in pro play, denying info is so big. It's so big. Or segmenting areas so that way you could get the info in pieces. It's fucking huge. And so like the ability to deny this line, deny this line, deny this line. This is fucking massive. The ability to have this smoke that you could walk through the backside like this. Like, this is fucking huge. This is better than any fucking initiator. This is better than any duelist. Like this kind of control that makes the other team unsure whether they should play 3 here or 2 here, or they should play 1 here and 3 here and 1 here. Like, they have no idea. They're always guessing, and they always have to be prodding for info.
I just don't know how you win this back. Flat out, it's just Thinking Men are fully bunkered up, playing off each other's exchanges, and Brock is going to be stuck here at the entryway to dirt. Good first.
Kind of leaning into my podcast of Japanese over here. I see a lot in my chat like, you know, well, why don't we see Harbor then? Why don't we see Harbor, Sean? Because Harbor does all this stuff too. Like, and that's true. Harbor could do this stuff, right? Harbor could do this stuff. The difference with Harbor is that Harbor's util is a breadcrumb trail to where he is. And there's not really an anchor potential. So those two things combine into a scenario where, like, you don't really feel too comfortable facing the hit as Harbor, right? Because if they know where your util's coming from and you can't really stall all that well, then you kind of have to mask where you are and be like throwing cascades like through here, or like, I don't know, just like initially high tiding something like this, or just weird shit, you know? Like, you see it all the time on other maps where harbors are typically like in the center. And they're in the center because they need to be able to reach everything. They need to kind of have support to back them up if someone pounces on them.
Noise towards top ramps, and then
it's just, it's not the same as having that fucking orb molly. Like, the orb molly on a defender side is insane. So you get all of the shit with the info denial, but you have an anchor. And that's like the key difference with Viper and Harbor is like, man, that anchor potential with Viper.
Waiting on this now, hit with the paranoia, so can't really act upon this at all. Hey, now heading up towards Rams. Vic takes a pot shot, but the Seekers are going in first. It's a trade, but Vix is going to be there to basically like claim.
Oh, I love Harbor.
Brock knows they can't afford to lose it. Not with this weaponry, and they all run.
Dude, this was such a bad map pose. I'm sorry if you're a Thinking Men fan. I will definitely have bias here. That was painful to watch, and part of the reason why I couldn't even talk about it. Man, we have not looked too sick the last 2 maps. Fuck. Let's pull up the stats. Goddamn. Yo, any idea how to like take off like snapping on windows? Like, you see how this is snapping on the side right here? How it pings like that? See that little ping? How do I take this off? I fucking hate this shit, bro. Oh, what a horrible map by us, man. It's our map pick. It's so useful, though. It is, but then watch. Like, I might do stuff like this, and it fucks up everything on my stream, bro. Like, then I'm, like, fucking floundering trying to figure out, like, which one I'm clicking, like, what's happening here, like... I do have a high polling rate mouse, yeah. Snap settings.
Difficult if you lose that player early. And we are talking about one of the best 4v5 teams in challenges. MXS are incredibly good at clawing back those disadvantages, but they get snowballed in so many of these rounds here on Split because of the fundamentals of Thinking Men are extremely good. They are like, there's nothing flashy.
Wait.
There's nothing special.
Wait, it doesn't auto.
A really good understanding.
No, it doesn't snap into like an auto thing. I have to double click now. Oh, that's kind of fucking. That's not good.
Use Vic as a loose end and play as 4 or a 1-3-1 setup. They've done their homework, and man, it pays.
6-1, man.
Clean stuff.
Team performance. Well, they just obliterated us.
Let's all take a breath, shall we?
That was never
I don't
close.
think any of us expected that one. Maybe outside of the Thinking Men, lots of trust, lots of communication, and everything working out beautifully from the
Nintendo 64.
We'll step away for a break. When we come back, we'll try to see if Dryad has any other words to share on what may have happened there. Otherwise, we go to Thinking Men's map pick for map number 2. Back after this.
We didn't even have enough rounds to get a pie in. Fuck, bro. Awful. Actually awful, bro.
Let's do pros predict. What map will be most played in stage 1? I'm kind of guessing that I'm gonna see Ascent and Split sneak into a lot of BS.
God.
Ascent for sure. I feel like everybody's comfortable on it.
It's gonna be Lotus.
I'd have to go either Lotus or Ascent because I feel like everyone has something different to play on those maps, and Ascent is just super comfortable with a lot of people because it's been in the game for so long.
I'm gonna say Ascent. A lot of teams might be coming in expecting a lot of the cookie cutter comp. I think we'll see a lot of experimentation trying to outplay on like, the most common maps.
Is that a Burberry hoodie?
Ascent's just gonna be the most played
He's
map.
got it like that?
You know, my heart, and I'm just so honest with this, my heart tells me Icebox. It's like, I love Icebox, I love it. But my mind tells me it's probably going to be Ascent. Either everybody plays it, or you despise Ascent, no in between.
If I had to guess realistically...
Wait, surely we don't get a fucking Screwface interview right there.
Reads like an Ascent. I feel like a lot of people are going to be able to play Bind. They're going to be kind of like tentative to like pick, but I know people have been working
All
on
those Dr.
splits and their
Peppers.
sunsets and stuff like that a lot.
I feel like people are starting to hate Ascent. I think Lotus is gaining popularity. A lot of people hate it at the beginning, but a lot of people have that map figured out, I think. So probably Lotus.
Definitely not Breeze. I think maybe the most played is probably gonna be like Split or Icebox.
Y'all got that hat?
I think a lot of teams like Ascent right now.
I want to say Ascent because that's like everyone kind of plays Ascent or Icebox. So I'm gonna go Ascent or Icebox.
Oh,
For
so
most
what
played
is it?
map, I don't really know
Sonya, what is it? Leak it.
Is always played so much.
I heard Sadak was the only one in the States, guys.
I think the top
Top
four, us, Oxygen, Moist, and Turtle Troop could be an easy top four.
Turtle Troop
teams, probably Oxygen, Moist, M80, and us.
Oxygen, Moist, Sad, and M80.
Blazers, M80, OXG. Well, this one's hard. Turtle Troop.
I'm gonna have to put me and my team with drop up there. M80, they were second last year, so they're definitely gonna be up top. Moist X Shopify, another
The
team
fuck
that
is
was
going
really good
on?
last year. Same with Oxygen, so I would put those three teams with us up there.
Us, Oxygen will pull through. M80, Moist probably. That's pretty. Actually, no, I'll come with the underdog.
Drone
pick.
just
I'll come
fucked
with
me
the,
up, bro.
Sad.
M80, Oxygen, us, and YFP.
I mean, I do rock with the side guys, and I think they're gonna cook this year. I think I'm gonna go with Turtle Troop, bro. Got the TSM core, they're looking nice out
What
there.
is
bro.
this
Maybe
shirt,
they have
bro?
top four. You never know. There's such a good wide variety.
With those
of matches
pants?
I can give Sad Esports for
Ain't
sure.
no way.
They get no respect on their
Ain't no way this guy is literally gonna go to fucking Tommy Bahama and buy that shirt and then go to bed at night. What? That wasn't a Tommy Bahama shirt? That's true. That's true. Honestly, he probably picked that one because it had buttons and it was easier to get off. Low key. He was probably just waiting for this interview over. Honestly, though, Screwface's room is a lot like his wardrobe. It's like empty. It's fucking. It feels like only the pants are on in his room, you know? His room only has the pants on. And we walked in. All right. Yo, Zeldris with the fucking huge pride, man. What's up? How you been, man? Mean Girl? Dude, Mean Girls is a fucking banger. That shit's fetch. Hell yeah, dude. I love seeing you out there, Zeldris. I'm not gonna lie, man. I think I missed maybe your last game. Did I get you guys last week? Oh, no, I didn't. You guys played us. That's right. Oh, man, that bind game had me fucking pull my hair out. I guess it was like a sign of what was to come here, right? The fuck? Do you guys remember that bind game against QOR last week? I was tilting that game. We needed 5 straight to win 13-11. And, bro, we looked so stupid in this game. We looked so fucking stupid. And it kind of has continued here. It's a little worrisome. The biggest yapper? How is Zeldris the biggest yapper? Like, Zeldris, you talking all chat yapping? Or are you talking, how is Zeldris yapping? Do tell. Oh, like like all chat to the other team or just all bring vibes up? I feel you. There was one game when I was on 100 Thieves where I talked shit. I'm sure there's like a coach VOD somewhere, or where would it be? It's right here. Dude, in this game, so in the there's a couple games actually. In this last chance run, I'll tell you some of the things I did. So we played these guys here. So before this NRG game, I mean, I'm a fucking boomer. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, I don't know the interactions with these fucking zoomies, and quite frankly, I didn't care. I did not care. As a coach, I was someone that like try to keep a distance between my players. I think it's important that I understand like how they operate and stuff like that. But I'm also, in a sense, their boss more than their friend, right? And so like I don't know who they're friends with, and I don't really know any of that shit. All I know is that after this bind game, or even during the bind game, they were talking mad shit to Stellar, like in maybe like this point of the game, maybe here. Why is Valorant so shit when it comes to these VODs, bro? So there was these rounds where Stellar was flanking. He was flanking, actually. I particularly remember this. He flanked, and they killed him, like, but he was, like, out of the play, and we lost the round. And they were like, yo, you're baiting, like, you're playing out of the play. And I was like, I just immediately, like, put them all down. I don't remember who it was that I was even talking shit to on this team. But it's so funny because I talk shit so little that when I do it, it just gets so much respect. And like this game, so before this game, this was the team that beat us in every scrim we played. Like, bro, this team literally beat us in like 95% of our scrims. I'm not even trolling. They were a big scrim partner of ours. And going into this match, I felt like our players weren't super confident. And in the lobby and party chat, unironically, the person that would fucking shit on us, I swear to God, was Mitch. Our team was terrified of Mitch on Chamber. Like, legit terrified. Every time we would play Mitch in scrims, Mitch would have like 10 first bloods and like 40 kills on Chamber. And so before the game even started, I kind of let C9 know that was the case. I let Mitch know. I was like, yo, Mitch, I just want to let you know, you're MJ, right? You're MJ. And I let him know. I was like, dude, yeah, in our scrims, you fucking shit on us. We call you MJ. And I was like, because we would call him MJ. And it's basically just like, while that does hype a lot of people up, like I'm gassing him up, I'm also putting a lot of pressure on him. I'm like, all right, I know, motherfucker, that you have been shitting on us in these scrims. And I am now evaluating you as a player. Can you do it? Like, I was basically just like, are you going to do it? Do it right now. Let's do it right now. And, you know, like just putting a lot of pressure on a young player like that, I think is big. And I pick my moments to do things like this. And I pick the people that I want to do it to. But Mitch was one of one, I think, in that LCQ run. And I felt really bad for it. But it was one of those things that I had to do to win. I'd do whatever it takes to fucking win. Do I think they can take this series? Dude, they could definitely take this fucking series, bro. Mitch never feels pressure. It's weird. Yeah. So what I did in that moment isn't it goes beyond just like me basically saying like the pressure in the moment. It's like, because I've been in esports for a while, he knows I'm like evaluating him on the spot. And he knows I break down a lot of games. And if I perceive him as a scrimmer, then that's not a good look. Like, it's not a good look if I perceive you as a scrimmer and that's the narrative around you as a player. So it's just so much pressure. It's not fair. It's not fair. Truthfully, it wasn't fair.
In that aspect, it's pretty similar.
Thank
Here,
you.
though,
Okay.
you know,
I actually
you don't
hated
get punished
my
as bad
game
for
growing
sort
up,
of
but I
that
appreciate
contact
that a
play.
lot.
It's a long range map. I think paint now comes much more into the equation. You know what I mean?
Right.
And obviously, you know, the jet element is always a big one. To what degree are you able to facilitate? And what I'm looking for right
I'm
now is
glad
actually
Mitch loves
teams
me.
on
I actually
outside
love
defense.
Mitch, dude. Mitch had a fucking hard upbringing in CS. I don't know if Mitch ever talked to you about CS, Isabel. I don't know if you guys dated back then. Mitch had like a burst onto the scene in CS when he was playing with Selfless, and a lot of people in CS called Mitch an onliner back then. Particularly when I played with Shaz. Shaz was very hard on Mitch back then. I'm sure he could tell you that. I'm sure he could tell you a lot of people were fucking hard on him back then. I wasn't really into that shit. I wasn't really that type of person that would like chirp too much as a player. I was too focused on stuff in the team. Yeah. Dude, CS was brutal. People like Mitch, when they were coming up, bro, like, you don't really see it in Valorant anymore, where people get called onliners and like don't perform LAN, but in CS, back then, Jesus.
Get some good utility delay off of things like a probability of KO. Can you get things to help delay?
Bro, you have to get emotionally detached. Like, you have to. Like, Mitch was in there with me in the CSGO lounge days, too, where if you lose a game, you're getting fucking death threats, bro. Or if you win a game and you look like you're cheating, you're also getting death threats. So, bro, you got to learn how to fucking determine what you care about and really pick and choose your battles.
At the end of the map, whether it goes for one player or the other. But I just have a feeling this map is going to be decided by our duelists.
And that is usually the way that Breeze goes, right? The way that
Yeah,
who's initiating the most
I
kills,
like
who's
the
getting
idea.
fight
I like the
before,
word
who's
chirp.
setting up the team for success.
It's fun word
And
to
when
use.
it comes to the duelists, we are expecting
So
the
where'd I
jet
pick
for
up
the
in
most
esports?
part, but we're also not sure. Again, we haven't seen this map for any of the two teams on what it was week number 1 and week number
yeah,
2.
Ringo, let me
So it
permit
is
you real
interesting
quick.
because I'm also getting feels of what the last week match was between Turtle Troop and Winthrop, where Turtle Troop was a clear favorite, and then Winthrop just came with a completely different idea, looking like a completely new team, renewed, aggressive, and really capitalizing out of every.
Let's see this.
This is immediate team, so much space. Me and Justin are working A, post time we're working everywhere, it's free. And the run we lost are so
Yeah, exactly.
like it's been a 13-3, 13-2 easy. And they're so fucking nervous, bro. They're actually so nervous. Okay, Lotus, they love starting heavy A. They did it against every team. They either go fast A, they slow down, go with the wall A. Their attack, they love going. Okay, we start attack, right?
We start attack.
Okay, on their defense, it's very simple. Either they fight for A, or they fight for C, right? And they fight as 3. It's Fade, Omen, Raze, always. And KJ, Viper, A. They're like together. B is their weakness. They just give B hard. They never play it. Maybe later in the half they're gonna do like a gimmick where it's just high and low on the box. But besides that, B is very weak.
When we get to our defense as well, these guys, like, Amin says they start heavy A, they do not give a fuck about what you do on A. They will just 5-man team fight. Okay, so just don't expect them to respect your conditioning. They're just gonna make calls around what they want to do around their rounds from there.
Now he doesn't have a smoke.
Playing Dublin-ish. Just standard comps here. I think that was a really good talk. He talked very high level. Gave. I was smiling because I remember doing that kind of stuff, right? I think he could have given a little more, but that probably comes with experience. Like, there's probably more tells that he could have found. I mean, he definitely found like the key macro aspects, like they play in 3-2. When one is here, you can expect the other two there, kind of thing. But I wish you would have said something like they usually kick it off with like a sky flash. That's like the key piece of info. If we throw a smoke, they'll throw a sky flash, or if we throw a smoke, they'll throw the paint shells. That'll let us know where the 3 is. And like usually what I like is he told his team what the other team does, but he didn't tell his team what they were going to do to fuck them. Like, and that's something I had to learn like over time. He did to an extent, but trust me, it wasn't as good as it could have been.
Is get your jet into mid from the defensive side of things. Whatever you want to
There were
spend to do
tournaments
it,
where I knew
just make
it all,
happen. And this time it's
but
a
I didn't
Viper's
give
wall
my-
that allows him to
my
at least
team
get
the
some elbow
answers.
control. But the play through
Elbow
two,
push in the
falling
mid
back
round.
down into mid, is a
Oh,
bit of a
fuck.
different look. Thinky Men trying to see if there's any contact up towards the top side of tube. Again, just trying to look for the intel first before possibly converting, but not seeing anything up top. They're going to gamble stack over towards B, where Mata is essentially waiting over on elbow. But you see the ping in the minimap, Mitch. This is very much so expected for Thinking Men.
Mata wait on this angle. Paint to tentatively swing it. Mata will take the body shot and be happy with it here. Good solid mid presence now for MXS. Flyer also positioned to get a bit of info now. That's a default snake bite, if I'm not mistaken here. 0 point from MXS, gets 0 info, and now we're
drew
headed
a
back
rotate out.
towards
They
mid.
knew they drew the rotate
Yeah,
out.
Reformed is saying,
They
guys,
hear
I'm already
it in
pretty deep
halls.
here over towards top tube. The only
Good
thing is
spot
they
here
only have a
from
poison
Mata.
cloud to keep them safe through this cross.
Let's go, Mata.
And there's just enough pixels for Mata to scout out the first. And now Reformed is
Let's go,
also a bit
baby.
stuck up top. Decent
And the damage
trades
on
come
paint,
through, but this is a
Reformed.
very disjointed offense until Reformed wins a miraculous
Dude.
1v2 up top, leaving Odashima in the site by himself and Vic on the flank. Lots
Come
of things to
on,
look
man.
at, and Reformed continues to impress.
Bro.
Wow, that is a heroic play from Reformed top tube to get 3.
Okay, starting on the right foot.
How are we losing this round? How are we losing this round?
They're trying to sort of receive that push for Thinking Men straight up mid. I like the reposition here, and I think it's...
Dude, Mata did like 300 damage. He got 2 kills, and he body shotted 2 other people. For fuck's sake, win this round.
It's just a battle of trying to bait out the utility wherever possible for the side of Thinking Men,
Remake.
and
Yeah,
that
remake.
late Toxic Screen, of course,
facts.
pulls the defense
Actually,
out just a touch, which makes Reformed's position that much more secure, because if anyone's going to challenge him, it has to be through the top side at door. And the fact that he's able to kind of go 1 for 3, I mean, we'll call it was a flat-out 1v2 that he was able to win, is the difference maker, because Mata was in prime position to win that out through mid at double doors. It cuts off one side of that
Screwface
offensive push completely,
actually got
and single-handedly
cut.
looked like that was going to be enough.
So they replaced Screwface with Lear after their first game. Unironically, like very weird.
Defenders was just
Played
too
one game
hard
with him.
pressed to find any ground to work with outside
Yeah,
of
crazy.
where they were essentially trapped at. Vic on one side,
Here's like it's working out,
and
though.
Odashima on the other, where he's just completely
Lear's
locked
still
down
really
in the
good.
sight. So it's another one of those things, man, where again, I feel like Thinking Men are doing a really nice job of reading and reacting to what they're getting on these hits.
Yeah, I mean, everyone you talk to, talks about Breeze as a shooting map, right? But there's a heck of a lot you can do to mitigate the variance that can come from holding these long sight lines and trying to find one taps, right? That's what Thinking Men want to be trying to lean into
Should learn to
here.
age
Eliminate that variance at all
faster.
costs, especially if
What
they
you
walk
mean?
into a match maybe fearing that they're pound for pound, like a slightly weaker team or less experienced as a unit, I think would be a fair
Sure,
assumption
sure.
to make here. But look, as the
Oh yeah,
gambles
that's right. Lear got fucked by TSM. So Lear was on the team initially, right? And then Lear went to TSM for like a day, and they didn't end up going with him, and then he got fucked. And then Thinking Men picked up Screwface in that time frame because they thought Lear was gone.
I mean, Paint's sitting here saying, guys, I don't see anybody nor anything
Fair
in
enough,
my way
then.
here at top 2.
I forgot that
and
was
if he
Lear.
gets the back plat,
Fair enough.
this round's just over. There's just no way you hold that position as Thinking Men and then lose out on a B site.
Oh yeah, he's going all the way.
Yeah.
Paint now in a position to backstab. Doesn't want to give the game away too early, but will take 2 and all the way to the bank. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Just Flyer left on the A side now. What a terrible scenario to be in.
This jersey bad
Yeah,
luck
it's,
for
I
me.
mean, again, it's just a byproduct of, again.
Bro, this jersey might be bad luck for me.
Worked through tube. So even
If we
though
lose
it
this
is-
fucking bonus, I swear to God, I'm putting on the black jersey. Swear to God.
It is something that MXS is going to be worried about. I promise you that coming into these next rounds. So the question will be, do they commit Otashima to throwing more resources there? No, this time it'll be Mata playing up top at mid. That is not an unknown condition. It just comes down to, will he be able to continue to work that space? Because as he brings in a round 3 operator, you don't want that to be limited to having to stick to defense towards top 2.
Yeah. That's what I was like listening for at John, because clearly John had all the info, right? But his players didn't. So John had like some prep that he had done. What you're describing in that message is like me having all of the info. I didn't like flooding my players' brains with all of the info. I liked keeping it very high level, just in case the anti-strat didn't work, right? So I had the game plan. I knew,
has no way to check all the way through mid. So this nest position for Paint is also a spot that they could use to control the backside at mid. And really, Brock just has to stay here. He can't move. He has to watch mid.
This is very scary. You can see it's actually making Vic uncomfortable. He's leaving B.
Even more of the map.
They got to actually like
of course,
leave
allowing Paint to
B.
cross.
Worry about
Look at it was
mid.
that A side. That's nice from Flyer. Drifts out there, able to pick up Leah. Scrabble Bubble there, obviously looking for the trade, and Flyer is not going to oblige.
I like this
and
line.
the thing is, that elimination makes MXS that much more secure that the hit through front A is not going to be where this comes from.
What?
So they can feel like they can invest a player to watch over towards that deep mid connection. What would normally stretch them out has now just become a kind of moot point. Knife reveals 2. That's huge. Quick transition back over, and because of this nest position, Vic is by himself, already flashed over the top. Cyber Cage to assist him a little while longer, and Vic provides. Oh my goodness, does he ever! 3 for Vic, and that may just lock in the round.
Another day at the office for Vic. That is beautiful. Again, he's in a bit of a weird off angle here, and the cloud burst actually makes it harder.
I like the random cage from Odorous right there for Vic to play behind. We saw that get set up. Big round by Vic.
Things you can't count on.
Dude, yeah, Ludwig's definitely. We look terrible today. This is the worst I've seen the team look in a long time. Hopefully we can turn it around. It was just a slow start.
Ridiculous. Unbelievable, ridiculous. Throw your synonym on it, whatever you want. And that's just what he's good for with this squad. All he needed was 1 Cyber Cage to pop. That's enough for him to find a pixel peek, plus a little bit of finesse over the wall.
Split.
And then this map becomes just, like you mentioned, a gunning map for Vic. Hop out from Mata, test it, has to get away. But Flyer right there to recover. Good first blood again. MXS take early numbers.
Yeah, you see just how threatening that is. Mata having to tailwind away here. And
about
here
as
you just
unlucky
hold
as
the
it
passive
gets.
angle, right? Take some contact in halls with that double initiator set up. I think you are more than happy to equalize the player total here, but they're not expecting Vic probably to be so advanced. Oh, yeah, take it back. They were prepared for that. 4-player swing, and Vic is lucky to get out alive.
This does create some unknown quantities over MXS. Otashima, this is bold. He's going to hear a lot of this. Oh, but he gets picked. So all of his utility towards B now becomes a non-factor. And that means that MXS, anticipating a quick hit, have rotated off. And the commitment is in. Flyer, good for 2 somehow on 1 bullet, essentially worth of health. That gives the defense a chance, but the problem is the option can only look at literally one thing at a time. And Scrubble.
They are working us right now. They are fucking just actually working us. This is fucked. Oh, bro. This is not good. It's not good because we're in a group with fucking Oxygen, and like Oxygen won't be losing to these guys.
Comfortable operator retake scenario on that A side for Mata. It's just hard to find anything.
Wow. I mean, I'm
right,
impressed, Mitch.
Right.
This defensive look from Split now countered by some really good offensive timings for thinking then with a lot of variety
double kills close.
has continued to peep
double
MXS.
kill trips
I would just generally say kind of a bit baffled. And now you're going to have to make some really strange commitments. You've got Vic with the Sheriff in spawn.
Denying all info.
I don't even know what his intention would be from this spot. Maybe just to rotate to wherever contact gets made.
It's the crow's push. Yeah,
but it's just this is the only way you watch over towards mid at all. There's so many unknown instances to what Thinking Men could be doing, and honestly, this passive defensive.
This is a crazy anti-KO setup. What the fuck? He can put up the wall. He has mollies to help them. This
He's the lineup. So You can delay to some degree, but getting rotations from across the map is going to be very challenging. You've got one in halls.
Yeah.
But outside of that, very limited opportunity. And Thinking Men are more than happy to wait this out. They now see the Yard drone. That's going to go bye-bye very quickly.
Where's it going, chat? It's on the way.
Okay, here's the recon. And yeah, okay. Null Command, this could be a problem now. We'll have to push up towards that corner by Brock. He'll try and hold close.
Right at the corner. Oh, fucking God. It made that kill happen.
He's huge. Odor's able to find one. Here comes Vic. On board with Brock. This is Leah's
huge round.
Away, tail between legs. That's gone horribly wrong for Thinking Men.
Yeah, it really has been. Mata has been figured out, though, so there is a chance to open up space over towards A. But, I mean, that was simply put just Brock avoiding all of the utility plus the Owl drone to get one and allow Otoshima a little bit of a freer angle to play out his life. This will still be a spike plant, though, and I don't want to rule this out. I mean, you're going to have a 2v4 situation. Just a recon dart plus potentially Reform with the kill could get an Earl Theft off to try to make this a little bit more manageable.
Is that recon? Reformed is ahead of it here. It's going to be dangerous, but the high-low setup there is good for MXS. And Otoshima finds his third of the round. Great recovery.
Holy fuck, dude. That planned Viper molly right there off of the KO is so sick. That's what I'm saying. Guys, when I watch us play, we do very creative things. Like, very, very creative things. But we are not fucking playing well today.
3 for Otoshima, 2 for Brock. I mean, at that point, it's just... You know, you can't teach that. I think it's kind of what we go to. And it really does, I think, fringe on the fact that Brock really doesn't get figured out over towards that backside at the ledges, over towards the outside of B. I mean, the fragment, the snake bites that were spent, the recon dirt, followed by the Aldron, and the fact that Brock still shuts down the null command wielding Vix, plus Otoshima on the deep side of the site was never initially the target. He gets an extra angle because of that freedom from Brock. Makes that essentially a 2v5 at the front doors at B that goes increasingly well for MXS. So now the economy starts to take a bit of a shift. For the first time, MXS will have an advantage on the series with the credits. And Thinking Men will kind of default in towards things like knives, maybe a Hunter's Fury, if they find some way to get the spike down.
A bit more of a proactive hold of halls here, as Otoshima just will be playing that corner.
I like giving the Viper the trip here.
Reform, though, so be able to play off each other pretty comfortably.
This Sova is holding this trip. They also have the cam holding.
It's an odd little angle. Watch mid doors. You can also trade here on the walls.
Cleared that.
Having to deal with Otoshima, as we kind of expected. Now the ring door's going to come up for a second. There's going to be a flash out completely. Here they come. Paint sees no one behind Orange, but the reveal flyer on the other side of Madonna. Paint should be able to wrap around here. And now that very deep attacking Viper wall needs to Paint a setup. Mata's done a beautiful job, though, alongside Vic. But now the 2 versus 2. Spike dropped towards it.
Oh, dude, I'm scared.
Yeah, that's the trouble position, because there was an opportunity with Scrubble Bubble on the Vipers, but he couldn't use that to block off double doors and force the defense to rotate around. But the 2 defenders inside the site find a couple of key eliminations, plus they get the spike carrier. So what looked to be just an absolute breakthrough for Thinking Men has kind of gone awry here. Vic timing on the outside again. Whoa! What a shot from Vic! He was second to the fight. It still didn't make a difference. And now Paint's pressed for time in the 1v2.
This is a great example of just fantastic anchoring from MXS.
Paint's hella good.
Yeah, I mean, last round it was on B, now on A. They hold their ground beautifully. That off angle towards double door, though, I mentioned it briefly. Mata is really able to capitalize on that. If not coming away with all the frags there.
Gosh, it was close.
That was a really key moment, especially if you knew that halls would be populated by Thinking Men. Great equalizer here for MXS. And it's a bit of pressure starting to build for Thinking Men now. What do they cobble together?
Yeah, I mean, you hit it on the head. That is 2 brilliant bunker up holds for MXS, because the flood was on the way and the dam was leaking water. I'll say it plainly. And the fact that Mata's able to...
Indeed, quiche.
Importantly, like you mentioned, towards double doors to find the spike carrier,
I didn't
plus
know
they also get Scrubble out of the picture, is everything. Because as soon as you control top tube like that, and you've got Viper Spit available, they could have just popped that at double doors and forced everyone to have to rotate back through bridge. But the players on the site do their job, and maybe they should be earning a little bit of a bonus for the job that was done.
Be breaking these early darts. So
we go to a 3-3 tie, and yeah, Paint's is going to elect to allow himself to be revealed there. That's just to keep the defense
a bit more for the A main push
over towards mid top tube, and potentially anyone on pyramids to make sure that cave push is not on the way.
MXS somewhat conditioning Thinking Men here to expect just like a contact push up halls at the start of the round from the defenders. But very much the opposite here. Mata will hold that with the operator. You do have a player at Orange over at A, so very standard setup here defensively. And again, it's a succession of mid.
Yep.
Fly's
it's really
knife
curious,
and
though,
ult
to see
are going to
neither
be big
team
here.
really investing anything, if not players,
got the
let
wall.
alone utility, towards this mid-open field.
Because the wall's going to be coming in from this angle,
And
so it's
knowing,
kind of
I'm sure
scuffed.
thinking men are looking at this saying there's got to be an operator in the play some way. They're not even bothering a top two, but
Dude,
Mata's getting aggressive. The reveal off the knife was
and they didn't
significant,
hit it.
and he may blow this play wide open if he finds the right timing.
He's got it. He's got the timing.
Oh my
Couldn't ask
God.
for anything better.
Oh, and the
Defenseless
Hunter's
there was
Fury,
Leah,
too.
firing off the Hunter's Fury. Pain Elisa's able to down Flyer. Brock, though,
They
hitherto
kill the, they're
undiscovered.
going to kill the body so that their
Eyes
util
over
comes
towards
back.
the connector here.
Not trying to get the
Trouble
kill,
on that
promise.
high ground positioning. Brock again misses out a little bit. Mata still has knives to
Why
work with.
are
It
we
is sat
fighting
on the
that,
spike.
guys?
Played a trade up at his top
Oh
left
my
here, but
God.
won't be necessary right now as Reform drops. Now goes for the
Oh, no.
Mata trying to reposition the flashes.
Mata's alive. Oh my God, Mata, you are amazing,
Double to
dude.
try and make it
You are
work.
actually
Neural
amazing.
theft. They'll reveal all the best laid plans, and Vic will.
Bro, Mata and Vic are really carrying us through right now, I feel like. Surely no one's close to them in kills. Actually closer than I even thought it would be, low-key.
The
Wow.
whole entire play, and maybe some known
Holy
quantities
fuck.
for MXS in the last couple, saying that yeah, in the light buys, the pistols, the follow-up rounds,
Got a
thinking men
timeout
were
out
getting
of 'em.
aggressive towards top two, but with full weapons, they really haven't given it much interest.
He's gonna. He's already go. I was gonna say. I was like, he's gonna go halls and look for the halls pick. That's pretty common. I guess he could hold this line potentially. A lot of operas will like taking this line with like a KO flash over the wall. So like KO can be like mid right here, flash over. This jet can take this line, and it's all of a sudden pretty fucking hard to hold B. Like once this jet gets set up here, it's pretty fucking hard. Especially if like your cam gets broken. You know, like they might have the foot cam for A main. So ideally what they should do is like foot cam for A main. This jet is holding halls. These guys are probably holding over here with a Viper orb here. And then somewhere in the mid round, I think they could do what I'm saying and do this play. Because in the mid round, if you make that play, you can easily roll into mid to A. Like mid to A is always open to you. So it's a very powerful play at that point in the round. But I don't think they're going to do that.
We haven't seen an Aldra, we haven't seen a recon dart, we haven't seen much of anything at all. So let's see if we can get some control here. And the knife will be enough to at least keep it neutral, but it does add a question mark to MXS that there could be a hit through double doors, and the defense will have to reposition to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, they trade the hold control. They don't have this round now for a bit of mid presence. But I like this movement here. And this is just off being spotted by the 0 point, I think, as MXS now start to gamble a little bit heavily towards this A site. And kind of leave Vic to play behind this heavy Cypher util.
Yeah, not knowing if there's going to be a hit immediately coming through double doors, they have to invest somebody else into the site. The other interesting part about this from Thinking Men is the fact that they've got a deep spy cam in towards elbow, and that may be enough for them to not just use mid, but to possibly hit B through two different avenues. Now, the only thing for Thinking Men is that their question mark is Mata still at middle? Because he very well may be. They haven't been able to scout that information out all that well. And this little bounce pass of the shock dart also does not reduce any of the current standing Cypher utilities. So there are still issues on both sides, but the longer this takes, the more MXS are pretty sure that this is not going to be a hit through double doors.
Yeah, there's a trip set up, I think, for the sort of jet dash up and forward, but with an operator in hand, Paint won't be doing that.
Nice. That timing is wild.
Great timing. Again, Trouble by able to get the better of Brock here now and drives a wedge between the two halves of MXS. Paint's onto the site. I tell a lie. He did exactly that. Push straight on in here. Now Vic gives a bit of ground. Yeah, Mata, you have to push that angle as Paint there. Mata's able to find Trouble level, of course, coming in through the middle part of the map. And MX.
Great hold. Good job not giving a fucking kill to that op. Fucking massive. Here's the foot cam. Careful. There are a lot of foot lovers out there in chat, so you can see like it's high enough on this wall that someone pushing A main can't see it. They can't see it. You're just looking at their feet without them even knowing, you know? Fucking weirdo.
Operator, the simple fact of the matter is you just have to hit shots, and they're not easy. So a decent attempt, again, for Thinking Men on a low buy round.
I saw that
But
shit on
for
Twitter a long
MXS,
time
they
ago,
have
actually.
stayed really stalwart
crazy.
on these defensive setups inside the site, and now you've got something different. Vic has already pushed
This
through
is a
B main
very
for the first
advanced
time. He's going
line.
to hold an off angle right on
This
the
is
corner.
crazy. I love
It
this.
just comes down to how
'Cause they're gonna
disciplined
clear
are
window.
thinking, and will they
Oh,
check this, and
man.
can they at least go one for
They're
one?
droning from the window. They'll never expect this shit.
Vic's about to get busy.
Oh
1,
my
2,
god,
and
that's
3.
so
Vic
crazy.
always good for more.
Holy
Why not finish the job?
fuck, what a play, bro. What a fucking play by Vic.
And it all is down to Scrabble Bubble here. How do you summarize a round like that?
I got you. You ready? You ready for this one, Mitch?
Yeah,
This is some major big brain.
Okay.
Bro,
Vic
there's
good,
no way
shoot
they're clearing
well,
that
win
window
round.
like that.
I mean, it's just like we talked about this with like a proto yesterday or the last week as well.
It's your gun round.
I mean, it's just, you know, when you've got a player like that that can take 1v multiples, it just makes life so easy. The fact that Vic kind of throws a curveball this round as well by just playing forward and he comes away with this is ridiculous. Because at best, you're thinking he goes 1 for 1, or maybe at worst, you think he goes 1 for 1.
I mean, that's the line where you're like clearing the elbow push. You think you've already cleared like the jet op here because this is like a common line. No one plays there. No one would play there. That's crazy because you would have to get there super early.
Oh, this map. Vic able just to throw a curveball in here and there. And on such a high value round, that is backbreaking for Thinking Man. Look
really
at his buy. It's horrendous. Vic here, more than happy to be sat down out of the round.
Yeah, we're getting fucking
punishment
active.
over
We're
and done
feeling
with.
it now.
Yeah. And this is where you feel like
a little bit of
MXS
an
is
overheat,
back
though.
into their normal form. I mean, it's just crazy that it comes by a way of
We stopped that fight right at the right
heroic
time.
holds. 3 rounds of heroic holds in a row. And then all of a sudden, Mata pops off from behind. Vic now the round before. And Thinking Men are on a limited buy, so MXS can just pull out their "we're better than you" playbook. Which looks like this, to be fair, where Mata is just doing whatever the heck he wants. Oh my god, if he hits that, I throw my computer out the freaking window.
Scrabble up there. Yeah, not a scratch on him after that, but Brock, of course, will be able to recover the operator. And Bob's your uncle.
Look, that's fierce. I wasn't going to call out that drone location because I was too busy hyping up the fucking spot from Vic. I try to focus on the positives out here, but I'm going to keep it a buck. That man wasn't thinking. Like, that drone location was dog shit. And it helped that clip happen. I thank that drone
Vic,
so much.
just to create issues for Thinking Men.
It gave like false
you win
sense
this
of
one, you win the
confidence.
half convincingly. You put a 9-3 on the scoreboard. So this would be the round where Vic, I think, would invest such a tool just to kind of again keep Thinking Men at bay just a touch. But instead is going to play a little more passive behind the order is set up. What? No! Stop that! Stop that!
Man, Mata and Vic are
It's a
fucking
shooting
over
map,
me
brother.
right
Jesus.
now. No.
On a Fury here. Actually yields limited information about
What?
anybody up holes here.
I'll say.
Maybe Otoshima hears. Maybe he hears Reformed have to sort of, you know, move to dodge those shots. Either way.
Guarded there.
Pretty deep up holes. Mata's going to be stuck in this corner. There's no running out now. Right, well, they're ready for Reformed either way. Vic's taken out immediately by Mata, but he needs to get out of this corner.
Just showing the barrel.
Teammates will help him to
Oh
that
my
effect.
God,
Mata swings
Mata's
fine.
so
Vic's,
good,
this
man.
is getting out of hand now. Thank God.
Dude, Mata is actually so fucking good on Duelist. Holy fuck, dude. He's so good.
5, 6, and 7 were very winnable rounds for Thinking Men. Without question. I mean, they had perfect executes on paper in terms of how you break through. The difference was MXS held their ground, won a couple of unbelievable
What's in that
1v2s
jar?
essentially on the site. I mean, those were 2v5s, essentially 3 straight rounds that they were able to win. And then after that, it's the individual pop-offs.
I don't
Mata
need
in
Mata
round
16.
8, Vic in round 9, the team going for pretty much a flawless in round 10.
He's young,
and
but
then
he's
there,
not 16.
Zenny flawless completely in round 11. And now you're on to Last Hopes, where a lingering
look like
Viper stick could be
this.
playing, and MXS have gotten their confidence and their swagger back, so they're going to start walking into you. It's just, yeah, that this is about it.
Literally
Don't
have
know
a
about
fun
that.
trade here.
All good though.
Brock
We're
just swings the
8-3.
wall happily. We'll set up now. Viper's pit by the attackers set down. And then we'll, of course, extend into the site and allow for a plant here.
Just drop
Brock
a
has
shot
the
on this
outdrive.
planner.
There's not a lot of
Oh,
space
thank
for
you
that plant
so
to come
much.
through, and Lear
Lear,
has
last-
probably broken him out.
last 2 ults.
That is 2 straight Hunter's Furies that he's barely been able to get one of the darts
God.
off on.
Oh.
And this half is done and dusted.
Holy shit. Thank you, Mata and Vic. Thank you so much.
9-3 halves to split to now here. There are 3 rounds in there where thinking men are kicking themselves saying we should have won those rounds. And this is a totally different half. But it's still a lot of credit that the individual skill for MXS is coming to play, man. And when they get that going, they're a hard team to...
Apparently it's Icy.
From Leah, the fact
Young
that you can
talent.
quite easily skirt around the edge of that Viper's pit.
Yeah.
Maybe just play a little bit further back. That's, again, very, very frustrating. Last time, of course, caught out by Mada coming down from the top of halls. 3 rounds. Okay, we have a bit of a theme here. In some reasons, it's a curse. Here, it just means you're getting absolutely rolled.
Biscuit.
Yeah,
I think
no
Biscuit is the guy
9-3 curses to
is
this
supposed
point.
to be taking the spot.
And again, the sample size is too small for us to sit here and try to paint pictures of if thinking men are just a better
I don't
defensive
know
squad
enough
because
about
they're in the
Icy
same boat that
to
MXS was
answer any of
last
your
map.
questions.
You essentially have to win
I
this
know they're fast
pistol
punch, but
to
I
put
like it.
yourself in a position to
Trips
even
up,
get to
though,
gun round.
careful.
So
Oh, no.
MXS will get the quick plant. As I said from the first map, I'll reiterate it here. They are probably, if not the best team in quick post plant 5v5. So tall task here for thinking men to break this down.
Oh, I love this. They pulled 3 players back. They're expecting some action down halls now at this point in the round.
Double shocks on
It's
Brock,
only Brock
one in.
that's playing towards A main and does get lit.
Huge.
They can't trade this.
Gotta be aware of that.
And that's your post plant
We're playing
security off your mollies
Viper
as well,
post, and
because
we're
the
not
whole
aware of
flank that was
that.
coming through mid is now red. That is a massive double push over through tube side, and Motto will be taken down, so the stat does not come true.
God damn.
That's just all simply put, you get rid of Vic. If Vic stays alive and can get both those snake bites off, MXS walk away with that round, no question, with that 3-man Raptor mid.
Yeah, that's wild to me. They pulled 3 players back. I guess if you're in that molly position, there's actually a position you can throw mollies from that's much closer to halls than that.
Don't say oh no yet, Sonya. Come on now. We can't get nervous at 9-4. Our anxiety levels fucking walking around in life would be crazy if we had anxiety at 9-4. I will not sweat until I see 9-6, because that means we lost the bonus. I will be so sad if we lose a bonus. Fuck.
They built themselves quite an impressive buffer here. And of course, they're feeling themselves a little bit. Surely one round like that isn't enough to put them off.
No. No, because you just look at that and say, well, Vic got killed. Oh, well. Like, that's, that's it. Flat out. So now it's just down to what could MXS create to try to make this Thinking Man defense really get stretched out, because they can really securely hide behind.
It really has been a great
paints,
turnaround.
You know, sniper rifle on one side. He's also
This is a map that started really rough. Like, just as a reminder, like this was the start. You know, like, bro, they really bounced back that half.
here, but I will say, Reformed is watching it, and if there's ever a player you want to watch this cross, it'd be him. And yep, that's enough information for MXS to say we're not particularly interested in hitting it, at least not immediately.
Let's not forget how terrible attack was.
A double pump here. Scrub above 2 players to face down. Goes to 15 HP. Spike loose there. Cyber Cage used to thrown up and cover. Any backstab. Otoshima though is finally able to bring that Viper down, but the trade is there. Brock caught inside B main.
Okay.
Viper all up, and Marta's going to be able to find one,
right.
2v3. Anything possible at this point now. Especially if they had the off angle. It's going to be the 1-for-1. Marta v2. Little bit too much to ask for, but at least you keep a lid on this Thinking Man economy.
And really cool duality, just to kind of point to the micro for Thinking Men. You've got a Guardian and a Spectre on the B site. It's Scrubble Bubble with the Guardian, Reformed with the Spectre. And because Reform sees that play through Cave first,
this is a pretty fucking shit buy, because that eco did not go too well for them. Model on the op on bonus, and no full shields. None. No util on Mata. This is a fucking real risky buy.
And that is uberly successful for Thinking Men to now bring this back to more level terms. This bonus would be massive, though, on the same foot, though. If they can find a way to take this, we're dancing
hard
again.
to read that he has an up here. It is very hard to read this.
Tank snuck over here towards the B site, and
he's
actually going to watch mid
no,
here, so.
no way, dude.
Oh, buddy, not ideal. That was the spike, by the way. Flyer spotted out there, brought down.
Oh, bro, now we're going to be taking these fucking risky-ass fights across the map because we're down
The
one.
thing is, he could just stay here to watch this double door cross. He doesn't have to get the content through that poison cloud. But he hears the footsteps. He hears the footsteps. Shots aren't perfect, but eventually get collected. Now you got weapons. And Thinking Men are back to their dastardly ways.
One more, you get this ult, we win the round.
That was a rifle drop.
Maybe you go get the orb
Buy
and you
an
ult this
excess
body.
side. See that money? They cannot be afford to throwing any more of those away. Marta at least with the operator in hand, and I fancy a bit of a longer angle towards B, but there's all that Cypher util to fight through. You do, of course, have the ability to break it in B main, but this Cypher util is being placed further back from B main, like the standard
Oh, didn't
spot.
get either of them.
And yeah, that doesn't do anything. It does not clear this util at all.
Spy cam will read it. Reformed is still completely unknown. Help
Woo!
from above, but Mata's
down.
just a little bit different.
Oh my
Odashima
God.
able to now use that for a chance to get the neural theft off. And the only thing about this is Vix has gotten to this angle very quickly, but not quick enough. Time a bit of an issue, but the plant's going to come through, and everyone's looking down main
Go get your
towards
alt
Scrubble
back,
Bubble, who
Mata.
knows that he is going to be figured out, and he may just have to just back up and save this.
I mean,
or
both
find a
the Thinky
weapon.
Men in a pretty good spot, right? Like they are bonusing here essentially. I think we had Pain walking into the round with just a sheriff and traded up, albeit for a brief moment.
That was terrifying.
For a proper rifle. So Scrubble Bub though not incentivized to push in. Would love though to inflict some financial catastrophe on this MXS team, who have a chance now to stabilize.
And think back to the other micro moment as we were watching Mata just do his circus tricks, juggling both weapons over towards B. That was, again, just enough, a little bit of toggle to allow Brock to go back and pick up the operator with the successful execution towards B. So little things starting to matter here for MXS. Saw it in the first half. The 3 rounds in a row where it was 2v5s essentially on site the defense were able to hold. And now you got a little bit of juggling going on with the weapons as we take a look at that first blood, which was all just meant to be a check for information going a bit awry. But MXS successful attack towards B puts them back up 5.
There was someone that I called Comrade earlier, and there's another person with Comrade in their alias right now talking. What is this?
Especially on low ping, just quietly.
That's so random.
Okay, we'll have that standard Viper walk for an out defense. You can
almost got that actually.
Through this one, but it's normally just.
Okay, we know both are behind the wall though.
Debuff on the attackers moving up. I like the preemptive snake bite here. This slows Mata down enough that he's subject to the spy cam dart.
Backside trip though, careful,
Scrubble Bub down already.
Yeah, and the thing about this is it's just down to if the defenders can even get footing back on this site. I mean, they really don't have any tools, and you've got Paint with an operator. You don't anticipate him finding too much.
Come on, okay.
Coming through, does find a bit of chunk damage, but the kills aren't there. And that will be the end of the attempt, says Paint will back out of sight. Lear will do whatever he can, which is not much. 6 shots from Brock. And another successful quick hit comes out of MXS, even taking the operator out of hand. Is any flawless for their 11.
Yeah, very quickly. That economy broken there for Thinking Men. They get put between a brook and a hard place with that operator played close on the A side. Dirty stuff.
Yeah.
And we have a timeout here, justifiably. Again, this is less about this round, but probably the one following here. Because you do not have a buffer. You're probably going to make the decision here if you're just going to force into it for the rest of the game. And this is the result of Thinking Men having such an atrocious first half. You have to make these hard decisions now. Otherwise, MXS are going to run away with it. Mata really coming alive. My goodness.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, this is kind of, you know, what we talked about in the pre-show. This map, as much as we often thought that Thinking Man was just more polished as a squad on split,
honestly,
this map could simply be...
I know Vic is chilling at 16-8 below Mata, but I think he's equally as impactful on this. Like some of those early rounds when we're at 3-1, I think Vic carried us through those early rounds. And then once we settled into the game, that's when Mata took us, you know, like 8 straight. Huge fucking map by these two. Really picking up the slack.
Been a 1v1 that's determined it, but obviously the efficacy of what we've gotten from Mata has been astronomical compared to that of Paint.
Yeah, and a lot of it actually not really with the operator. Mata got caught in some uncomfortable positions at times in that first half, having to like retake with an op. It's really been about that sort of raw aggression he's been able to manufacture with the rifle play. Again, like set up here to potentially receive like an A pop, just a tailwind out from Paint. But again, with an early 0 point, this kind of swayed the defenders from going for that. And he's out in the open, he's splashed. He can't be allowing that to happen here. Broad comes across, Spike did get loose, but they have info on Vix's position. Things have to slow down here for MXS by necessity.
That's going to activate this lurk.
Yeah, because they can't get rid of caves. They can't just rotate back to B because they're already giving up weapons. And they're going to give Thinking Men a chance to actually salvage this drifting. So they have to hold this and wait for Odashima to play the long fight. This will not be a wrap back to B. They will have to commit to trying to take these defenders off the A site simply because they can.
Remember yesterday when I was complaining? Wait, that was off stream. I literally fucking mauled it on a kid.
Both Cyphers rapping at the same time on different parts of the map. I don't know if MXS are ready for this. They probably should be at this point. I guess they're hoping that Otoshima can see some of that action via halls, but that's not reasonable. Brock doing well to at least get the 1 kill here. Reformed has all the info he needs. It's a Cypher 1v1 for the round.
Yeah, the spike is right in front of him. This is all just about when the contact happens. He takes the swing. Otoshima.
I like that. He made sure that ping hit him so that way he could swing right. He made sure that when it pinged, he wasn't like far right. He made sure he had room to swing right. That was actually a really good swing off the ping. Sick fucking clutch.
On a thrifty to collect free weapons. You have to hold your position at caves. So Otoshima makes the quick wrap all the way through elbow, up through nest, and
but yeah, I literally was playing Breeze. Unironically, I was playing Breeze last night and I lost it on someone because it was a similar scenario where I was on like an insane lurk and the 2 players, instead of doing what MXS just did, you know, they activated the wall, they droned, they're drawing pressure. They're drawing like a lot of people here and they're showing presence. When I was back here, my teammates did nothing. I started specking them, and I'm not even trolling you. They still hadn't used the Viper wall, the Sova dart, the Sova drone, the shocks, the orb. Fuck, who else was alive? I don't even remember who else was alive, bro, but I was so tilted when I saw the Viper and the fucking Sova with full util.
Spawn angle. Pain has good timing.
I fought 4 people.
Just as he heads there, but Brock's able to find.
I lurked through halls undetected, and I fought 4 people. That's how terrible my
Very
team is.
one-sided Breeze here. Thinking man obviously wanted to go to this map.
Right.
Kind of, you know, felt comfortable about heading this way, and yeah, they were very soon proven to be wrong. A very back and forth game of 2 one-sided maps so far.
Yeah, one match after this.
I still think, you know, Thinking Men are going to look back at this map and they're going to look at rounds 5, 6, and 7. It just flat out. Those 3 rounds where they had great executions towards sites but weren't able to secure the kills of the defenders that were still on site was the difference maker. Because as soon as MXS find the confidence saying we're 2v5ing these guys on the site with their utility coming at our faces, that's enough for then the advantages for Mata to provide single. So
it was the KO ult round.
So I think if you
this
look
shit was
back
fire.
At those 3 rounds,
look at this. We're at 3-1.
A little bit of a longer chance.
Our money not that sick.
Nothing but MXS.
They have fucking KO ult.
Great ideas from Thinking
We're reading that they have KO ult because we have Cypher trips on A, but Cypher all the way on B. This cam, super early info. It sees all the way down main. It's not this one in mid. It's anti-KO ult. This Viper Molly gonna land on the wall right here for Brock. I mean, this is a sick setup. Really sick setup.
Stick around, everybody. We're going to a decider map. I believe it's Bind on the other side.
This is what really got things going.
I think that across the map is Thinking Men are more than happy to wait this out. They now see the Al drone. That's going to go by very quickly.
Cool dart. Wow. Sick dart.
Okay, here's the recon. And yeah, okay. Null command. This could be a problem now.
His molly should be landing like right here soon. It takes a long time to land, but it just landed. There it is right there.
Try and hold close.
It makes that kill happen in like 1 shot, dude. Look at that. This guy goes from literally like full health to nothing so fast.
A problem now.
Watch
we'll
this.
Have to push up towards that corner by Brock. He'll try and hold close.
Bro, he died so fast.
Jesus. Odo's able to find one, and here comes horribly.
Such a good hold.
So,
and then we win this round, even though we shouldn't, because the neural theft, right?
Playing that corner.
Yeah, like they get this kill, and they neural theft the body, and we still win.
I do like this setup though for Mata. One little angle, watch the mid doors. Door's gonna come up for a second. It's gonna be a flash out completely.
Big run by Mata.
He's no behind Orange, but the reveal flyer on the other side of Madonna. Paint should be able to wrap around here.
Madonna.
Deep attacking Viper wall. Needs to paint a setup.
We grab 2.
The defensive rotator.
And then Vic. Oh, this was a big kill. This was the kill on Lear that you were talking about. This fight was actually massive. Yeah. I actually think this was one of the key moments of the game. In hindsight, this fight is a key moment of the game.
But the 2 defenders inside the site find a couple of key eliminations, plus they get the spike carrier. So what looked to be just an absolute breakthrough for Thinking Men has kind of gone awry.
After this round, we ran away with it. They probably win this round with that fight, because there's no way that we would account for this player in halls like this. This is like crazy repositioning, given the fact that the other guy is way over there. So we get that one. And then is this where we like fully settle in? Or is this another close round? Oh, this is the Mata Savior round. Actually, like, so again, like, yeah, these middle rounds, bro, they could have beaten us. They really could have beaten us here. Holy fuck.
And it's just Trouble Bubble to try and make it work.
It was sloppy, but we got it done. Holy shit, that was close though. Those middle rounds were very sketchy. Stats for that second map. Holy. Look at our first bloods, dude. Odorous must have had a really good defensive F, yeah? Oh, I meant to say attack, by the way, because that's what we played second half. Here we go. Damn. Honestly, props to us for settling into this game with this start after this map, because I thought we were cooked, guys. I thought it was just a really bad day for us, low-key. To whoever asked what match, or if there is a match next, there is YFP versus QR. I love Blind. I think Blind might be my favorite map. Keegan, I'm gonna try to go until like 5:30ish. 5:30ish. I gotta be somewhere at 6. So it's just, I'll try to go. If it's 2-0, I'll probably be able to do it. If it's 3 maps, it could get sketchy. I don't know if Closeville. Anyone know? Anyone know? Can they pick Clove right now in challengers? I don't think so. There also was a bug recently that I saw Riot tweeted about that you can't pick them right now in comp, or maybe not comp. Where did I see this? It's on my fucking Twitter feed. Bro, I don't know. No, I'm streaming. Restricting VCT next week. I know in VCT it's not till next week, but I wasn't sure about challengers. I'm not really sure where I saw that, but I saw it on my Twitter feed earlier today. I already know what this bit's gonna be.
Write that down.
That's good. That's a good one.
That's a good one. That's good.
Yeah.
Write that down.
That's good. That's a good one.
That's a good one. That's good.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
I told you guys it was not going to be the same as last week. We had to go to a map number 3. We had to go the distance. And of course, it had to be this first match of the week between Moist Shopify and Thinking Man, we just saw a map of Breeze that was also just like the first map, one-sided, but not the other way
that's
around.
probably it.
A Moist
You found
Shopify
it.
shift that now we saw playing more the way that we expected.
Due to a
and
recently
I think
discovered
that I
bug
wanna
with
talk
Clove, the
about something
agent's
that you mentioned earlier,
eligibility
Des,
for
before we jump into
international
that
league
second
competition
map, and it was,
will be put on
it had to
hold.
be that jet
Previously,
duel
the
to
agent was scheduled to enter
guarantee
competition for
Shopify
Week 2,
taking
Stage
us
1.
to that
We were
to that
working
third
hard
map,
to get
and
them
that is
into play
exactly
as
what they
soon as
did.
we
It was a
can.
meta diff all along.
Oh,
When
so yeah,
over
you
20
definitely
kills,
can't
less
pick
than 10
Clove right
deaths,
now.
he was just popping off.
There's no
Yeah,
way.
23 and 9.
There's no way you
Angels
can pick
kills for-
Clove in challengers if that's the statement from today. I didn't know the exact wording of it, but yeah, you can't pick them. There's no way. There's no way.
Big time jet diff to be sure, but it's more than just that. I think in particular you look again at those 3 rounds in the first half before
they don't even have them on the patch. Okay, well, so that means that they must be on the patch with the old Viper shit, right? Because there was the silent Viper nerf. So that means that this patch must be the patch with the old buffed site or Viper stuff, like the extra time.
Access never looked back, flat out. Just individual plays after individual plays. Mata was not guarded. You couldn't throw enough bodies on him to keep him restrained. And that was, again, that's the MXS kind of effect. When you start to feel confident, they just pull up that front page of their playbook, which is the "we're better than you" strat, and they just started running it down.
Yeah, I mean, come on, like Breeze is the kind of map that is heavily decided by like their first kill, first death, and then we're talking about a team who converts the most of their 5v4 rounds in general. Then you look at the first kill, first death.
The Viper stuff was actually from 6 months ago? What? How did no pro team notice that?
He absolutely flattens them. Like it is so oppressive to play from that position, and you know, having Vic have these huge moments, they're not anti-eco stomps. Like he's generally.
I mean, it's hard for us to notice. The only people that would notice are like the players that like enter private custom servers and are like testing out stuff, or like a coaching staff or some shit, or a Viper one trick that like makes content. Those are the people that would find it out. It's weird that no one, although low key in the pro scene, if you were to find something like that, you are not snitching. You are definitely not snitching. If I find that as a coach, bro, talkers get walkers on my team. I'm just saying, like, that is actual fucking info. Like, if my teammate found out about the Viper silent nerf, we're not saying anything. We're not saying a word. Like, I'm not even trolling. Like, why would we say anything?
The rounds get the first kill.
I'm not even trolling. I'm not even saying that to be like scummy or anything. Like, dead ass, like, no pro team, why would they snitch?
Gun round. Win gun round.
I bet pro teams
4 out of
knew.
5 of the rounds they won were a result of winning the pistol, right? Pistol anti-eco on both halves.
Yeah, it's not your job.
1 round and a gun round. And that is devastating. You are playing from behind the entire game virtually. When you're not getting first pick by Mata, Vic is mowing you over.
But how would it give you advantage over others? Just understanding, so like when an orb is activated, like you time on 13 seconds, you know, like whereas other teams might be timing on like 15 seconds still, or whatever that timing might be, like execute on like 12 seconds, like right before the orb goes down. So that way we hit like the GOAT timing. You know, you can time things better. And also, I mean, it might make you lean towards a different comp. Like, honestly, it might make you change a comp and layer a little bit better. I don't think the change was significant enough to warrant Viper like not getting played, but any kind of knowledge about the mechanics of the game like that the other team doesn't know that you know is an advantage. So it's like, it's not a huge advantage, but it's definitely an advantage.
I think they struggled on the B side a lot. And some of there were some rounds they got all the way up halls.
I mean, we're supposed to win
that A
this
site,
shit.
right? I think it was an anti-eco round, to be fair.
It was, yeah, it was.
They do well in that part of the map. But Moist like Shopify make more use of mid. They will stick Mata in tunnel and have him watch the cross. They will have him in nest. You know, they will really make use of that position.
And that is such a big difference too, because There's something that I've heard a couple of players say, and that always stays with me, because we try to break down these rounds, break down why Thinking Man couldn't really close out these rounds, close out those rifle rounds. But the truth is, some players go and say, you know, you can have this strat, you can have this plan around the map, but a player goes in, kills 3, and that's the round. There's nothing you can do. You can plan all you want, but when you have a player on the other side like Mata performing the way that he did, it's very difficult to play around. And for Thinking Man, a team that we've seen struggle, this is where the struggles get to show again and get to shine a little bit more again. So Shift, we've kind of gone back and forth between how we feel about Thinking Man from the map 1 to the map 2. Yep. How do you feel about this third map that we're going into of Bind?
Yeah, so here's the anticipation, you know, because this has been kind of a staple for Thinking Men in the last, well, calendar year now, that they've ran double duelists. They've ran Yoru with the Raze. And I think a lot of that is, again, you have the affordability to take a little bit of weight off Paint's shoulders, saying, we're not just relying on you to take over, kind of like where on the other front, MXS do look towards Mata to be maybe not the one factor, but he is a factor that they can rely on to just dominate and take over on this map. So when you get off Breeze, you're no longer looking at the Mata Jet diff versus what Paint was able to bring or not bring on Jet. They're trying to ease the pressure off that duelist role by adding another element towards finding information, gathering the intel in a confirmed way, and then using that. That's where they were great on Split, and I would hope that they can find ways to replicate that here again, because in the time that we've seen them play it, they did play it in week number 1 versus YFP. Their attacking half was so much better than what we've seen to this point, because they are able to confirm information off that Yoru. So that's what I'm mostly looking forward to, I think, for Thinking Man.
One thing I want to see on the attacking side, if you're playing this Yoru comp, it's like show up showers at the start of the round and just gate crash towards B-Long, yes. Right? We saw Tens, we see Tens do this all the time when he plays one. Show up in showers, maybe trade, maybe just like, you know, contest the orb a bit and then join the rest of your team at B-Long. I think this comp, as opposed to the Gecko comp, is extremely good at pulling people into rotations, and it also fights very well for back A side. Whereas the Gecko comp can, but often chooses not to, right? You get enough smokes down, you might throw a mosh pit towards the back of U-Haul, and you just wingman plant and then sit an A short. And honestly, you give the defenders a little bit more room for retake, albeit it is harder to like break the post plant setup that can be really oppressive. So, you know, I enjoy watching teams who really want to get into that A site and just make it very, very hard to come from like, you know, defender spawn side of the map and have any retake opportunity.
And this is really interesting. I really like that you mentioned Tens, for example, playing with this Yoru, because the composition that you see for Thinking Man, it is exactly the same composition that we saw Sentinels in VCT run throughout VCT Americas the entire time. It was with this Yoru and this Raze, this double duelist that was working out. And then they go and change the composition a little bit, right? So for Masters, for example, you don't see the Yoru anymore, you see the Gecko. So it's in a way adapting a little bit more to what Moist Shopify is doing with this Gecko, but they're doing it in their own way, right? They're playing these double initiator. That is quite a lot of information, because you can really play around it, right? You send the Dizzy, it gets shot, but then you send the guiding light as well. So you have a lot of opportunity shift to play around these double initiator. But there's still a good chance for Thinking Man. I just want to see the way that they play around this Yuri, and like Uber said as well, playing around showers, which I feel like sometimes is missing for some teams.
Yeah, it definitely can be, and I think the thing that's interesting, kind of to further up that conversation, is that Thinking Men were trying to pull a Gecko and a Yoru at the same time, and I have to imagine them swapping over to Sky in week number 1 was more off the fact of we're not able to confirm that these flashes in the space that we're trying to take is confirmed space. So that's where I think the difference is, because as much as you'd love to have the sidekick jump in, plant the spike for you, or give attempt to defuse, if you can't confirm the space that he's getting, then you all of a sudden feel like you're just really kind of like standing on shaky ground, so to speak. So I'll be curious if they stick to what they played in week 1, or if they go back to that Gecko again.
Well, it's time to find out if they're going to change anything at all. If the Gecko is going to stay the same, if the Yoru is going to stay the same, as we get to jump into the agent select. And I'm really interested, because map 3, these two teams have really shown their strengths today, and we get to see the compositions. Yeah, Paint is going to be on the Yoru. On the other side, Brock is going to be on that Gecko. It's time for the map 3, and
so instead of a double
once
duelist,
again,
double initiator.
the match is your guys.
Thank you very much.
Solo Sky can be a little bit sketch in this meta without like the recharge shit.
The Gecko on this map, I think you really want to get a lot of value from Trailblazer. It gives you, early info towards your ball, for example, and you can clear hook up much more effectively
That's crazy.
Excuse me. I got it. Nope. Okay.
What is happening right now, bro?
Men då går det upp. Andra hållet. Jana.
ちょっとエレベーターの中はもうちょい静かに。
Of course, that DFM dude on the phone, the fucking hell.
Whoa. Dude, what's wrong? No. I wanna go. No. I always go. Not this time. Dude, let me go. No. Please, let me go. Not this time. I wanna get off. Not this time, man. Bro.
That's
hey, why didn't you let me go? Huh? I told you. I always go. Why would you even try to push the Let me go. I tried
What is this bit, bro? Oh my god, we're on a clock.
This is where you get on.
That's pretty sick. That was sick. That was sick.
Going off of maps that they beat Oxygen Esports on, then they'll get trashed on this one like they did on Split. So bear that in mind.
It's like
no team
probably
on any
low
map is a monolith
cost,
here in
but also
challenges.
like
Every week
fun as
we
fuck.
see
You
these
get still
seismic
players.
shifts in performance as evidenced
See a
by our
talent,
first map in
broadcast
this
talent. I like
series.
that a lot.
It'll be MXS starting with the attacking side, and Scrubblebub there sort of
Damage.
exposed himself to a lot of early damage.
Come on, come on.
Pinch coming up
we
eight
could've got
short here.
two
The
there
best
for
Otoshima
sure.
can get is that
fuck.
trade.
The thing is, you have Pete in a position to, I was going to say,
What?
maybe try to follow quickly through this play up towards mid, but it's actually Scrumble who gets there first. So really good stuff. Now Payne misses out maybe on a freebie, but performs right behind. We'll get the counter trade. Fly up 1v2, and he knows the Spike is in a very precarious space. Not much you can do here besides maybe try to have a little flash pop to see if the classic will work, but it's a double stack high-low here for Reformed and Paint. One shoulder will likely be all you need. There's the flash, and nope, Paint will be there to follow up on the elimination. Pistol won again by Thinking Man.
Awkward timing there for the Sky to have to bail herself out of a 1 versus 2. Yeah, I mean, great round by Scrubblebubble, honestly. Despite taking a ton of damage early in the round, for some reason, I think Otoshima takes contact inside that poison orb there. Great little push up A short, though. It happens a few moments before that, yeah, just like how that engagement between the Vipers goes. But great to get 2 kills and hold on to Hookah there. That is huge. And are we just taking a tech pause after every round?
Yeah, that's the Scrubblebubble effect.
My editors are goated. They just do it all.
Just happens, but gives the teams a little bit of a chance to kind of get themselves centered.
You know, I bet these guys regret signing up with these names and challenges, realizing that not only could they not change them, but we had to call them that.
Correct. There's also that. Yep, 100%.
Anderson,
the other.
Why do we have a tech pause after every pistol? What? Were you actually serious? Whoever said Anderson's game crashes after every first round? Is that actually what's happening?
Pistol rounds, and so far, Thinking Men have absolutely utilized some advantages here, kind of turning that against them in a way. So good stuff for Thinking Men. Again, just looking at the micro as well as the macro. Again, their split polish from 1 week to the next, great. Their pistol has continued to improve throughout all 3 weeks.
Fucking them.
And that's just what you like to see from a team that's at the bottom of the leaderboard currently, trying to make moves. Again, it was a hard opening schedule for them. So
Valorant does the weirdest shit, dude. I was talking to someone about this yesterday. It's like there's certain aspects of Valorant where sometimes you're just on some fucking shit that's just busted. Like his shit is just busted. What the fuck? Yo, Screwface was in the background cooking breakfast without his shirt on.
There'll be accountability for what happened there on Split for them. We expect this map to be just a
Did
little
you
bit
see
closer
that?
here. A little bit more chaotic.
Did
perhaps, at
anyone
times.
see that?
And again, next couple rounds, we're going to start to see the role that Paint wants
What
to
the
take
fuck is
here.
going on?
For now, it's just over towards A as we have a fast push towards Hookah here for MXS.
yeah, at least some show of force, right? Just comes down to how much do they actually commit here versus
the clone
just wanting
coming
to
in
win
for
this position and
some
then
fake
resetting
TV
it another
pressure.
way. Fake teleport through. That fools absolutely nobody. But the flash to follow at least should confirm maybe one, if not two.
There's some Viper.
Problem is, Lear is going to have to just burst his way through this.
One coming in,
Actually,
both
the
coming
damage
in.
is decent. Just not enough to find any
He's
kills. Now he's in a
offside.
little bit of trouble.
Yeah, we
And
might
that
be
will
able
be
to
enough for him to
get
get
this,
taken
guys.
down by the right click. Also, the Dizzy finding effective value up against Scrubble Bubble,
yeah.
and that may lead to a free plant.
That's
know
a
we got
great
him
Dizzy.
pinned.
Scrubble Bubble was in such a good spot to actually receive the push out of Hookah, but in fact gets taken down. Pain here has to try and find a way through 2 different types of mollies. Eventually, we'll get his pound of flesh.
I think we needed to kill
2v3 now. Victor emerges at just the right time. The spray there was a bit wayward. It at least is a trade. Brock is there to respond. Paints that on the other side, and some right clicks should get the job done. Brock, so close. The no cigar here is thinking, man, will secure that anti-eco.
Anything but the classic, he probably wins it. It's unfortunate. But
was
hey, still
super
punishing
close.
nonetheless for the anti-eco. This will very much so restrict.
I think it was hard because, like, I think no matter who takes the fight on that guy, they're gonna lose. But somehow we needed to pinch that player. It is a very hard kill considering that player has a gun and we don't. But leaving that player there while they're flooding out spawn creates way too much variance.
Love to get the spike planted. And like we continue to harp on from previously in the other 2 maps, they are very successful either when finding first blood or playing in healthy numbers on post-plant situations. So lots of things here for Thinking Men to consider jumping into this very tricky
right
third round.
standing, right?
Oh, okay, that's pretty decent info about that forward
so
shower.
late, though. Bro, that is such a late molly. Uh-oh.
Not sure what Scrubble Bob was hoping for there. And I think the flag gets a ton of info as well. This will definitely make MXS think twice about this A push.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of commitment off this play, though. I'm actually surprised that MXS is just trying to burst in towards Hookah after that kill onto Scrubble Bubble. But playing a little cautious just in case there's a judge, that could definitely be part of it. Stingers are also, you know, meta right now. And a lot of conversation about that. So Thinking Men will get away with what was largely a hard gamble towards that A Showers push. Now they can reset defensively. Gatecrash can get Yoru back in towards spawn, or he can take the teleport. And you've also got the information on Lear. That's enough for the thrash. No way Lear gets out of that. Perfect execution. Very clean.
They couldn't spend the last flash that they had for Flyer on clearing Hookah. The thrash apparently is an economical option. Fair enough.
It sure is.
Now they'll take contact here. Pain's able to find a quick double with that Sheriff. But not enough to keep spirits and economy of MXS down. They'll get it on the board here. And
good approach coming out of this bonus for Thinking Man. I noticed they actually did this on Breeze as well. They made sure to not buy all the way down on their bonus, and it caused them to have a really poor buy on their 3rd round, which then allowed them to have a great buy on their 4th round and win their 4th round. And then they lost the KO ult round and everything fell apart. So they won this round on Breeze. It was the round after they fell apart.
Additional drift for Paint, because you can use it to essentially just dominate one side of the map immediately, or you can use it as a way to confirm what the retake will look like if you want to play off of what will potentially be like a conceded plant to MXS. We'll see how it goes.
Vix just avoided that Sky Flash inside shower there. So that's just going to force utility.
I love that. If that flash would have got something, we would have seen the Sky Flash. No way.
Wow. That's beautiful. Absolutely love that. Might have cut down through the smoke. And MXS have barely got in a position to actually push onto A before losing a player.
Yep, and if you want to know the reasons on why this Thinking Men team has swapped away from playing the Gecko and Yoru into now forfeiting that for the Sky, it's that play right there. Be able to throw things through the teleporter, let your Yoru push through, find a kill, Gatecrash back to safety. It's a free first blood. Only thing is Showers has been given away, but that is voluntary. Boombot trying to recontest, and that's enough for the spam to eventually land, and MXS are now stuck trying to make their way onto site.
We have no A-Short presence at all for MXS. There's the one-way Viper smoke there, so there's nothing Odashima can really do, but we've kind of waited out. Winning that challenge is important, but still a 2 versus 4.
Doable.
Broke away with spray up, corrected at just the right time. Able to find a second there. Reformed is down. The double swing though into Showers is good.
One molly. Good
This
molly.
leaves Odashima now 1v2.
The molly shows that
Post-smart,
he's
to be
short,
fair.
but he's actually crossing.
You can always just swing this wall. See the setup there is pretty good, and yep, Odashima
Well
did not.
played, well played. God damn it, dude. All right. We have good money, though, because our 2nd round went well, and our bonus went well also. So we do have a good buy.
Up early, but
block the enemy's line of sight.
again, MXS individually, they are not to be
Big
trifled
round.
with. They can find ways to manage 1v2 situations, making the...
What do I mean by, like, buying down? That's like a saying. It's interesting. That's actually like just a saying from CS.
Look to be a has a second thrash
show you what I mean.
in round freaking 5. So
Round frickin'
7-3 helps, but the extra plants that have come through have definitely.
You can see it.
aided
So
towards
like,
a quick
the,
charge.
I would say like they
And this
bought
creates another
down
issue here for
to
Cypher.
like
I mean, you really can't
probably like
quit the Viper spec
1-6.
this round
Some of their
because
team
the
was
pressure
like, you know,
cleared
just
itself.
like they probably called like a half buy, buy down to a certain amount of money on their team so that they can afford full util next round.
Caught the wrong side of it. Gets caught by the thrash as well.
Just having knowledge
able to
about
slink away.
what
Should be
dollar
able to
amount you
strike this
want.
off, but you've given your haul over. Vix has done very well to take contact and find the first player, but there's more where that came from. Plant down, Wingman gets the job done. Paint gets taken down inside showers, and a Viper's been defensively being considered here, but no chance of scrub and bud to make use of it. The 2 versus 2
Oh
in the
no,
post
hold flank, hold flank, hold flank, hold flank, hold
MXS is
flank.
set up with both Molly agents.
But the thing is, they have no idea that Lear's playing off this back angle. He's going to find the gun and the kill for free. That sets up the post-plant Molly to be completely awry. Otoshima by himself. The 1v1 Trailblazer dealt with, and now he can
Crazy
reposition
fast.
around this. Oh, how
Oh my
smart is this from
God.
Otoshima?
Very well
Lear would
played.
have to win an unreal 1v1, and he does! Right through the poison screen. It looked like Otoshima was predicting maybe a U-Haul setup, but Lear just pushes right through, clears out the close cubby, and then the long-range 1v1 with the Phantom connect for
Dude,
the
I don't
headshot
think he
and
should
the
have faced. Yeah, he shouldn't have faced. That's a bad ang to face. That's just not. He faced because he had like a good shot at a 1, but like that particular face is hard because his wall is obviously like in front of stairs. So the elevation that guy could peek him from is like 3 different elevations. And then horizontally, he could have peeked him from like a slew of places too. It's just not a good angle to hold.
The thrash is spent to clear out U-Hauls. The MXS are going to run through that and try to recollect it again. So they spend a lot of resources to make that more contestable. And there is that moment of, I won't say luck, but a bit of blessing that there was that quick judge swap that got punished. Oh, nice flash. Doesn't matter. What? Wait, how does he not get traded here? Hello?
How did he not get traded?
No traders?
Actually?
Okay.
Oh my God.
I think Reformed was playing back behind the Molly initially, but I don't know why he didn't move up
Yo, wait.
Yeah.
Sideshow and Rim
Down.
both raided me. Holy
I think
fuck.
he was too close to
The
corner, maybe.
Brenshaw
The angle
raid.
wasn't quite favorable.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, you just
Appreciate
think that
you
after
both.
the blind spot gets sent that you're just going to double swing that, but all right. Small mistake.
Viper's Pit be long here. To say nothing of what you can do coming out of Hookah. My goodness, that's a lot of
No way.
util you're getting hit by up
He
on
thought
that
the
side.
Dizzy went towards
Somehow, Lear's
elbow.
able to get away.
been
Hiding
so
now
good at
inside
that.
the orb.
Bro.
Pushing through, container
Bro.
1 and 2. Oh, that's
What?
stunning. The fact that you get out of that side hit and find 3 after the fact.
What?
Ridiculous.
It feels a little like Split, doesn't it, Mitch? I
Yeah.
mean, it's just another moment.
He thought the Dizzy shot elbow? Oh, this isn't looking good. This is not looking good. Yeah. We definitely have to take a timeout here. Based on the loss bonus, we're probably going to half buy. One-off Seekers, get Brimble. Our hookah pops have been strong on bind, but it's like this should have fucking worked. Like, low-key, this hookah pop should have worked. But I don't think you can run a hookah pop right here. I feel like it's too obvious. I do feel like this ult needs to be used. I think this needs to be like one of the aggressive plays we saw at Amada when we played OXG. Whether that be when we go B, he's pushing through elbow like super aggressively. Or we're going A and he's literally like, we're doing the deep smokes on A. Like 1 heaven, 1 deep spawn, and he's like in the spawn smoke. Or satchelating into heaven or some shit. We were very successful when Mata was like breaking the front lines.
Give up, they're able to turn gun round. They have like a decent buy.
She paint on my leer till I reform. Wait, you are cooking. She paint on my leer till I reform.
From playing onto the Rays takes away the focus and priority that your Rays has to be the one to create your space. So you don't have to worry about that being the one player to find eliminations, to find kills, to find success, breaking into sight. Where so far on the other side, Mata's been the one trusted to be one of the first ones in, and he has not had the same success that you would have anticipated that he was able to carry from Breeze. There's a lot of things you have to clear, a lot of things you have to check. So it's just a difference in identity and mentality of what we want to do compositionally and where we kind of thrust a lot of our weight towards. And for now, Thinking Men are getting away with it.
Time to jump.
You know just setting up another gate crash just in case.
What?
Okay. All right, we don't
Bro,
know.
we can't be giving up that
Beautiful
kill
stuff.
right
Pain
there,
able to pull out
man.
there as the flash came in. He knew he'd not be able to win that fight out. We do have an auto strike ready for the invariable plant attempt. That will be denied.
That's just one of those moments. It's kind of like pre-firing through smoke. You just catch him on a corner. Molly to follow. Yep, Brock has to give it away. Paint Shells does create some space here. Keep your eyes fly. He may decide to chalice, but yeah, perfect counter. Dimensional drift comes through, and this should confirm for Thinking Men what this entire setup looks like.
They're giving us a lot, guys. Like, they are misplaying this massively right now.
And instead picked up Wingman earlier on. That's nicely done, actually. And even with Dimensional Drift, you kind of give that info over. You're out of the util to interrupt that. Now into the post plant, 4v5.
Still orbital strike, Mitch. This is still winnable.
Big down. Oh, hang on a minute. Flag in a swing here. Right around those boxes. The Brock has the other angle there from U-Haul.
They choked this round so hard. Why did they give us so much respect in the 5-on-4 and use these ults in the worst way possible?
Somehow Lear's able just to get the 1v1 because the spike, of course, is where all the attention is.
Oh my god. They gave us so much space, dude. They gave us so much space. This is literally why it's been my pet peeve for years and years in fucking these video games. When I hear some dumb fuck on my team say, "It's Eco, don't peek. It's Eco, don't peek. Don't fucking peek, bro. Why are you giving them fights, man? Why are you giving them fights?" Because if we don't, then they'll all be in super advanced positions playing a post and have a massive fucking advantage. You have to still play the fucking game. Dude, holy shit, they misplayed that round. Very common.
And now MXS have full weapons after the successful
the satchel's fire.
The initial engagements absolutely perfectly through. Oh man, small mistakes leading to massive outcomes here as Thinking Men are left just down to 1.
Yeah, I mean, this round blew out in a big way there. Not much to write home about. Thinking Men tried a bit of a thrust up ace short. MXS, as it seems like they always are, were ready for it. And maybe, I guess, in the previous round, Thinking Men like worried about like a TP dive play and have the side switch to B, but it seems a little implausible.
They still had so many tools available. They still had Showstopper.
They bought out there too. Man, they really gifted us away in this round or this game. We have 3 ults. We're winning the ult economy now. We're winning the true economy now. And we're rallying back. Here's their timeout.
Most likely here for Thinking Men, trying to stave off and cauterize the wounds that have come through for MXS. And again, there's really not really many glaring issues. It just comes to a couple of mid-round adjustments and calls that just haven't quite been there. I think the way that they're using Pain has been ultimately successful. You know, him and Lear together have found a lot of activity, and a lot of it has gone their way. Maybe one of those things you kind of try to see, can we get more value out of Scrubble Bubble? Because at the moment, it's just been kind of placing utility.
I mean, dude, Thinking Men's coach, I don't know. I don't really know, like, how organized that team truly is. Like, who's their coach? Let's see. Curry Shot. I'm not really sure how frustrated he would be. I would be super frustrated. I would definitely have like 8 protocols ready for the next time I play the game. I would talk about this round like extensively if I were coaching that team. Because it's a very big thing. It's like this, like doing what they did here isn't like a one-person thing. It's like no one was stepping up and getting the info. And they actually had insane ults to fucking win the round. Like, they're in a 5v4 eco. They used all 3 of these ults, and they got 0 value. That's insane. That is such a fuck up. To have your ult and those 2 ults and not get any value.
Decoy comes through. So what? Who cares for MXS? Nice to see you. Nice to know that the Yoru is still playing over towards A.
Right here.
And, well, the hookah play will be deterred by the poison cloud.
It's the next fan.
So this is curious because MXS are going to be hard committed over towards Octagon, and there is a Viper's Wall plus Lear with a decent amount of utility to try to stall this out.
All of them go right.
Tell you all you need to know here.
Yeah, agreed.
But yeah, that Yoru does not have a gate crash, I think, over a B. So Paint's got a long walk ahead of him. Again, the guns aren't great here for Thinking Men. And you get onto the side pretty easily. Again, just double smoke it out and expect some action from Elbow.
It's a flood smoke, but Mata immediately knows to just get the line ahead of it. Elbow push in the mid round is very late. This is fucking
Want to have a chance at this
normal.
round. There's just no other way about it. And yep, Mata's aware of that. and even steps a bit further forward, and that will likely be the round unless someone pops off from inside the site. Well, we're in that same conversation pool here, Mitch, where it's just Mata starting to feel himself just a touch. A couple of decent exchanges, though. Does keep this a little bit more restricted towards the repurchase, but all things told, MXS very comfortable in the round.
Right, Vans?
That's kind of what we expected, right?
I feel like they had us on the ropes there. That anti-eco. They had us on the ropes, dude. I thought we were cooked here. And now I truly feel like we're in the driver's seat. Like, I feel like they're the ones that are fucked. My mental is just flipped so quick because of that eco.
Or thrash to try and force the Viper out of that part of the map because they're a little, I guess they're a flashlight, or they're just not inclined to make use of them so early in the round to try and clear hookah.
Yeah. The interesting thing, though, about this round number 10, this is an important one, mind you, in terms of who wins this first half. Operator in hands for Reform playing through Shower. So now defensively that you've got that angle, you can commit kind of like stacking the box defensively towards other angles. And I'm a bit surprised they're not really doing it here towards mid. They're just trusting that smoke cover will be enough to deter any offensive play. And then
we're actually going Shower
would be either
altogether.
make contact and gate crash back. So this is a strange setup defensively for
Molly
Thinking
for
Men,
back you.
but MXS will not know that the wild card is the big stick for Reform.
Flash gets all of No Man's Land
Thrash
here.
is going to see
Reverse clearing Shower with Thrash.
Oh, okay.
Might
Love
have
that. Again,
seen.
play up on those extremities. Wait for contact. That's a free kill with
He
the
got
operator.
the kill, but I think
Again, a little
Thrash
bit harder to make
Satchel
use of it, I
out.
think once you're set up in Showers in a post plant. A great start.
But the thing about this
We're
is
kinda
MXS
fucked here.
cannot
We
set
need
their
that
post plan
kill.
up behind in towards mid anymore. They have to play on top of site, and this is exactly what you do when that is your forced hand. You get forward, you take away the connector, and like you said, you force this operator to have to hit shots.
Now they can back into U-Ball here. Oh, okay, it still gets a bit nasty. Flyer calls that out. Trouble Bub is actually quite problematic here for MXS in the post plant. Okay, Reform pushed off the angle. It's not pure contact here.
I feel like Thinking Men have us in really good scenarios for them, and they don't know how to take engagements from like favorable scenarios that then sets up someone to get a huge play. Like they're really failing. They're really failing on, like, say, you know, this initial kill happens. They have Shower control here. They have players here. They have a flank coming in. It is a disaster if these players peek and die. It is a disaster. Like, just wait this molly out. Fucking don't peek heaven in that moment because you're the only challenge. You are the only challenge. You are going to get singled out. You're going to get 1-on-3. This is the kill that literally MXS is like. I'm saying this like I don't want MXS to win, but like, bro,
That Thrifty was a huge difference maker in this half without question. Good call.
this is the worst I've seen us play it.
Standard shenanigans
They
start of the round.
could
Chloe
technically
makes his
be
crossing.
beating us.
Rourke here, waiting for a bit of action because again, Scrabble Bubble has been trying to vary his setups here. Start of the round. This time not working his way out of hookah, not ratting in there either. It looks like Thinking Men are gambling for A.
And why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And you've got great follow-up
Weird they didn't
potential
use a
just
gate
based on the
crash yet.
composition you're running.
Paint
The only
should
big
probably
difference
use
this
a gate
time is that for the
crash.
first time, Thinking Men may actually try to contest this A mid since what? That gun round where it was over in 20 seconds? That's the only real difference maker here, and apparently MXS have
They're catching
gotten
good time, man.
some
Dog going
idea
through
that
Shower,
this could be
though,
a
is going
play.
to
They're
make them a
use the
little bit
wingman to
cautious
clear
about
out
this
hookah
rotate.
with a Dizzy to follow, so they're playing this all through hookah, and there is just not enough members defensively to even come close to dealing with this.
Thinking Men cheated Scrabble Bubble over into elbow.
Oh, fuck. That time is
Presence here.
awful.
Do they try and pull-
All right, that's going to make us definitely go B here.
Reformed able to get up short there with the stinger. Dizzy available. Wingman, of course, back on deck now for MXS. In they go. Player in elbow.
Holy
Remember, I mentioned
shit,
that earlier.
what a
Scrabble
kill.
Bubble was the individual. Gets taken out instantly by Marta. Rourke here doesn't want to play too aggressive, but opts instead to give up hookah.
Yeah, this is another one of those. You got the Viper spin, so you step into it. Good response, though, from Pain. Lear making it a bit more difficult, but well done by Brock. Just staying so far away from the madness and then eventually
Well
able to tally
played.
where exactly Thinking Men were coming from. It's just one of those
Oh,
rounds that kind of feels
shit.
similar to the last one, just on the opposite site. You don't really know what's coming
What's
from
he
behind you.
doing
You've
there?
got so many resources you can spend towards the front. Sure, the Viper spin doesn't stay as long as you'd like it to, but it creates so much one-dimensional angles that Thinking Men have to push through that all you got to do is trade and then hope your player on the outside gets a read on whoever's left over, and Brock perfectly identifies it.
I'm 12 and I
MXS
don't know what
looking
I'm
to
looking
continue their
at.
trend of 7-5 halves on this map.
He was
That's
dancing,
all they've
right?
had at halftime so
Little
far in
salsa
challenges.
after I got the round.
Great recovery to put 5 in a row together. And that play from Brock there really nicely, considering giving up Hookah to have a weird little off angle on the side.
Woo! Oh, he tried to do the redux.
And Brock not really in a position to interject.
I call that shit the redux these days.
That's almost one of those causes where Mata's like, let me take the focus away from the other members that are here so we don't get three-pieced by this showstopper, because it was absolutely beautifully countered. So he just kind of bursts his way into sight and it forces Reform to have to spend it on him. So maybe reducing the damage a touch, but regardless, Thinking Men give themselves the numbers advantage. They just aren't really able to hold on to shower control. But with the Viper's Pit controlling B-Long, you've got one member holding over towards the hookah steps, everything else in U-Haul. Brock would have to connect a Thrash.
You know what's funny? After that redux thing, when we played OXG and Redux dodged all of those showstoppers, for those of you that are here for that, I actually messaged Mata about that. He's like, dude, I'm gonna fucking prac. And he had someone go in a custom and try to dodge his showstopper the way that Redux went.
Here comes Thrash.
What an odd thing to have to practice, huh?
For the Yoru potentially with that own trip to close corner. Leah's going to come out with one. Okay, Thrash has got some extra legs today. Must have had his Wheaties. Brock now able to explode out from showers. And this will be.
Oh my god, our lurks have been fired.
And Oshima has done more than just keep these Thinking Men players at B. He's even able to go 1-for-1 with them. We're rotating into this side. Brock is coming to B.
Oh my god.
What?
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god, dude. What the fuck, bro? How the fuck did Brock just win that clutch? Running through a brim ult, through the brim molly into the one-on-one.
There's no way. But
what?
That kill from the Viper, instead of trying to isolate into 2 different 1v1s, they don't know where the
That's
defensive...
crazy that he just won that. I don't even understand how he won that clutch. That's fucking insane. Vix, oh man, he's gonna be kicking himself. This is feeling just like Breeze, dude. With that KO round, this is the KO round of Bind. It's the KO round of Bind right there.
Brock comes out, finds the kill, takes it to a 7-5 half instead of the 6-6. That's crazy.
That is pretty wild. Yeah, eventually you've got to make a decision.
He definitely did not think Brock would be through all that shit.
Hey, we'll probe here. There's no showers present, barely any A presence at all here for MXS. We've gambled a B hold.
We must have some kind of sick retake plan.
Well, the numbers will be
really
here for
far
both
back.
sides. We're going to get a very chaotic ghost v ghost
This
setup
Molly
here.
can be banked off
Lear's
of
trying
here
to create
for this,
noise, but this isn't fooling
plan,
MXS
or
at all. They
off
hear
of
the
box
little
itself.
tippy tappy toes, and
easier.
now the counter flash to come through. They're going to challenge this orb pickup.
Oh no, whiff.
Decent though from Thinking Men. They go 3 for
this.
1 until
Get
Vix
this. Get
steps
this,
in.
Vic.
No way he trades this out fully. Nearly does.
Close.
But Vix will stay alive, and now Odoshima's by himself.
I like the idea, right? Interrupt that, you know, the team setting up around the orb, getting ready for the execute. Vix is low, to be fair, but that will be remedied briefly by Leah. And Odoshima has to win on 1v3. Has had less opportunity to get these gainful lurks today. Matt Paul contributing to that to some degree.
Sure, yeah.
Again, when Odoshima on Lotus, that first game here for this team, he was lurking solo, getting 2 for 1s quite easily.
He gets the poison. He gets the poison cloud collection just to separate this, just a touch. It's still a very difficult 1v3, but gives himself a chance. But again, 15 things to look at.
We just lose
and
all
tries
the
to
pistols,
predict the
man.
bench play.
Is that all
not
of
where
them?
the setup was. So Thinking Men, a 3 for 1 exchange over towards B-Long, the difference maker. It looked like Vic was about to just
all of them?
single-handedly trade it all back to even numbers. Just not quite.
We lost them all.
MXS's pistol record is getting absolutely savaged today.
Yeah. Is that all 6? Go to Thinking Men?
Yep. Pretty sure. At least 5? I think MXS win the pistol round.
Yeah, 10, yeah. So it's looking
6 out of
like-
6. Oh my god. Yep. They've lost every pistol round today. Crazy.
That's wild. That's wild.
Oh, buddy. Okay. Well, hey, they've still been able to get a pretty decent result so far in this series, despite that small wrinkle.
All right, some fake
Now we're
pressure
more
over here
distributed
at
across
B.
the map. We've actually, got pretty close
Early
holding
Dizzy
plays in a
combined with the
short and
smoke,
outside of
Sky holding the line,
Yeah,
Viper
again,
jump
just
spotting.
talking about the agent compositional differences.
It's gonna allow a
Thinking
heavy
Men
stack
will
here.
have a little bit of a tougher time.
Like you could see this run could get tricky for them if they hit A in this next like 20-second window. But instead they realize like what I'm saying, right? They've given up B side for the whole start of the round, so they need to figure out what's going on here. And seeing someone spotting like that, it either means 1, there's a trap play right here, or 2, this is the weak side and that guy's just looking for info. And when the trap play doesn't happen, they're probably thinking, okay, that was just info. And they're further probably speculating that someone else would have rotated over. But in order to like really push people back to A now, they use the util there, and now they're going to roll to B. It's a good round.
This guy is standing, channeling that ability.
Well, the thing about this is all just essentially a fake, and whoa, anything that Paint finds before the teleporter is massive. The fact he gets 2 though is absolutely incredible. Now the little high-low play, absolutely nothing that MXS can do with this buy to contest. Plant will come through, and Vic, I'm sure, will either just play for exits or sacrifice his life to the spike.
Oh yeah, more so the latter, I'm sure of it. Try and find.
It's a really nice round by Thinking Man. Like low key, what they did right there was very nice. Just, you know, casters and myself included can often be critical if you were to give up control the way they gave up control, especially if they were to just hit A in that moment and run into that 4-person stack. I would have been very critical of them. But instead, what they did was they pushed back into this unknown lightly, made Fly a fall, but that wasn't enough, right? Like that wasn't enough. You could see there was still 1 here. They still needed more to like actually make sure they were hitting the right site. So they cut noise, and then when they dog up short and they see 2, they know for a fact they have the right play. And they have Paint stay and hold a TP. I was very, very well played eco round.
And again, it's a bright spot for MXS over just a rough couple of rounds after they made the play on the pistol round to swing a Viper wall with the Sky Flash, and they looked pretty good until, well, they did not hit their opponents. Ain't able to find a couple big ones there. So that's a matter of the past now, as many of these rifles have been able to be bought up.
Deep smoke
Otoshima and Victo, as well as Flyer, only light shields.
That kind of stalls their play out a little bit here.
Again, keeps this bonus to feel like it will be pretty
I think
sturdy.
they were going to get Yoru maybe set up in you.
Would have loved to have had what you had last round instead of things like a Ghost.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Quick isolation through U-Haul. Again, that same follow-up. Lear working with Paint just to clear space and confirm that space. That's the big difference maker. Simon will come through. Mashtra follow. That will re-clear on the flip side. Although Paint's going to step forward into this bold engagement. And it works out beautifully. Well done.
He's selling it. He's selling ice to Eskimos over there at A.
Flyer.
In the meantime, Flyer flashing to B long.
They support.
And they're pulling the spike out now with this penetration of Paint over on A.
Wow.
You can't blame them.
That is a fucking individual play and a half. That makes Mata rotate.
From
a
thinking
lot to do right now for Vic.
Want to go towards
He's going to push and try to end up in this spot right here. This is the cutoff spot.
Yeah, that is not just a minor.
He wants to get that spot.
Thing, though, for
They're
MXS.
actually
this
past
is huge,
it.
especially if you can isolate the 1v1. Wow, what a prediction from Vix. That opens the door completely. Spike will go down, and to break this up, you've got a Boombot and a Trailblazer. That is all that's left to clear space in the face of Scrubble Bubble still holding on to 1 Snakebite.
Okay, clearing U-Haul, though, is a big deal. We are going to be able to have Flyer move up behind that. We are in full post-plant mode here with really no util to disrupt this setup on the defender side.
Hello?
Oh, wow. They're lucky.
We're
Bro,
good. It's okay.
Mata could have fucking won us the round
out.
by just killing this guy.
Vix here, subject to the paint shells.
What?
An ignoble end, and he cleverly just takes the high ground position, but we're running out of time, Mata.
It's halfway, though.
Give it a tickle.
Snakebite.
Scrubble Bubble. Unlikely to present any opportunity here for Mata.
Fucker, Scrubble
One more tickle,
Bubble.
but the Stinger gets the job done. And Thinking Man convert on the bonus.
If only just barely. But converting the bonus, regardless of how many players survive or what it looked like, it's one of those like no pictures on the scorecard thing. That's still going to feel good.
Scary to lose bonus here, man. God damn. I think they understand that our U defense is weak. Scary fucking combo. Yoru Primult.
And that Molly was not getting down in time, but all of a sudden, because the bonus does get
I actually think this is one of the
like
craziest
you mentioned,
combos in the game.
rifles in hand, 8-7 tally,
When
looking
done
prime for
properly,
9 with good ultimates available here for Thinking Men. If they get contacted here, this might be a quick hit through it. Wait, there's no.
We need to do it here.
Okay,
They
just a raw
shouldn't do
timing
it.
peak, right?
Yeah, with your Sky playing B, you're just really hoping to catch them on a timing there, but they did not have a chance. I think they're hoping a 2v1, like just this, like a solo Yoru probing in the showers.
Yeah.
They do not get that.
Their econ now is so good.
Yeah. Well, you try something weird. You don't spend a whole lot. Flya's good. You have to do what Flya does, at least make it somewhat more punishing. But ultimately a moot point as the pockets are starting to get filled. 9-7 count. This is a critical.
Eglet, anyone that comes up against MXS is the enemy. Right here. Even Mitch turns into the enemy. If Mitch can turn into the enemy, then trust me, I can do a number on Scrubble Bubble. I could make him fucking really look like a terrible person.
Just get the double digits. They put MXS back onto a limited buy with their backs up against the wall. If MXS find a way to win it, it likely comes at the cost of a handful of ultimates on the other side, and you have a chance to flip the economy around and find a way to get back into the lead for the first time in a while.
Flyer, they're just taking a moment to contemplate the outside world and be reminded how much better it is in the Valorante game. Again, MXS definitely need to have their focus on this next round. It's pivotal.
Yes.
Your buffer is about to completely disappear here. We've seen them do this before. We've seen them go on that 6-round run in the second half of the first half. But the fact that they have to kind of turn around and do this every half is going to be exhausting. It's been a long series for them, even though the first 2 games were relatively short in terms of total rounds. They've really been pressured here on buying. This is
Otoshima replaced Thief.
Choice for a decider.
Kind of a fucking bold play, by the way, right? Odorous up here. Oh, where are they? You mean probably in the server, huh? Yikes. Dude, Mata's about to pop off. I actually have a lot of faith in Mata on Bind. I feel like when I see Mata start off in a rough way, it's likely because he's like double satchel input.
Aston, at times it's caused some great deterrence towards some teams, and jumping in the middle of this round, Dimensional Drift was spent early, and that's going to be committed to, but all the follow-up was just not here in time. The orbital strike through elbow doesn't really deter this defensive setup. We've got chaos all over the B site.
I mean, great composure there for Otoshima, but above, he has to see top right. The pop-up there with the showstopper, eventually going to be brought down by Leah here. Reformed. Mata rather still holding on to the showstopper. Let it go now, and he connects. 1 versus 1. Mata has to win this round for MXS. No plant just yet. Mata in a decent spot, but he loses it out, and Leah takes 4 for the round.
No. That's such a hard round to stop, dude. They triple ulted us. Fuck, dude. Oh, fuck. Dude, oh no, we're in a rough
spot. I mean, he got so deep off the Dimensional Drift and committed to it right as soon as the barriers dropped. I would have figured just a couple of smokes for support, but the rest of the team was held back. Hard to say what was spent just because we jumped into it after the execute had come through, but MXS give themselves a fighting chance considering the pressure. That orbital strike clearing out elbow just allowed Thinking Men to focus all their attention on towards site, and what was a problem for them on Breeze was not there this time. They were able to take care of the defenders, and now MXS forced to purchase up, and they get 2 early.
Crazy
awareness. Massive.
Good dizzy lineup right there in that spot.
Derivation there from Thinking Men, or a deviation at least from how they like to open these rounds. Fix there though, eventually going to lose all of that Showers presence.
Bro, what? How do we give up those 2, man?
Decent damage here, just through some of that spam by Brock. A flash here, but who follows up on this?
Flash, that we would get this. Come on, dude. No, man. All right.
A great job in very difficult circumstances. And now
what
has
is
to win
this
a 1
Seeker
versus
fucking
2.
doing, bro?
And that's just too much to ask.
Wow.
Jesus Christ, man. We really need this round, but I don't feel good about it. They have hella money. Brock has ult.
Commitment call that really saves them is Otoshima leaving B and taking the long wrap around the back to at least follow up on what was essentially a retake of the site thanks to the isolation and trades that Thinking Men were able to provide through that shower position. We get a 3v3, but because of the 5-man dive on towards site, Otoshima uses the dizzy perfectly to get himself 1 for free. And then after that, Lear's just kind of stuck without really anywhere to go on top of the site. So back to level terms we go again, not just in the economy, but
now they're gonna fight Shower
on top
again,
of that,
dude.
you have small bonuses in the mix with the Thrash being earned plus the Viper's Pit.
It was so
to be
cool
fair,
that Mata
Scribble's just
ignored
1 away from one of his own, but the battle for Showers has been an intriguing one in the last couple of rounds.
And they're annoying that Brim Smoke. Paint does not care. Pushes through it behind the clone because it's the only chance he has to make use of it.
Dude, Pain has had some ridiculous kills this half.
So the Viper's Pit will be left to isolate
Toxins going up.
for MXS. The Boombot does get some
Running
clearance
the
at
fucking
Hookah,
bulldog
but
one in.
all it really is serving a purpose of is to keep flying planted. And Vic, I mean, you want to talk about bold?
Game saving
You're down
kill.
numbers. You have to stay alive to hold A, and
Bro,
he does more than that. He trades back.
none of this
elimination,
Utel's
control
listening.
Showers out, and now Brock has gotten reconfirmation of U-Haul. This is MXS. Just again getting away with murders. The Thrash is now earned.
And it forces Thinkerman to play.
No! Yes!
They can't
Yes!
take those
Yes!
eight short positions because they don't know if the Brim's behind them until about now, but it's too late.
No!
Draw kid,
No,
taking contact
dude!
Outside of U-Haul, and
No,
Vic just shows he was down to 13
no,
HP.
why?
Hard to win out from that position. Still no plant yet.
No, bro,
Flies down
he's
to get
here,
deep
he's
onto
here.
the Cypher. There it is. Everyone absconds over towards the B side, and they leave the Brim inside the TP just in case there's hot pursuit.
Think about it. This
What a
Snake
flash.
has stalled things
Holy
out. It's a
shit.
beautiful flash over the wall. Oh
My
goodness.
God! Flyer! Oh my
Like,
God,
literally,
dude! What the
downtown,
fuck?
guiding light pops
Yo.
just as the snake bite fades, and Onishima cleans things up.
Dude.
Unbelievable.
That's crazy. The molly inside of Hookah. I don't know if I've seen a Viper do the molly off of there in Hookah, which first of all, stop them from jumping out. Most people would do it on the ground. I've never seen someone do the one that Odorous did.
Tron economically. MXS are building a buffer. They get value out of the Thrash that round
Dude.
and the Viper's Pit, honestly.
Oh my God,
a
what an
good
amazing
round to
2-on-3.
really leverage that ultimate lead you have. A few of them coming up here for Thinking Man, but none of them that'll be relevant this round.
God,
Wow.
we need that so bad.
I mean,
Holy shit.
that's sexy, flat out. Now all of a sudden, Thinking Man, like you said, backs a little bit up against the wall, but there are so many things they have to worry about. I mean, the Showers battle has been persistent over the last handful of rounds, and both teams are still very cautiously taking their eyes towards it. But the thing that's been really puzzling for Thinking Man is how do we actually get U-Haul control? when we
Doesn't look
don't
like they're
have
fighting for this
the dimensional
orb.
drift
Also,
available?
not
so
with
much
the
utility
spike.
has to be spent just to get through the corridor, let alone to flush out Brock. And it looks like they're trying to commit
changing
towards that,
hands.
but
Okay.
this almost feels like a
Trying to
search
get
for
a-
a pick
a
and then
U-Haul
push type
presence
setup
here.
for Thinking Man, because this is all just double force on both sides of the map.
They just Trailblazer, Sky Flashed, and Yoru cloned. So they hold on to some util. I love this timing. That is just stunning from Onishima.
great.
And now he can sit back and know he's done his job.
Because he killed the spike there. That's the A lurk. You know the A lurk is dead. You know the other two just made presence along B, and you know the other must be coming to grab the spike. So they now know everything right now in this moment.
And MXS have very good positions for this
Check
hit.
out
Yeah,
Vic.
the only thing Thinking Man can really bank on right now is if someone overheats for MXS, but there's just no reason for it. They've gotten a perfect prediction
let's
with
go, baby.
Vic already moving all the way through. He's cleared out
Get
A.
this one too.
And Thinking Men are just trying to
Holy
save
shit, am I
at this
greedy
point.
for
Scrub
one
will
this
be able
skill
to
too?
afford most of a weapon
out
for someone in the
Vic's.
next round, but
Vic on Vic's
with the
grind?
cushion, like you mentioned, in the economy, MXS are trying to chase this out, maybe find a couple of kills. Vic not
Turn the
fully
corner, turn
pushing
the corner,
through the
Vic. Turn the
caves, is
corner,
clearing
turn the
out
corner,
market.
turn the
Maybe
corner,
he
turn the
catches
corner.
one here in
No.
the corner.
Shoot the bad guys.
No, not going to happen. So we get locked in at 10 apiece. Weapons will still be affordable here for Thinking Men, but
Yeah, you
not
hear Uber.
full purchase, and they're going to take a timeout to talk it through.
How crazy is it that we got Uber and Shift casting this?
Your two other teammates are in more awkward
Shift is
positions.
goated
They-
too.
Yeah,
Hell,
a
Shift.
little bit more stress. Scrabble Bubble, I think, can buy up here for one, maybe Paint or someone similar. But again, those ultimates to break the deadlock, none really there. I guess you could make a play for trying to get a Viper's Pit set up here, but again, the post plant, not so much the issue in the last couple of rounds for Thinking Men. They don't know to what degree Vic is going to invest in that Showers play, right? Now, with only one player, they
I
don't feel
know,
comfortable even sort of pushing.
I haven't felt good about this match since the fucking jump, man. These guys have had us on the back rope since the beginning, I feel like. Doesn't feel like we've been the better team today. It's definitely not our A game today.
To be able to find that information. Otherwise, there's not a lot of extra tools towards
It's
confirming
pretty good, though, if we
execution.
can get one across the line without playing our A
So
game.
there's a lot to talk about here because there are some executable issues that have been happening in the last handful of rounds, but there's also the concern of the economy because technically speaking, you could just go into maybe a couple of pistol upgrades and then just save the rest of the eco. Otherwise, you're force buying for those last two players, and they've made the decision of essentially force buying into a Bulldog with a couple of light armors. And the only thing really off the table here is no Boombot purchase for Reform, but everything else utility-wise
Standard Viper
will be
Sky
afforded
over
into.
here.
So
You see the
Pretty
layers
full
of
force,
stall.
just
So
outside
Sky
of a
can
couple
jump
light
spot
armors,
this.
but
Sky can
you lose
flash.
this round if you're thinking,
If there's
man,
any
you're
kind of
looking at
advanced
trying to send
pressure,
this
they can
thing OT.
orb Molly.
They can clear, like, you
If
hold
they
them
get
a lot of
past
angles
this
with the
orb
utility
Molly,
round.
they have the wall to further stall.
Boombot not a huge deal.
If they get past the orb and
Down
you have
they
to
go.
activate the wall, you can
They
pop
know
them
what's
both
going on in
and
your
technically
wall.
Sky Flash between them to know if they have that ground.
Molly.
And if they don't, you
Vic, though,
can
has the
retake
off angle,
it.
must have just swung towards the
This
front of
is
the site there. Mata
very powerful
shows
setup
himself.
between the
Probably
two.
need to. Brock will back up now after
Obviously, Brimmy can
replenishing
smoke your hookah and shit like
The
that.
paint dropping is, again, the same issue that we've had over the last handful, where
Holy
there's just
fuck,
not
what
an
an
entry
What an
into
ang.
A through mid.
Let's
And
go.
with the battle that continue to be taxing over towards showers, it just limits the opportunities and options. So now thinking man have to commit to a 3v2 and not make it now a 3v3 on site towards B, where there's just so much delay. And this round is essentially already over because Vic is going on his usual antics of pushing through A.
Why
It's
you
just
gotta say
that
stuff like that,
same issue
Shiv?
of how do you clear out U-Haul if you're not going to fight
I
through
think
shower
Thinking Men are favored.
continues to be a bother for Thinking Man.
The spikes and hookah, you're not going A. You are
No, you're-
absolutely committed to this site.
100%.
No way, we're
Throwing
not
smoke
doing
down,
this.
That triple smoke, of course, towards the back.
We're doing this.
Side and elbow. Fire with the two double swing though, and yeah,
All right.
Otis team is going to be good for it.
Good coordination with the two in sight too. The two in sight made that possible. I actually like it because of these Brimmy stall smokes here, just going through, taking those fights with the wall up. Again, like you're playing the middle ground between the smokes. Very strong to like drop a flash in that zone.
Backed off of that, they're
Or
playing
just
forward on
swing
the
it
A
like
side
they did
itself.
from
And
all
then
the
they're just
ends.
trapping paint in sight. There's not an
Yeah,
availability
Flight
for any
is the
follow-up
ideal,
to
yeah.
come through. You use your utility to flush him out. You found a handful of free kills onto him, and then after
Yeah,
that,
same setup.
because Thinking Men have bailed on the play through showers, there's just no
Oh,
options
sorry, I
available.
didn't see Mota here.
Yeah, post timeout, that's not what you want to see, and they're not going to bother to try to play
Mota
for
being here
rotate. It's a
means
forced
that
buy
these
here.
two
This is
are
the game.
playing actually stalled now.
Boys an AWP down B long, but that won't be
take
activated
this?
until there's some kind of contact. Could cut Yoru off the rest of his team if he's just
Wait,
gonna take
how
that
the
gate crash.
fuck did
And
he
does.
live?
Paint's in trouble.
There's no way. There's no way the Raze ult's so bad that Paint lived.
Defenders, and this is dire straits for Thinking Men.
It's the same issues just over and over again. I just think that they've avoided trying to play differently through A mid too soon. They've given up on that play a little bit too early.
It's a weird pit.
There's so many things that they have.
I'm never a
available to them to try
fan
to
of
isolate maybe.
stuff like this. By the way, I'm never a fan of stuff like this. Just because they're in a 3-on-4 and they basically chained their Viper into this pit. And this pit doesn't even like block long. It doesn't really do anything. Like it just anchors this Viper here in a very fucked situation. Where even if these two did plant the spike now, we would still know the Viper is really out of the play. Like super far.
Yeah. Trailblazer is all well and good. At least they don't have to fear a flank here. See, Scrubble Bubble's timing is staggered.
Sure.
He's just joining them in A short now. Seekers.
We're giving them a
Tell
lot of
them all they
space
need to know
though.
about where Vic is set
Eerily
up.
similar to
Now
last
we're seeing
half. I
Brock
feel like we
get
give them
involved
too much
here
space.
From spawn. Here we go. All right, it's on for young and old.
Wingman,
The double
huge.
snake bite has to
If
find
Vix
value.
gets a
Dizzy's
kill,
gonna clear out the first part of this.
this
but
Molly
the defense
ult
is gonna move
combo,
very rapidly in that 1v1 through
see ya,
showers.
bud.
Absolutely massive because now Scribble Bubble
Should
has
just
to
about
essentially
do
commit
it.
both of these snake bites, not knowing if the commitment's going to come through shower or not. Brock was likely going to get this to half. Is this going to stick? Wait, if he's not hit in time? Doesn't matter. Kill comes through. MXS will get 12.
Let's go.
And there is no economy here for Thinking Men at all.
This is disastrous for Thinking Men. God, think of how they started this half. You won
Yep.
6 pistols today, brothers.
Yep.
5 rounds on the trot. Win the bonus, win the gun, cruising through. But MXS refused to die, refused to go down. Brock is having a fantastic game. We've obviously seen Mata factor quite heavily here. In this round, they might play a double swing for showers. And if Paint's taking a risk here, if they're going for it, this could blow up in Thinking Men's face, especially.
Yeah.
Look at their buy. It kind of sucks.
It's not great, to say the least, but they do have the dimensional drift, so they should be able to safely clear out showers. I say that with hesitation because Paint may get caught here. Oh my
There's no trade
Lanta.
possible.
Surely not. Oh
It's
no!
the Paint, please.
No!
When it rains, it pours, bro. Holy
Okay,
shit.
it's cooked now. 4 plays left for
Holy
Thinking
fuck.
Men to work with.
Oh
Otoshima
my
frustratingly
God.
now, as he varies his positioning, is inside that hookah spot. No B long presence though for MXS.
Blinded.
It just doesn't matter. You've got hookah control, especially if Otoshima can just find one. He's even shooting bodies midway through. Yikes!
Let's
Not
go.
like this! No, bro! This was such a winnable series for Thinking Men.
Dude.
And just when things
Holy
start to get a little
shit.
bit, I would even say like cause for concern, it's just like a couple of things go wrong, and then MXS just turn into their usual selves and dominate.
Oh my goodness. What
mercy.
What a way to drop it. That is so brutal, Shift. Very good showing from MXS to be able to stabilize, to be able to recover.
Ready?
The fact that Otoshima can shoot a body
Holy
and still,
fuck.
you know, pick
Win
off
a
the player
1v2.
trying to trade off the kill is just...
This
At that
is-
point,
this is
like,
us.
you can basically do whatever you want in-game.
Ah!
Wonderful, wonderful showing. I mean, yeah,
Just
very...
oh.
Very
Never mind.
difficult. I mean, this
We
is a
got
team
it.
that really has to
We're
fight themselves
goated.
out of a corner.
We're
every
goated.
single
Never
battle.
mind.
This MXS roster.
Holy
And,
fuck.
like, losing all the pistols aside, that's
That
fine.
didn't feel good
happens,
at
but,
all, though.
like,
That didn't
looking
feel
at the way
good.
Split went, looking at the way that, you know, Breeze sort of started, looked like it could have been a problem. I don't know. Dryad, really very hard game to sum up here.
I was going crazy. I was writing down pretty much every single round because every single round we had so many things go down, so many things happen. But when that happens, you also know it's just one of those rounds and one of those maps that go down to the details. And at the end of the day, it was Moist Shopify, the ones that in the details were able to shine the most at the end to close it out. And it has to, I know Thinking Man has taken a couple losses already, but this one has to hurt the most. Shift, it was so close.
Yeah, and you know, the interesting thing here, look down at the timeline. 5 out of 7 post plants for the side of Thinking Men, all 5 of them came in the first essential 5 rounds of the half. The problem was that U-Haul shower battle, which just became too taxing for Thinking Men. And it did feel like for a moment there, the MXS were just going to allow there to be some battle of utility. Know that you've got the ability to re-clear better than your opponents by way of the Gecko, by way of things like Fly a Sky. And it just felt like Thinking Men kind of gave up on playing with force. Like dictated force.
Mada
towards
doubters
Showers and
have to just
U-Haul,
be in shambles.
maybe a bit too soon, because MXS were backing off playing for retake, and that ended up being very successful
Feels
for
like
them
so
to a
good.
point where
It's getting
not
better
only
and
were they
better.
successfully retaking, they were actually just stopping Thinking Men from getting any
Off
plants
series,
off at
first
all.
one's
So
there,
Yeah.
it's just, I think maybe a little bit of overthinking for the side of Thinking Men there, because that series was well winnable, I would say.
I thought Paint
not
played
even
a really
just
good
through that
series,
map, but
too.
there was
So
also,
it's-
like I said, a handful of rounds in Breeze that could have gone the either way. It just
Paint and I
kind of
think
missed out on a couple opportunities.
I think
in mid-round.
Anderson also
And
played
both
pretty
teams
well.
really working
just
around
on
the
eye test.
momentum. Something that we saw throughout the series today, but especially on the last map, I think it shown. We were able to see it the most, right? When it was 5 rounds on the second half, where Thinking Man got the upper hand, took the lead. It seems like they were gonna run away with it. They got double digits before Moist Shopify got them, and then it was just Moist Shopify
I'm a
getting
modern
away with
doubter
the
and I've
round
been
after
starving.
round. Even after some of the key players in that first half slowed down, Brock was having an insane first half.
Yeah,
Was
so
still
sick.
performing really well on the second one, but a little bit less. And that's when Mata, for example, was able to step up and close it out.
Yeah, I mean, there was was it Flyer with the 1v2 on the B side, right? Like flash both players trying to come out
Yes,
of bunker.
that was 2v2
Brock
or
ends up
2v3.
rotating to
Sorry,
that side,
2v3.
I think, but yeah, that was really sick. I mean, that
And
kind of
odorous,
round,
but
like,
all
Valorant
good.
is the kind of round where you can have like a lot of branching implications off of just one round, and I think like it looks very different. I think if MXS don't win that round, at least looks much closer at the end of the game. So it's really about finding those moments to turn the tide and keep the pressure on.
And it's a great moment as well for Moist Shopify when you're able to win a series. When you don't win a single pistol, you lose all 6 pistols.
Brock could definitely
you
play
lose
on
the
multiple
bonus
T1
on
teams, yeah.
the second half of the last map, the one that matters the most, to keep you undefeated in challengers, and you win against all
Dryad's
odds when it
gassing us
comes
up.
to that. On a Thinking Man that was looking better and better. I think that says a lot
I used to
about
fucking
Moist
pray for times
Shopify,
like
but
these.
we're gonna throw to a series highlights. You guys check out everything that happened, which was insane. A lot of back and forths, and we get ready for the interview.
I did like how they just drew attention to the fact that you know, like, this was a win where MXS won 0 pistols this series. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, like, this is a nightmare starts. Just, this was a wild map that they won so convincingly. 4 of the rounds came in the first, literally 2 rounds of the half, both halves. And then again, like, dude, these starts are crazy. Ooh, that definitely needs to be fixed. Who do we play next week? Twat. These guys are actually looking kind of good. If Will beats us, I'm gonna delete him from friends probably. That's so ridiculous.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Ghost, probably Kaplan. The Yoru Shorty was a huge fumble that round. I'm not gonna lie, I think Thinking Man fumbled quite a few rounds that game, and that we should have lost. But something you'll rarely hear me say, because it's often like so situational, but the sign of a great team is a team that can actually win those games. Because every team is going to come and look like shit randomly. Every fucking team. Even the best teams in the world will have flat days. And this felt like a very flat day. I hope there's nothing more to it, like nothing weird going on like behind the scenes, but it felt like a B or C type like game for us. And to just be able to get those wins is huge. Just huge for like the confidence level. You know, the game plan's not working, the pistols aren't working, we're not hitting shots, but yet we're still converting rounds and we're still like falling back on stuff and looking really good in the late game in the guns. What is going on right now on my screen? Katniss?
You make your own guarantees.
Deuce 5 offsuit. He's pushing. Shush. Deuce 5 offsuit. That man just pushed. That's not for real money.
And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Oh, it's a Zippo ad. We're
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America. We just got the chance to watch a 2-1 victory and Moist Shopify take the win against Thinking Man. And now it's time for the interview. I'm here with Mata. Mata, first of all, congratulations on this win. And the first question that I have for you is gonna be about two different scenarios. So this match was a lot of back and forth, but I have two scenarios.
Yeah,
the first one, the 3-13 loss that you take on that map, number one, and the second scenario is the 7-10 round deficit that you had on Bind. On those both scenarios, you come back in different ways. One with a map win, and the other one coming back in the last map and taking this win of the series. Tell me,
really good lighters.
when it's a situation like this one, what goes through the team's heads? What goes through everybody's heads to make sure that you're able to come back like nothing happened?
I mean, we knew that we lost split because it was mostly because of ourselves. Like, we just didn't listen to each other at all. Didn't listen to the game plan. Everything was just bad. Like, we weren't really doing anything good. They were playing well too, to be fair. But I mean, we didn't even like put up a fight, and it was kind of just embarrassing. So when I got to map 2, we just like said like, all right, forget that. Like, it doesn't matter. They were playing well, we were playing bad. We know that. So we were just like, all right, let's just listen to each other, play our game. We'll probably win.
And you guys, when it came to this match, were the favorites for the community, and I think expectations for the way that you've been playing and the way that Thinking Man have been performing before. Is there ever a point where, I know you mentioned losing that map was kind of embarrassing. Is there a point where you do feel that the community pressure or even the pressure that you have on yourselves to get these wins?
But
well, I can't speak for my whole team, but I know for me, like expectations mean nothing. I've been competing with the expectation, like any expectation, for almost like 4 years now, so it really doesn't bother me. But yeah, I don't think it bothers anyone on our team. Like, we're all pretty experienced, and we know that like we just have to play our game. Don't worry about what other people are saying, and
holy shit, Flowers.
And speaking of the mentality too, something that I really want to know with the way that you perform as a duelist, you're so aggressive, you're going in and you're getting those opening picks, you're opening up the fights and the rounds for your team.
Dude, this might be the craziest height differential in an interview ever. Like, if this happened on stage, we would be like, this is weird. Mata is like 7'9", and Dryad might be like 3'4".
And I think teaming with Vanity, honestly, give me a shout out to Vanity. Teaming with them kind of made me realize that you can just peek and kill almost anyone. And I think since then, I know, especially for me and Vic, we just you'll see, we just play super aggressive. And just peek and kill.
A third of a yard, bro.
And if we lose a round or lose a game,
know exactly
it's
what
we're losing on our own terms.
Bro, that'd be so fun. What if I gave my height in yards?
The match or anything like that. We're peeking, we're fighting, we're trying to do it together most of the time. Sometimes we get a little bit crazy, but yeah, that's it.
And yeah, I mean, it worked, right? In those situations on that last map of Bayern when you were down, it was you going in, no fear, full confidence in getting 1-2 kills to open up the rounds and turn it around. So we really see where the confidence is coming from and the results that it's getting. Now, speaking of confidence as well, you have 2 more matches for week 4 and week 5 is Together We're Terrific and YFP. How are you feeling for those?
I think Together We're Terrific is probably going to be harder than this game. So we have to like up.
Couldn't tell you the conversion for like
YFP,
meter to feet off the top of my head, but I know
but they're also
there's
good players.
2.54 centimeters in an inch. I think did a lot of fucking math in college. I think that's right. It's just off the top of the head.
I would never say anything.
So you could figure it out if you do that, and then you just divide by 12 at the end. You fucking convert your centimeters to inches, and then yeah, you figure it all out, bro. Just figure it all out that way.
But you guys are looking really good, Mata. Congrats again on this win, and I'm gonna let you go. And as for us, we have one more match to go today. It's gonna be Core against YFP on the other side of this break.
How many teams will qualify to play an Ascension? Like, I'd imagine it's gonna be 2 like last year. That's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head. This is mid-season cup. This isn't even the second phase. Wait, we have promotion relegation before the second split even? Oh, wow. That's kind of crazy. So after this is over, we'll have a mid-season cup, which is like a playoffs. You'll come out of this, you'll get some points for this in the circuit, right? So you're going to be getting points here, probably in the regular season. So if you're like the top of your groups, you're going to get 10 points, right? That's why it's really big to win these games. To stack these fucking points up right now, because only 2 of these teams are going to make it through. Win this, you also grab more points. You definitely want to make it deep in this. And then you run it back one more time. And the total end of the points, if you are in the top 2 probably, I would imagine they're going to do 2 again. Yeah, you'll be sent to the Ascension tournament. But we're still super early on. Like, it's still so early here. Like, we won't even know who's going to Ascension after mid-season's cup. You know, like this, unless, of course, it's something like Sentinels. You know, like where, you know, like if MXS tops their group with like 10 points and the other teams that like are close to the top, they bomb out over here. So that way the points below them are like distributed fairly low, and MXS wins this. Like that scenario, you know, getting 16 points would probably pretty much lock them up for the Ascension tournament. Like that type of scenario would do it. And that's what Sentinels are probably going to have happen for champions. Like Sentinels are in a dream scenario right now. Where are they at? They play like the opening game, right? Where is that opening game? I thought it was here. It's not there though. Where the fuck is it? Is Cloud9 the opening game? It is the opening game. We'll never see MAD or MXS play a meaningful game against a top tier team unless they ascend. Yeah. Not until the offseason, at least. You won't see these top challengers teams playing VCT teams until the offseason, yeah. That's correct. Didn't really think about it that way. I mean, you don't really think about it that way. They'll be playing a lot of matches in the meantime, so yeah. But yeah, they'll get their scrims in against it for sure. They're actually, when it comes to like scrims, I feel like they're the pick of the litter. Like if I were a BCT team, I would want to scrim MXS, OXG, and M80 until I can't fucking scrim anymore. They're the teams you can run all your strats on. They're going to give you a high level of play back. They can flex their strats into you, and they don't have to feel like they have to hide stuff. It's great. It's the great. It's literally the best prac possible. Like those three teams. I would probably argue like, man, scrimming a team like OXG or scrimming M80 is a little bit different than OXG and even more different than MXS. MXS would be interesting to scrim because they would be doing weird util against you and you would have to adapt on the fly, so you would learn how to improvise on the fly a little bit better. OXG would be insane prac if you're playing against like APAC or a very fucking loose team with a lot of skill. Like if I were playing as Gen G, I feel like my warm-up scrim as OXG would be the best thing possible. Best thing fucking possible. Like the zoomies that are just cracked. And then M80. If I'm playing like Fnatic, I want to play against M80. Man, challengers teams provide great prac actually right now. Why are scrims 26 rounds compared to normal game length? Well, 24. They don't. Just play them out. Yeah. So you get 12 rounds of defense and attack. You know, it's like you don't want your players playing to win scrims. Typically, it's weird because the narrative got so skewed because of people that aren't in the teams, you know? The narrative about scrims not mattering got so skewed in Counter-Strike and even in Valorant because there's a lot of people that push that narrative that have never been on teams and never played the volume of scrims to understand what they're fucking talking about. Like, I can tell you that scrims don't matter in the sense of like, yeah, if you played super loose, you blow everyone out, and then you go into the match and you don't have structure, and you're only winning scrims because of aim. But yet in high pressure situations, the aim doesn't really, get to that level, and you can't do those same things. That's where scrims don't matter. But like, to be honest, I've never played on a team where I feel like if we're losing more than like 50% of our scrims, very rare days, I'm not going to lie, very rare days, but it's happened. The vibe in the team is terrible. It's fucking terrible. Like, you can't just be losing scrims. You can tell yourself all you want that scrims don't matter, but if you're fucking losing them all the time, your players are at each other's throats. And, there's some hidden animosity within the team that will cause it to die. Like, you can't just be losing all your fucking scrims. It's actually so bad for like the mental health and confidence of the team. But I also think it's important to not win all your scrims. Like, as an in-game leader in Counter-Strike, if I felt like my team was playing too loose, I would literally say, like, I would have a day where we would only do an A execute for like fucking every gun round. I would literally make us go through hell. It would just be like, we're just gonna go A like every round, or we'll do a slow default like every round. Yeah. So if you like purposely take one on the chin by going to the same site like every round, you learn a lot. I'll show you what I mean by that by using CS as an example. Hold up.
And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America. We just got to see match 1 of week 3. Now it's time for the second match, and it's going to be Core against Y.
So Egglet, it's an interesting question too. How do I go about this for you?
We were talking about it. It's two very interesting teams in terms of they've gotten a couple wins in a couple maps, but nothing has been convincing enough, and nothing has been really a point of concern for any other team.
No, I think like both teams are actually really quality. I think they have excellent players. YFP, I think, has the unfolding story of Penny saying, "I am a duelist. I'm not messing around anymore. I'm not going to pick up these other roles. I'm a duelist." He's also got Thief coming out of that MXS team for skill set.
Cool, gotta like verify that I own this shit.
Amount to prove this YFP team, of course. You know, they go up against Thinking Men. It's pretty back and forth. Even the best teams can have some problems with Thinking Men. And then a very unremarkable series against Together We Are Terrific last week in the season. Look at the side of Core. It's pretty crazy that, you know, I mean, we'll stay on YFP for just a second, I guess, because we have a chance to expand on this. I don't mind how that sort of Ascent game went. It was
I can't fucking. I was trying to pull up my Prac account, but I always forget what my login is for Prac, like which email I use, like fucking. I always forgot how to log into my Prac account, but essentially why what you said isn't a more efficient way for time, because it's a good question. You're like, why would it be better to do that when we could win like 13-4 and then just like just go straight into another scrim? Oftentimes, you book scrims like a day in advance, 2 days in advance, way more in advance, because you want to get the best scrims possible, and they're hard to get. They're actually hard to get. You have to want to, so keep in mind, there's 7 maps, so like, you might want to like try to alpha whatever a team you're playing against and play your map. They're going to want to play their map. And you got to decide which one you're going to play. If you want to play a best of 3 in the middle of the day, if you want to play 2 maps, 3 maps, like you can decide all of that shit. I was listening to Carmine Corp earlier in an interview. They do 6 scrims per day. That is insane. So on 100 Thieves, I had the players doing 4 to 5. Initially, I was actually aiming for 5 to 6, but after talking to Mike and the players were pretty adamant on keeping it lower. And over time, I just kind of agreed that this was a good spot. So I would we would do like 2 hours of server side time, like where I would just yap for 2 hours, and more like an hour 40 minutes, because I'd let them warm up for like 20 minutes, and then we'd do 4 to 5 scrims, right? So, but these scrims, they're always at the same times, which is the key point, right? The key point is, and why it doesn't go the way you said, is because, one, you're booking these scrims days in advance through prac.gg. It's the site. I can't even fucking get access to it because it's not going to let me log in. It's so annoying that it's... One sec. I might just log in with Steam.
So, I mean, they got Vic down on Icebox, so there's not really much to say about that map. I thought
So,
the line was like a much more compelling match.
There's no way that this is... Oh, bro. God damn it! Make it stop. But anyway, this is all here. You can fucking click this shit. I'm not fucking doing all this. There's no way. Actually. Yeah. So, like, as you book them, they'll come in, like, in your calendar. You can search here, Currently, it's in Europe. You see, you like make offers to these maps. These are the teams that Derv Esports are looking for. Oh, we're playing Sunset today. Let's fucking make an offer. And then they have to accept. And you can see this takes a little bit of time. This takes a little bit of time to fucking schedule all this shit and even get this done. Like, even scheduling the scrims takes a lot of time. Yeah, so typically when you're booking them, what I would do or what Mike would do is I'd be like, all right, book scrims for 2, 3, 4, 5. And, you know, like sometimes we would do 6. Sometimes, you know, we would be like, all right, and then we'll do dinner from like from 6 to 7. So book like one more at like 8. You know, like you could do stuff like this. Like, but this is typically how it's done, where like you book 1 scrim, you book 2 scrim, 3, 4, like you just book them on the hour of every hour, and everyone in the region is on this same time schedule. So it makes it easier to find scrims. You know, like everyone has fallen into that schedule. And it's nice because a Valorant game, if you play it out to all 24 rounds, it's about like, it could be about like 50 minutes. You know, like it'll be about like 50 minutes. And you'll have just enough time to like get a drink, maybe talk about the game a little bit, just decompress slightly, and then you're back into the next scrim. It just works out really well.
I thought YFP had a pretty lively back and forth with Together We Are terrific on that particular map. Ascent is, you know, not going to show us anything surprising, I think. So, you know, Breeze getting banned against Core is a good idea. If you watched sort of the qualifiers, I think, I want to say it was Core versus Winthrop or something like that. And like, yeah, they looked incredibly good on Breeze in general. So both these teams looking pretty close. YFP banning out a map that they themselves look quite good on means that they were a little bit uncertain about how they match up into Core on that map. So Ascent, Sunset, Lotus. The only map that I'm a little surprised about is to see the Sunset here. A Core picking it. We haven't seen it from them yet in challenges, and I don't want to look back too far, too much further than that right now.
Yeah, it was a staple of their qualifier run. But
what was it like transitioning from IGLing to coaching? I mean, they're just totally different eras, to be honest. Like, I can't really compare the two. Like, if I were a player in today's day and age, I would have a coach that does the shit I do currently, right? Whereas, is it S Garrison here? What is it? What the fuck is it? There it is. Cool, it didn't pop up. Alright. So, like, dude, when I was a player, though, bro, like, this was so long ago. This was so long ago. Where... You know, like, back in these days, like, way the fuck back. Hold up. Some of these early days. Dude, no one remembers, but we actually knocked fucking Liquid. We, like... People are showing this Echo Fox team, but I actually think we were way better than what people probably would have, like, pegged us as. We got some serious wins back then, I think. This is, I guarantee I lost this game to like Tarek. Yeah. It's a pretty good lineup. But why did I pull up this CS map? Chat, my ADD is fucking me. Why did I have the CS map open? What was I gonna go over? Why did I have fucking Mirage open?
Just get a couple wins. Just get a couple wins.
No, it was way before we started talking about the coach shit.
And also, it's something that every team grows and adapts.
Talking about something. Oh yeah, the same site the entire scrim. That's why we were talking about the same site the entire scrim shit that I would do back in the day when I was in a game leader. So, Jesus Christ, fucking this game. So an example of that would be like just hitting A every fucking round, right, on Mirage. Because like in CS, I'll just put that there real quick. Pretty much like there's going to be like some kind of setup similar to this where they have to have a guy holding. They typically are going to have like a triangle setup like on mid where they're stalling out with like smokes bottom con, smoke on cat, another smoke bottom con, this guy can smoke bottom con. And then they'll start like shifting off of like mid and into the sites in the mid round, right? And teams will play like this a lot. Like this is just how teams play. And if you take your fucking scrim and you decide we're going to go A every fucking round, what you're going to do is this. So they're going to start off the scrim in their normal setups. They're going to do their normal shit. And like you can even do ways of deceiving them. Like, and this is very common in CS, like smoke top mid here. We send a guy out bottom, like out mid, he'll molly here. All of a sudden these guys are thinking there's a lot of shit mid, but actually you could be doing like a halls pop, right? Where you're popping out of halls on these two. This is like a variation of hitting A. And then the next round, like you just do a full out A exec and you're constantly just execing this site. And by the end of the game, if you're scrimming this team, this hypothetical team, wrong one. By the end of the game, if you're scrimming this team and you've done this, you've hit the same site every round, they're going to start playing in ways that no team would play by stacking the site, by stuff like this, where this guy's jump spotting ticket. And all of a sudden they have like this guy baiting and this guy baiting, but it's like a double bait setup where you would have to like really use util, timing, spacing, trading really fucking well to clear this out. Or something like this, but they're going to have like crazy stacks on this site because they're trying to fucking win. They're not going to like purposely lose. And you really get to experience the hardest scenario possible to hit the A site. And that's why I like doing it. It's like you will experience the hardest way to possibly hit A, and that's a good thing. People like to pretend like that's a bad thing. Like I would tell them, I'm like, bro, we're going to go A every round. And by the time this is over, it's going to feel impossible. Like, but I want that. I want it to feel impossible. I want it to feel like we're going into the stack because there's going to be times where that happens in matches where the other team has some ridiculous call or some ridiculous setup. And you're going to take one on the chin in that scrim, but you're going to be better off for it. And that's like a loss that I would give my teams quite often as an in-game leader. I would give us that loss a lot.
Mixing it up.
Yeah. And I think this has to be some
It
sort of
also humbles
byproduct of the
people.
recent roster move, right? Like just get people to where they're most comfortable. I mean, we'll see. And
Someone
that's
clip
what's
what?
going to be like the big question mark about this YFP team is can they get all of the little things ironed out, which is largely speaking kind of the story for all of the teams that find themselves below kind of the halfway point in their group at this point. I mean, Group B is going to be exciting to watch tomorrow because all those teams are 1-1, and a lot of the issues that every single one of those teams has is being able to kind of complete some of the mistakes as we get the quick flash and dash.
Where's the smoke?
But YFP pretty prepared for it. 2 for 2.
Bro, that
the
smoke
opening
was
exchange.
so
It's enough to get the
late.
spike planted though.
Oh
Wants to
no.
pull out here and just keep an eye on a potential
Killjoy
plan. He's
falling
gonna
though.
get some
Look-
action.
I'm sorry.
Thief is
That
trending
Killjoy is
over there
not
right
dead
now.
actually.
And
Wow.
again, don't have any of this util left for the post plant, whereas Bone still has a flash up. There's a paranoia as well. So Core
Big
have
kill.
their wits about them here. Thief eventually gets the better of Nerve. He was 3 HP. Not much he could have done about that anyway. That was the flash from Bones. Paranoia for Thief could be backbreaking now as Penny will be held at bay by the Nano
Oh,
Swarm.
he has timing. He has good timing.
This is a cheeky push through for Snarly though, but losing the gunfight. That pretty much puts the round out of contention, you'd think.
Oh!
If, wait, okay. For a moment, had a chance at it, but yeah, the Killjoy Nanostorm being pushed, and then all of a sudden you get the push through on the other side. Definitely the right idea from the side of Core on that very tricky post point after losing B main, but not able to make the most of it.
Again, yeah, they sort of wanted a physic there. He was able to find 2 or 3, 2 kills to
Or
stay
10 minutes?
inside the switch house. It's not an angle they check.
Honestly, I haven't really played in many 10-mans in Valorant. It seems like it'd be pretty good. As long as you got, 10 people that are going to try. You got 10 people that are going to try, it's going to be fucking insane. Because 10-mans, you're willing to flex interesting comps because you have good comms. You're like friends. Bro, I feel like you would improve a lot if you had try hard 10-mans that ran comps and sweat. Oh, bro, it'd be insane.
Shock dart just a little long, but the turret being placed early creates an opportunity to you to have this flood through. You don't have to worry about B main as much.
Shit.
Yeah, that's
Oh
really
my
well done by
God, what an
Zeldris. Just
entry.
falls right into the mix.
Jesus
And
Christ.
somehow, thanks
Double
to a little bit
entry.
of support from Snarling over the top with his flash, it just completely distracts YFP. And yeah, now you can just use this Killjoy turret as kind of like a 6th man over towards B main. Everyone else can focus on market.
Zeldris is so flashy. Genuinely,
Yeah.
like when I watch this guy enter a side, there is like, I mean, it just emanates confidence there.
Blind
Drops
here
down,
for
twinkle toes, 180 kill, finds the second with that stinger on the side. Now Zeldris is in a great spot to pinch out in towards Bones. They got to respect
Alright.
Speedway. Zeldris, a
Big
casual,
response there.
lazy 4K in his any form.
Lazy 4K.
Very, yeah. Lazy is one way of putting it. Maybe just a little bit easier than you would have anticipated. Just over the top of the boathouse, straight on into the mix, where you can see like everyone's just so focused on the counter flash, plus the extra utility behind it, and then after that, it's just all action. So, okay, anti-eco win here for Core with a little force buy into the stinger. It's all that's needed. And now shoes on the opposite foot, and YFP kind of have to make a gamble stack, and that looks like they're going to lean over towards B with just the Killjoy of Jonah 6 playing by the lonesome.
You can get live info off your recon here if everyone's going to play out in the open on this B side. Penny also trying to dissuade this pressure. They're going to go for it. Flash in Zeldris again. Confident as you like. Penny getting off Speedway, only barely with the tailwind. Cloudburst sat here at
They're
stairs,
going right
but
into
Zeldris was
this,
there. Penny
guys.
receives him with a headshot though. This is getting a little bit messy now. Bones receives Snarly. 3 versus 3 here, and Zip wants to slow it down a little bit, but Jonah in CT, in the smoke, able to take a right click rather. And a 2v2 now as the spike is being ferried out of here.
Dude, this Killjoy
Yeah, Jonah
might...
doesn't just get the kill, he also collects onto a SMG, but Ziff gets the perfect read on the Aldrone timing and just pushes right through for the freebie. So that evens things, or actually opens things up now for Core. Spike is not here as a part of this play as of yet, and that's got Jonah 6 kind of second guessing for maybe an A play.
Whenever I watch Core, they just look so fucking like, fuck it, bro. Fuck it. They're stacked, fuck it. Like, whenever I watch Core play, they have this element of like, who fucking cares if they're stacked? Just try peek it. And it always fucks them, actually.
Cat's out of the bag now for Jonah. Yeah, that's rude.
They literally have fuck it, we ball
also
mentality.
rude.
I'm not even
Plenty
joking.
of util being expended here, of course, just to make sure that Jonah can't pull the wool over their eyes. We'll be walking into a double face at some point there. Ziv cleans up the round, and Core, yeah, I mean, catching, I guess, like out of the Aldrone. You know, Physic got caught. That could have gone very differently, but clever play. Just push past the Aldrone and catch
Too
the
many
Soviet
dark
before he can
true
recover.
peppers.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that
Gonna
it's
get
like
Penny active.
you create a mess and then you clean up around and
How's
through
Penny
it.
been
It's hard to like get a read on it. It's just simply put another one of those moments that as you
Your
start to
stats looking
see
like here.
Core start to get aggressive, YFP just don't have a chance to rotate over with the numbers they need to deal with it. It's just all of this flood has worked out really nice in these last 2 rounds for Core, and there's no signs of slowing it down, at least not voluntarily. Jonah will move and kind of invest a lot of resource towards the front doors at B main, but as the turret gets deleted, now it's just, again, here's the flash, here's the scene, and then Zeldris just runs right back in, but Jonah 6 well reinforces the site. And Core now are a little bit stuck over towards B main. Great counter reveal from Physic.
Title, I got
huge. Jonah now knows they're going to be swinging his way, but they can't really help much
Good
from
trades.
CT. Bones able to find one with the spam through. Penny invested in an operator
no one's
here,
nested back here.
but can't be posted up on a good angle. Does know the Zip is around that corner.
He tried to spam him out the drone. That's funny.
Well, the shots confirm it. Zip is low enough that Warbang would claim
Waiting for the
this,
smoke.
but
There it is.
spending
Just
that
came back
shot
online,
would
but too
be
late. Oh,
catastrophic. Physical
man.
power to that effect.
Just in
You've
time.
got the player deep on the boathouse here at B. This is compromising for Core.
Physic just needs to stay alive right here. He's got help nearby. Just need to keep your life. Oh, T-Dog may get caught pulling utility. Same can be said for Physic, though. A little exchange happens over towards the pillars, and that's enough now for all of a
TP,
sudden
they're in.
the offense to make their move in, but T-Dog doesn't quite get back through the sidewalk, and as a spike is dropped, now they know that Nerve is also stuck on site, so just hold your angles, don't get doubled up, don't get collided, and it should be a win, and so it will be. Good discipline play for YFP just defensively to kind of get a read on what has gone wrong to this point. Jonah
Were they
6.
getting scanned? Were they getting scanned?
T-Dog, though, had the right idea. He keeps 2 YFP players locked inside CT.
Is that why you said
There's a
grocery
smoke
store?
there, of course, thrown down by
Curious.
Nerve, but they kind of know that T-Dog's waiting on the other side. With a Spectre, so still relatively lethal, this leaves Physics stranded inside Boathouse, who eventually has to take the challenge when he gets pushed.
Yeah.
YFP able to recover, though. A bit of a bounce back now, and they keep that operator in the game.
Molly for the turret. Is it broken early?
And this is where mid-map becomes a bit of an issue, and we'll have to really kind of keep an eye on what Core want
Not
to do
broken.
once they get a read that this operator's in play
Wait.
of how do we want to try
They
to
broke it.
contest
They
this
did break
mid-map
it.
without giving anything away
Didn't
for
seem
free
like they
in
got in
particular
time.
lives. You just don't want to drop to first blood by it. But
Okay,
at
that's
the
a
same
good
rate,
break. It's actually very big to break that nano, by the way. Like, having this turret remain here in this whole time frame is actually very big.
you got a player on the corner just to make sure this Aldrin doesn't scout him out, plus the fragment to create extra space. And if YFP want to stick, they can. Otherwise, you can just safely back on into sight, and they'll choose the ladder.
Thief wasn't spotted by the Aldro, so there's no util instantly, and then he sneaks back across in the opening.
Oh,
wow.
They're still checking wine. This is beautiful, because you sneak, you don't get spotted by the Aldrone, and you've drawn out a Hunter's Fury. T-Dog probably feeling a bit sheepish after that.
I'd say. I mean, that is just the definition of cause and effect, right? Like, there was a choice. YFP could have chose to stay there if they wanted to in wine, but the separation provided by Bones pulling forward at the A main tunnel instead of playing here at Tree because of Penny's up allows him an exit. So now Penny's going to get tested. He's usually good for these. Flash comes out, but not able to quite burst away, and Zeldris once again comes away first blood, and the attack is on.
Paranoia on Zeldris to Bones, capitalizing, able to swing and find the one, taken down by Snarly's Molly, and Zeldris is all the way up to Jen. T-Dog holds his ground there, sat on side. He was carrying this.
Damn, bro. That's a fucking clean round. They're broke again. This is a T-half. Wow. I'm actually literally 1 weekend of Counter-Strike. I'm saying T again.
It's a tight angle, and one flash puts you off of it. It was almost one and done.
Yeah, almost was. And it's one of those situations that how different things could have been with just one shot landing. But the focus for Core, which looked to be a bit of miss with the Hunter's Fury, like you appropriately called, was like, uh-oh, that's a huge resource expended, but the good utility of the basic utility focus over to clear Tree works out beautifully for them to isolate and take Penny out of the picture, who now is just on a stinger, maybe looking for enough clearance to grab this orb, but it's just simply put not there. At least not at the moment. So knives will be unavailable for the time being.
They flashed the bejesus out of that turret. It's a moral victory of anything.
Quite a few were suppressed here.
Four things about walking up here. From the shadows,
both
at the
initiators.
ready. T-Dog just going to make sure that orb is taken. Looks like 0 point spotted at least the Sova out. Possibly the KO as well. So 3 players for IFP embedded here on the A side. Reluctant to be moving away. There's going to be no cap pressure here from Core. It's all they made.
Yeah, and the thing is, the null command is going to allow them a little bit of an easier entryway. Don't have to worry about the utility, but YFP are positioned perfectly for this, except for Jonah 6, who does get red and caught bottom side of this banister at bridge. So the reveal will only provide some information, and a nice idea from Thief trying to catch timing, but
after those early
again, with the weapons that are in hand for YFP, Core should be pretty comfortable holding this post plant.
Yeah, not much to be done here. Hunter's Fury likely to be kept in the quiver.
It's a really good spot. This is actually a spot we talked a lot about on 100 Thieves. We use this spot a lot in post plants. A lot. It was literally part of post plant setups. It's a very, very powerful off angle that I learned while being a coach.
Combo of the Omen TP into sight plus a null command to shut down any of that util. T-Dog wants a bit more. He's hungry.
That was one of the first times I've seen someone go into it. I love that offhang though. It's a good offhang, especially when it's like part of a triangle of like kind of just jiggles.
Numbers, which has been kind of the moniker for all of the offensive wins for Core to this point, right? I mean, it's just been flat out 5-man hits. Not a lot of cutesiness going on through mid at all to this point. And depending on how this round goes right here, if YFP can get a read and say that, wait a second, they're not looking at mid at all, they could really use that as a position of power to try to separate this Core offense a touch at the get-go.
It's just a really powerful line, like where you end up holding. They're not ready for it. Their crosshair placements like here or back further.
And the aggression through mid is going to pan out
really
for first
good.
blood.
As the opener in, as like first contact in a triangle setup, that spot's really
But
fucking
look at all this space you've now created. Zeldris has to play from virtually spawn. Still wins it out because he's kind of clean with it. And now you can drift back in the B direction. The tiles crunch, maybe you just overheated a little bit on. Be happy enough with taking like that the B lobby space, right?
Yep. I think Bones in particular is for sure an example of that. I can understand that you probably get a call out from your teammate that, oh, he's been tagged, he's low, you're looking for the red dot chase, but I just don't think it's necessary once you've got that mid control under your wing. So now Thief has to play an off angle, hope he can double down, not going to worry out, work out at all. Physic holding the front line for now, but he's been battled back against, and that dark cover will allow entry for Core onto the B site.
Physic gets blown over by a strong wind at 26 HP. In no position to do anything about this in a moment. Have Jonah wrapping around.
Man, YFP is getting kind of fucked here.
Off the table. Busy trying to back up here, and yeah, really not much to be done. Jonah still wants to go for it, despite his lack of funds.
They have KO Flash. If this dart comes online soon, the KO Flash dart combo could literally just seal the deal this round. I don't know how long of this dart though.
And honestly, yeah, I was about to say, this is
they don't even do it.
Just not enough utility to recommit into this. Plus the cash on hand, like you mentioned, YFP are just gonna save and look maybe an exit off of Jonah 6, but I thought just kind of watching Physic make his way up with the opportunity for him to pull a recon dart and a stream, maybe they'd give it a go, but
outside of that
not at all. So
he's
just the one rifle salvaged, and we'll consider here in round number 8 if that was worth it or not.
Yeah, pretty lackluster. A few rounds for YFPs that have been cobbled together.
So the spot, I don't want to make it seem like the spot is like the greatest thing ever, but in post plants where you're dealing with this base comp and the retake, this spot is just really good when this Omen one-way can come in. If they disrespect this one-way, it's likely using like a cloud burst, they run through, you could then like back up on the wall and focus that fight. There's a lot of movement you can do from here, and there's a lot of dodging of abilities that is just naturally happening, like these darts. You know, like honestly, it's just a really powerful spot to take a first fight.
It just felt like it was just unnecessary at that time, especially considering you already had B main controlled. So
wouldn't it get hit by Paranoia on a full retake? That's what I'm saying, is like that spot, if it did get hit by a Paranoia, could live. Like that spot can live. It's like that spot wouldn't get fucked. Like you could move against the wall and you would be fine, and you would be traded out fairly well. Like someone could trade you really well. Like I'm not saying the spot is going to kill everyone. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that spot in a setup, in a post plant with a lot of shit happening around it is incredibly powerful.
Terms up in mid, then Penny's wasting his time sat there.
It's a weird like situational thing.
Angle. So you want to try and take the risk, right? Clear tiles.
I hadn't really seen someone use it the way T-Dog did just now, so I wanted to draw attention to it.
Maybe is the attackers spend some time setting up.
Quite
Look
frankly,
at this setup for the attackers, by the way.
Way too much time thinking about that spot.
My goodness. 4 players here expecting another crunch-esque moment, but instead YFP are lined up in mid.
You're just very vulnerable
the thing
to
here
like
for
a lot
Core
of
is you have to cover your bases.
Like the
you
dark
cannot just
over,
walk into B main. You have to get some information first because of the limited buy. You assume there could be things like a judge in the mix, stingers that could just completely foil you. So
from
that
KO.
Aldrone scouting out one deep through mid.
Like all of the shit that would typically get people, that off angle isn't typically gotten unless it's the open.
He's not immediately. Knife will confirm that, and then Zeldris is right back through as first blood gets tallied through mid map, and Ziff will follow with another Penny getting traded out. Not good news here for YFP on their attempt to try to salvage a Thrifty, especially as Ziff continuing to dominate mid map.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't have the weaponry there. You do stack mid. That's all well and good. But you have 2 players that died just outside of market there on those stairs, maybe trying to take a double face at the first player.
I wish we saw the retake happen right there, because you would see how the util looks like on the default comp when someone's in that spot, and you would kind of like understand what I mean. I don't remember which round it was. I think we're in
So if you can sort of make an informed decision and get some info early, like you can really get this KJ in a position to shine.
Well, I think the thing right now is that YFP just
slow round, holding for pushes.
Pressure on the map.
Dart for B-Man.
The first couple of rounds where they were getting a little bit peeky and pokey towards B.
They get info the Jets, B-Man.
Lurking over towards A.
Pretty good about rotating. But you can see like the dart up on here isn't going to catch people. People often pair that with a KO flash right here. That's not going to get this. You know, like this nano is making things hard on the run out. it's just a really good off angle. Like, it's just not where people's crosshairs are, and you're not getting hit by a lot. There's a lot of shit that doesn't hit you. If you're an Omen, you could TP in. If you get blind, you can just run on the wall, play close gen, and someone has to come out super wide to kill you. Their timing with that Omen blind would have to be fucking insane to get
I
that.
wouldn't say anything was remotely difficult about that. Snarly though, spotted here by Physic. Jonah wanders straight into that. That's fine. Just the typical these days of that ability. So okay, we are in retake mode here. Okay, Honest Fury from the attacking side here. So again, Korg want to kind of know what the setup is like for YFP here, and if sees far too many players, he has to pull out. Attacking lockdown will buy some more of a buffer, more time here for Core to set up.
Yeah, this little extra. Yep, I was about to say this extra push forward
I
could
think
catch
YFP is screwed
YFP
here.
off guard, and it does. 2 for Snarly. Maybe a chance for the recovery on the KO if Jonah can find the kills, but he gets taken down. And
Oh
wow,
my
the
God.
smokes.
No shot, T-Dog. No shot, bro.
And man, that is just not clean from YFP. I hate to put it that plainly, but I mean, you
No
needed to use that
shot, bro.
lockdown or that Hunter's Fury just to counter out the lockdown. It just doesn't.
This is fucking Dr. Pepper flow state, bro. This is exactly what the doctor ordered.
And it's just sort of, you're trying to kind of get some information. So I suppose you're forced to some degree to pop your lockdown there. It's a great opportunity. But there was an odd swing from that KO who's like 20 HP on the corner. There was a second player to ensure the trade there, but that was really nice from Snarly. Snarly is extremely adept here at sort of throwing his opponents off kilter. Did that a lot in their last game as well.
Definitely one of the staples for when this team does find success. Who do you look towards? A lot of it does come from him.
We spent so much time talking about controllers and
Yeah,
duels
don't
here.
get them off.
I'm
Don't get them
telling you,
off.
this
the fucking-
challenger stage, this current meta,
the normal Dr.
controllers,
Pepper.
sentinels,
I don't like
think,
this narrative
are some
you're
of the most
pushing in
important.
chat.
But you better have an initiator that knows how to confirm their abilities. Otherwise, you're not going to have
he
any
recalled
hope
it.
at finding success in rounds flat out.
That's tricky. That is tricky.
We have Jonah embedded here in B main. Drone heal, getting contact. The swing off Jonah. Okay, it's a wide swing. Having to catch Zeldris here and beautiful. Yeah,
They got the reaction, but they didn't have enough power to get past that shit. Maybe they should have used the KO ult.
Try and put this to bed. Oh my goodness, Penny is there though from Market. The smoke is a little bit too late.
Yep,
Okay,
it's way too
connection's
late.
not being made here, Alan.
No, way too late. Paranoia to follow up. Wow, well done by YFP, and you're absolutely right. I mean, I was looking at it.
Dude, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird to not use the KO ult right there and bait the body. You get a free res. That's kind of weird. Most teams will pop the KO ult here and use the KO as first contact, especially when they know that there's 2 people close. Like the drone and the turret are there. I looked a little sloppy. He does 7 fucking rounds on attack.
Penny finding a kill that was way too free of an angle that should have been covered.
And characteristic stumble there for Core on that attacking side. And Thief again, this is very
Loopy,
frustrating to deal with. Is he in wine?
I don't like what you're
or is
doing
he
in
playing
here,
that A
Loopy.
main? Aldrome will.
You're trying to change T-Dog, and
yes, we're gonna have to
quite
TP
frankly,
out
T-Dog's
there
already
rather
perfect, so...
And he does.
Oh, Zip's so aware, man.
Contact at mid-map. The right-click misses for Zeldris. Oh, no. And Jonah actually gives himself a little bit of separation with the Nanoswarm being popped, so he'll turn that into a second elimination. And Bones to follow up has completely bottled up Core, and this is what I wanted to see like 4 rounds ago. Just use the mid-map a bit better. It's being given to you for free if you're YFP, and that's a perfect example of how to do it.
It's kind of crazy.
Wow,
that's kind of crazy.
Desperately trying to get to top mid to bail Snarly out, but he is far too late in the day to keep that teammate on the field. And that's
Used to
Mike
not be
stuck in the
fake.
corner here. T-Dog looking at the bank. Things are looking fine still for Core after.
I'll
sort of
know
run
if
of
T-Dog
rounds here.
is as small as he
Would
thinks he
love a little
is.
bit of something to keep your head up with. We'll take that. Physic brought down, but it's another round for YFP.
Yeah, and getting 5 here would feel like a steal away for YFP, considering that the majority of the core rounds have come by way of just 5-man floods. So an opportunity to kind of mitigate the damage on the scoreboard here, and the last couple have been pretty darn convincing. A couple of missteps here for core here and there, but I think in this round in particular, if you're YFP, get someone down mid again. Use it as an opportunity to kind of bottle up this core squad. It looks like instead it's going to be a 3-2 split with all of Joda's utility being used right on top of the A site. And maybe Bones will get a bit of a bailout here. Looks like they're setting up for a recon dart and a check for penning on the operator. That's exactly the case. No one home, though. So they're going to take an extra step forward.
Don't know. Bones fully aware of this. The flash is good. And Nerve spends the ult for nothing. Crucial round here for Core as well. And do not have the money to be taking undue risks. And that one blows up in Nerve's face.
Yeah, big time.
I do think having good aim is super important on Sentinel. Like last year when I was watching Khalil on Furia play controller, I was like, oh, this guy should be on Sentinel. They would be a much better team if Khalil was on Sentinel. So that way he could just lock down sites instead of worrying about fucking smoking and shit. So I do agree to an extent, but you have to have like lower sense.
Trade and you should be fine.
Down. Always good for one.
It's a different style of aiming, right? Like, I wouldn't say Sentinels have better aim than Duelists. I wouldn't say Duelists have better aim than Sentinels, typically. I'm just, obviously, you could have like literally the same player playing those roles, but usually when you watch them, you watch players like Les and Alpha who are very like steady. They're very calm. Like Les isn't spraying very often. He's not like panic fighting. I think there's something to having like low sense, good crosshair placement. Understand your timings is very big too, and like how your players are pushing and pulling rotates to get you a good one-on-one, and almost never panicking. I think like never panicking is the biggest thing that I've noticed with Sentinel players, because if you panic, you pop your like mollies too quick, you pop your cages too quick, you're fucking activating the cam too much. You're moving around too much. You're not like you're aiming all over the place. The best Sentinel players are just calm. They're just calm aimers with low sense, and they're not whipping all over the place.
Be lining up a flash there. So both Jets here on a collision course. We already have the swing coming out from YFP, so they are pulling out of that B main. There was one ping on towards Boathouse, but we've also had T-Dog come and join the defenders in tree. 4 players set up here for Core on defense.
And they're set up perfectly for it, Mitch. You could flash over the top. You could paranoia right down the middle. I mean, Zeldris can just stay here if he wants to. The only way he would have to make a move is if they spend utility.
I mean, if Les doesn't have slow sense, it looks like
now he's going to need to get a little bit of help.
There's
no flash on the way.
Some of the calmest aim in the entire game.
Really, there's no follow. The paranoia comes out too late,
it's
honestly,
a testament
from the side of
to
Nerve. So now YFP get entry. The trades go their way. And it'll be a 2v1 to navigate rather for Zip.
I mean, the pace from YFP was what drew the omen of Nerve back into the A side, and no longer in a position to double face with the jet that they had embedded in white. At that point, especially once the 0 point comes in, Zeldris is stuck.
Like imagine this was like match point, right? And this kill, bad example. It would be more like them going to the Killjoy site, right? Like, I feel like as a Sentinel player, you have to be like always on point and like ready for the peak kind of thing. Like you have to go through waves of being like mega fucking focused on the center of your screen, whereas like initiators probably spend a lot of time looking at the minimap. Controllers probably spend a lot of time looking at the minimap. Sentinels can do that, but honestly, like, the reason why I wouldn't want my Sentinel having high sense is because of shit like this, where this Sentinel in like say that it was like fucking 12-11 and a late round B hit came this guy's way. Man, that's scary. It's like his aim isn't ready for that. Like, you would rather have steady aim to like anchor this site, and instead he's going to be like, his adrenaline's going to be through the fucking roof. Might have caffeine that day because it's match day, and the aim gets a little shakier. And it just gets weird.
Could be a problem.
I would rather that player have lower sense
to
like middle
Best player
sense.
for Core in that first half, brought down first.
And that's
It's just like how the rounds build and like where your fights occur on Sentinel. Like with Duelist, it's different. Like you can just swing a corner and be like high focus. Like you're like, okay, I'm going to take a fight on like this line, that line, this line. I'm ready to whip. And then like when it doesn't happen, you can kind of like let your guard down, or you die, you like let your guard down. But with Sentinel, it's like you're kind of reacting off of like the turret at all times on edge. You're like leaning off your shit, and then you just have to hard anchor, and you get kind of taken out of the flow of moving your crosshair around, and it's weird. It's slightly different. Yeah, I think there's different aimers.
That round to go any other way, especially with the defense getting there late, which is classics. But here's where the fun happens. 7-7. That's 5 rounds in a row for the side of YFP. And a chance to actually do some damage here with this bonus. I mean, the Odin is an issue if they commit to B. I'll tell you that much.
But having good mouse control means you can be smooth with very high sense anyway, no? Yes, but again, you got to take into account that these are fucking people and not robots. And you just have to know what pressure does to someone's aim at 12-11. You'd be the coldest person ever, but you will definitely feel the adrenaline at that moment.
Surely they don't leave him out to dry this time, Mitch.
Oh, there's the 0 points. You would be one and done with Zeldris.
Like me personally, I would rather do what Zeldris just did than like aggress into it. You know, like aggress into it and be on edge rather than wait for it.
A dart, Physic, electrocuted, and Thief is all on his own.
Yeah, there's just nowhere to go here. Try to make it manageable. 1 kill comes through, but Ziff quick to follow up. Odin will be recovered. And okay, that's what you just don't let Zeldris stay out on an island by himself. Give him just a little bit of help and he'll do stuff like that. Impressive 3-piece.
I mean, YFP not really able to overwhelm Zeldris in that position, kind of taking them one at a time. Zeldris was probably
volume
intending
of
for
matches,
one tailwind out, but
vibes,
instead he
great
gets
players,
well, he's
good
eating
coaching.
good in B main, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Probably
Reasonable
a
bonus from
combination of all
YFP.
of it.
It's fine. They do know they're still contending with this Odin now, and this
They
might
have
be
a
a
really
tiles
good
crunch. Yep, I've seen this before. This is an EG counter strat. Tiles crunch, and you try and
Flash
light
dart
up,
from Cat.
with
Odin
a
spam
recon
coming
dart
in.
here. And spam
The
in
send
through that
play.
wall.
You heard the cloud burst.
That's exactly the case. The reveal is
Great
decent, but
punish.
the collection's not there. It's Nerve who stepped forward into mid that gets taken care of, and now all of a sudden, you know the Odin's playing over towards mid at Catwalk, and you can reset up here if you're YFP. No chance to quick burst on anything. There's still a couple of defenders on the outsides of the map to keep that honest, but all things told, that's a perfect exchange for YFP, who can now break through with the null command if they can find an entry.
Zeldris. Good timing on the dash.
An issue in this position. Face that corner.
Oh, such calm aim right there.
Stripes his crosshair
Yeah.
into position. What?
Very, very calm aim with multiple targets.
This is frustrating. The null command afterwards doesn't really get much efficacy. Zeldris is already alive, the defense is already in place, and they're not finding
Did all he needed
isolation
to.
at all. How is Zeldris still up? I mean, I don't
Drone
know
on
about
T-Dog
that.
right now in spawn.
I'll tell you that much.
Cancel.
The null command just felt like a forced issue. Like it was supposed to be part of the play, so
the
we'll make it
spike.
part of the play. But YFP have to collect the spike and work this 2v3 without any map positioning, plus an Odin that can still spam them out.
Your odds of getting out of the B side here are nil.
30 seconds.
Yes.
Here comes the plant now. Thief wants to hold this close market angle. T-Dog is very low, but not showing himself there in CT. And well handled by Court. 3 players there with 3 different angles covered. Thief with no options. And now Bones has the hope for some economic damage, but that was a bit average. YFP slumping these last couple of rounds big time.
Yeah, and it's just, again, the whole precipice of that hit was supposed to be the null command first and
Do I have
foremost,
mouse
but
Excel turned to off or on? I turned it off when I was really, really young into my gaming career. I honestly had a lot of regrets about it for a long time, but now I'm like, whatever. I'm just kind of glad it's off. Like, whatever. It doesn't even fucking matter. It's honestly all preference, but for years and years, I was playing with Excel, like when I first started gaming, and just the fucking propaganda of the CPL mouse fix back in the day that got rid of Excel on mice. It was just like Excel was perceived as like evil in esports for years and years.
Well, Sassy, I'm not gonna lie.
And so I had to learn how to play
Very
without
sassy,
it.
brother.
We do have a bit of
That was a long
mid
time ago,
emphasis here from Core now. Be expecting like a crazed run up mid into market with some of these short range weapons.
Just
there's no way you're
just
unhinged
bad.
enough to
I mean,
push that.
it was just commonly talked about. Like, well, how could you be consistent if you have acceleration on? And like, You know, like you'd never be consistent because then when you move this amount of distance on your mouse pad, sometimes it's different than if you move faster. And blah 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 blah. Like, and people would try to. What if that kills? Yeah, it was just. Most people do play without mouse Excel. Yeah, yeah. But I felt like I had Excel like mastered, like early on in my career. And it was pushed on me like super hard.
Correct.
Yourself on.
I didn't really know what I was doing. It took me a while to get used to it.
Maladroit getting very much like disrupted midway through. Like we're seeing spikes dropped over towards CT. Zeldris with a variation of aggressive off angles in B main. Always good for, you know, 1 or 3, depending on how he's feeling that round. Yeah, this is definitely time for a timeout. You cannot run into a brick wall on another side here.
Yeah, the blender's been built.
I'm honestly surprised they even had this second timeout because that first half was rough.
I won't say over-respected it, but they're very aware of that threat and they're trying to avoid it. But now you've got the operator out as well for the side of Core. So those 2 tools are available and will allow an opportunity for Core to heavy stack one side or the other with the other 3 members that are not holding on to the big weapons. So this is a problematic part of the map here for YFP. This is one of those that the blender's been built and the Avalanche is close to being forced as a starter.
Bro.
Just across.
Window, no blinds. No, wait. He has curtains, dude. What? You're crazy. You're actually crazy. Do you just mean like it open right now? Maybe try to get that natural light. Get that natural light in there.
That sort of previous piles crushed pretty well. That would have sort of fight Zeldris.
You had me for a second, though. That would have been fucking crazy.
So they are, like,
no blinds, no curtains on that window.
A lot of this
That's like my fucking
wall stuff, but
actual nightmare.
So this
no
might change
privacy.
the calculus a little bit. Just play a passive from heaven style, very sort of Zekken-esque, right? Take a shot ridiculously, somehow able to find one even while the util comes in.
Well, the interesting part here is that there's an aggressive angle for Snarly. That paranoia
Good molly. Man, that molly was the perfect counter.
The threat is already at the front doors.
He's being the location of the Omen TP. Able to get out. On the right side of heaven anyway. Thief into the back line. That's the shorty going to work. Zeldris cuts him down to size and then picks up a rifle and goes to business.
Damn, Zeldris just won the game.
3K for Zeldris here is Physic.
Zeldris
has
won
looked
the
on with
map.
dismay while his teammates
Might have just lost the map, actually.
I mean, that's freaking stupid. That was about as good as it gets for YFP to enter. You get the teleport off, you get the opener from the front, you take care of the KO pretty quickly considering that it was a gut check reaction to Fragment at your feet. But Penny, oh not Penny, pardon me, it's Zeldris with the shorty to get 1 and then the quick exchange from Op to Vandal to find 2 more.
No.
That's not fun. And once again, we're finding ourselves on these maps that, you know, we labeled it.
The reason why I regret like turning off of it, like if I'm being like completely honest, is I always felt like having low sense made you way more consistent, right? Like I'm kind of a low sense pro player because I wasn't really taking a lot of like risky plays very often as the in-game leader. There was one tournament where I played with high sense and I actually like top fragged the group and I was like, bro, this is just felt so different. But I felt like playing with mouse Excel, you could have the benefits of both. You get like the slow movement for your like micro adjustments.
Gets 2. What? Oh my goodness!
Shit. Damn, who had questions about Snarly in chat? Who was it? Who said that?
But T-Dog beats him to the punch. I mean, that Killjoy ult creates so much concern because Core doesn't know if that's a hit through market or a hit over through tree. But Snarly just steps in towards A main and just wins the round flat out.
I mean, even though Penny is just hurtling at him from tree, knives out, ready to go. Let's see how this played out. Yeah, Penny obviously spots Zip here.
Yeah, that was a nice kill.
Man, that's dominant. Really controlling that A main.
He really wanted that ace.
I mean, you love to see build another null command as well. I mean, Core also have a lockdown and a very critical round now. Obviously,
no one here for this chat.
That previous one after Jonah dropped his.
Wait, actually,
I'll be looking to close out the game here. This is not gone the way I thought it would.
No, and it's just in such a curious way, right? Like YFP, good collection of a couple of rounds at the end of the first half. Decent ideas being showcased here, but flat out, they're just individuals who are just calling game right now for Core. And like I always kind of like to frame up, and I think a lot of the community sees it, as soon as there's an operator and Odin online for the defense, it just feels like you're battling uphill so heavily as an offensive player. And at least there's a couple of extra resources here, the Hunter's Fury in particular for YFP, but they need to preemptively use this. You cannot save it for a post play. You have to use this to open up one of these two sites.
You save it for the lockdown?
I don't know. I think you need to enter with it.
Yeah. Let's see if Physics has the same idea.
Oh, that should be it.
Tree. Okay, just one player peeking at a time apparently, but
What?
The operator though finding another. And there it is. My goodness, what an
Core looked dominant there. I didn't expect it. Look, I kind of thought YFP would win this series, guys.
We talked about Snarly before the game. We highlighted him as an initiator that has an outsized impact over his team's performance, and Zeldris had a great map, on that jet, picking up the op when necessary, but just in general, these really aggressive off angles, even when suppressed and not able to dash.
Yeah. We beat Core last week. We literally just beat Core last week. The second map, do you remember? I was like molding. I was molding on this map last week. I fucking was losing my mind. Like more so than even this week where we barely won. Like I felt like we shouldn't have even won the series. I was actually more upset this game. This game was a blowout though. This was like their map pick too. And then this was their map pick and then we went into bind and I was just like so confident. When I saw us like fucking around, I was so mad. All right, here's our stats. T-Dog, holy. Zeldris played so well. 208 damage around. 328 ACS. Man, they actually won the First Bloods too on YFP. Didn't feel that way, but I guess they did. Rough one for Thief. Damn. Pretty much a team performance though. Yeah, MXS played, yeah. We looked not very good today, truthfully. Like, I keep saying, like, this might have been the worst I've seen MXS look since the merger. You know, like, I actually think in some of our losses, we've looked better than this. Like, these losses against OXG and shit, like, we looked better in these games, I'm telling you. This was the worst game we've ever played. And we won somehow. Lost all the pistols. It's kind of impressive. I did see that, Slyn. Yeah, I saw like only 2 of them were in the offices in Toronto. Ranked anxiety. Yeah, I'm typically like a pretty anxious person, so I feel you. Definitely like focus on breathing a little bit, maybe. I know what you mean. Like you play on your main, you want to win so bad, so you put extra pressure on yourself because of that. Whereas when you play on your ult, you're willing to take a little bit of a peek, you're willing to laugh a little bit more, you're willing to have a little bit of fun. Honestly, I just think it's like the mental approach entering the server. It's nothing to do with really anything else, obviously. It's all about making sure your breathing is good. Just remember, the more you inhale, the more like amped you'll be. The more you exhale, the more relaxed you'll be. Take like deep exhales and shit. Yeah, Ron Rambo Kim, dude. Rambo's a legend with that kind of stuff. I feel you though. Like when I don't play on stream for a long time, I get anxiety about playing on stream. Like I don't want to feel like I'm dog shit on stream. You know, like I don't want to lose on my main and ranked, even though I have fun on my main and ranked. It's a fucking weird. It's a weird mental battle I'm playing in my head when I'm streaming and playing this game. Last couple of these that I've been playing off stream been going pretty well. Okay. Here's my last. So I'm finally playing a little bit. I'm playing because the truth of the matter is like before I ever even play on stream, like I did so much co-streaming during Madrid and then like going straight into the CS major that I did not feel comfortable playing on stream. It's like I felt like I would have sucked. Just felt off, didn't feel comfy. But now I feel pretty fucking comfy. Like I've played the last like 3 nights and I could definitely fucking play on stream right now. That's what I've been doing at nighttime. But there's stretches where I don't play for a long time and I lose my confidence and I get like a lot of anxiety about playing ranked on my main in those moments, you know? So I feel you. It's very frustrating. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know like what the optimal mindset is in ranked because there's times where I'm like, man, I just got to go in feeling confident, feeling like I'm the best. Like I'm gonna win all the games. But then there's games I'm in where I feel like I'm playing a game. I'm a support character. I'm on the top of my team. I'm calling the strats for my team. I'm calming shit. I'm all over one ways places to stall. I'm like giving support util, and my team's getting blown out. And I'm like, bro, this is not even winnable. No one in some of those games on my history, they're like late night games, you know, like the other 3 people, the other 2 people on my team, they might not say a word all game. That is infuriating. Like that's so frustrating. I don't know, man. Ranked in Valorant's crazy. You have to really deal with a lot of wild shit. I have a lot of respect for the people that maintain like top level ranked for a long period of time. I will say it's like easier to stay there once you get there because of the way that the hidden MMR works. It's like you can kind of keep snowballing it. Like, you know, the next act, all of a sudden you're winning and your first wins are like 40 RR and your losses are like -7, you know, like you're kind of snowballing it at that point. Like you can keep it going, but it still takes you winning, right? Like you still got to have a good win rate. So the people that can stay up there, fuck man, they're doing like all those intangible things really well, probably. Like communicating, keeping the vibes up. Fucking, that shit's hard. I don't know how the fuck people do that. There's some fucking teams where, bro, I just want to scream at everyone.
It is a 13-7 win that we just got to watch on the map number 1 of Ascent between Core and YFP. And once again, our prediction doesn't start in the way that we expect, but it was a map that was at least in the first half.
Bro, I played one yesterday. I actually, dude, I was playing with Mark in chat. Hold up. I was struggling on Clove, dude. I was struggling. Oh, okay. We were playing, and our duelists were hard carrying us. But it was like this point in the game, maybe, or some shit. I was like, bro, we have a Jet and Arena on Sunset, and we're not communicating. We need to fucking talk, or we will lose. Like, I just tell them, like, straight up, like, early on, and they didn't talk. And then it ended up getting like 14-14, and I realized like I was so tilted. I was so tilted at 14-14 that I had a moment of clarity where I was like, dude, Mark, we have to lock the fuck in. We gotta lock the fuck in right now, because if we lose this game 14-16, we will never forgive ourselves for it. It will be the last game of our night. It was like a motivational speech, dude. I never do that shit on stream. But I felt like it got us across the line.
But yeah, like one
that RR in that game right there meant it all to me last night. Meant it all. It was a rough one.
The plant opportunity whatsoever. Man, like, at no point did YFP actually get a read on the tempo the Core was trying to play at.
it was something that I said in that moment that I was like, dude, I'm going to do this again. Like, if I head to like an important round and I'm playing terrible, I'm going to just be like, yo, let's lock the fuck in. Because if anyone on the team is like I'm gonna fucking, I just kind of want to peek mid this round. I just want to do this. I just want to do that. Like, you're like, I'll just play. Like, oh man, I got wide swung last round. Like, that guy's so fucking lucky. I'm gonna wide swing him back. But if you say something like that at 14-14, I feel like you get your teammates to lock in, and I feel like you have a significantly higher chance of winning at that point in Valorant ranked if you're in a duo queue. I'm not talking 5 stacks. 5 stacks totally different, but
that things might change over.
Well, I get that.
you never know where those other 3 psychopaths' minds are, you
But
know?
like you pointed out in the pregame, they played it like 3 times in the qualifiers.
Like, if my mental's slipping, I can't imagine.
Did really well. They didn't lose map on it. Again, a distinct difference in quality of competition here. But I'd say a lot of teams are trying to avoid taking them to
I low-key think stuff like that's super important in ranked. In like solo and duo stacks. Like stuff like those random lines like, yo guys, let's lock in. Not attacking people, but you know, just like almost like commanding focus. Like you're almost commanding focus in the easiest way possible.
Huge differences there, but
without singling anyone out, without bitching. It seems like a good line.
Reactive, not proactive. They're sluggish, and it looks like they're being caught by surprise a hell of a lot.
Yeah, and that can't be the case because, I mean, more often than not, they're the ones selecting this map. It looks like just kind of looking at their history, and so that means they're often starting on the offense, which, to be fair, has been their more successful side. But I think the thing about it is the overall decision-making just has not been as convincing as you would need to see, and it feels like Core just getting away with things that they really should not have. Now, again, different map, different set of series coming up here with what still
I do
remains,
like that to kick it off.
I still feel like just based on what we saw trending.
I actually saw like a clip of Shroudy recently where he basically said like, you know, like those first seconds when you enter the lobby are actually pivotal. And I didn't really think about it. And ever since I heard that, I was like, it's so true, man. Like when you go in the lobby and you're just locking in your agents, almost half of my lobbies are just dead silent and no one says anything. It's just someone's like plugging the gaps, just kind of knows what to fill. And then some of the lobbies I join are like vibed out, man. Like they're super good. And if you can make your lobby the vibed out lobby, you're going to win a lot. That's what I realized in Valorant. If you got the vibe lobby and the other team's got the no-com lobby, they are fucked. Like, they're actually cooked.
And then you see other teams dominating on that defensive side, right? There's not a clear winner when it comes to what side is best. It really depends on how those competitions shape up.
So, like, yeah, you got to be the vibe merchant ranked, I feel like.
Again, Core, they haven't played it in week number 1, week number 2, but they had played it before.
The fuck am I even talking about right now? But it's actually true.
Come through from that.
I actually do think there's something to that. Like, just when you first join the lobby, you're communicating, you're showing like, okay, like what agency you guys want to play. You're talking about the fucking comp. You're talking about, you know, like you're showing interest in being there. And if anyone's, like I said, you don't know who your teammates are. You have no idea who the fuck they are. You don't know if they're going to perceive silence as you being a dumb fuck, as you not having a mic. Like, they could instantly be put on, like, tilt, you know? Like, people could be put on tilt right away just from, like, a silent lobby. You don't know their mindset. So, just avoiding it. Kind of big. Okay. Vibes and ranked. I'm starting to realize 2024. Took me a long time.
So much vibe.
Pacific is also...
Yeah, it's super out there. So, I'm expecting these more, like, standard looks, right? And I want to see, like, defending teams, final attackers in the mid. Play up close on the extremities, just like Core did on Ascent, right? This is actually a map where NRG, for example, in kickoff played double.
It is very tilting, hockey. I completely agree.
And had him play up really close in A main, right? This is
Oh,
a great map for
no,
that.
pancakes.
Funnel them into mid and then
I understand. Oh, dude, trust me, I understand. This is a solution for literally a small fraction of the problem, right? Like, if you queued into ranked and you just didn't calm, you'd probably lose like 60% of your games. like if you didn't do any of this shit, no one calms in like half your games, you would lose 60%. But if you did this, you might lose like 49%. You know, like it's just enough. It's just enough to make you a winning player. It's not enough to fucking literally make you in a second.
Okay, so sorry to cut you off, but Core, mixing it up just a little bit here. Very different comp to what we expect to see. Well, I've seen teams dabble with the Viper, right? There are some, you know, very reasonable walls you can set up on defense, try and cut off mid. The Sage, though, I mean, that is an interesting choice on this map. I think that is the best way I can put it. You can do some nonsense stuff on this A site with like Sage wall boost. It's a bit absurd.
Dude, I don't like the Sage. I don't like it. I feel like Paper X can get away with that because they're Paper X, dude.
Yeah, I think, you know, just to kind of give a small prediction here in terms of what you do and why you do this is you're trying to set a very, very, very early tone into the fact that defensively you're not going to allow YFP to get free entry anywhere. Slow orbs could be devastating towards these choke points in front of the sites. The barrier orb could be used actually to pretty great effect, you would think, to block off.
In order to get something like this Sage comp to work, you have to understand rotations really, really well. And you have to understand like what it means to the other team every time you show presence as Sage. Like your wall being popped or your slows being used. Sage has like immense impact on the map and will get counterplayed if her location's known. Interesting Viper Ball.
Of the game, it just comes down to how aggressive does this core defense want to get at A, because a barrier orb and a slow orb right at A main could essentially make A a non-factor for YFP and force them into Zif's utility eventually.
There's also some ridiculous boosts you can do with Sage on this map. Like top of A site, you can someone up with the wall and they can see top mid as an attacker, right? Like anyone coming through A-Link, it's just disgusting. Paper X, thanks for that, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right, here comes Penny. Satchel onto the site. Won't be able to clear that recon early enough. Ziv knows what's coming. Back way through the smoke here. And fan out a little bit and play through Boba.
Wait, this is going.
This is already a little bit of a hint to what we're going to get, though. Just Core wants to contest these spike plants.
Dude,
and then the retract
they could jump it, though.
Snarly,
They could jump it, though.
Gets one, and the barrier orb shuts down the play completely. So you play recovery, you make sure mid is safe, and then you just get back onto your numbers winning ways if you're Core. I think that this is going to be a trend that we're going to see pretty regularly to how Core want to play this defensive half.
They'll just one weight off. That safe ball doesn't slow. Whoa. YFP down for very long. Nicely done, Bones.
Bro.
Shot towards the site is good. Now,
that's kind of troll now because there's no trade even close.
Thief watching it. But because of that wall, yeah, most of Core is set up over towards spawn.
Let's get Eliza.
And you can't imagine Jonah's going to be that interested in pushing up on this.
No, this is already an angle that is very difficult to deal with. Poison Cloud over the top, smoke also to follow with the recon bolt, but the fault line's right there to delay a little bit further. Gives Jonah a little bit of an isolated 1v multiple, which he only takes down one to be fair, so still a chance here for Core.
YFP looking kind of good here.
Gonna run into Penny awful quick, but Penny gets taken on the angle.
Kidding. It's a joke. It's a caster's curse, of course.
Again, continuing the trend.
I thought they were about to hold that.
Stunning work from Core. Great way to get off to the right star with a pistol win.
And a great isolation onto an angle that Jonah 6 could have just destroyed that entire retake setup. I mean, he was in such a good spot. The cyber cages were delaying and delaying and delaying. And then you get the fault line to follow, which actually connects on to two different players. It's just, they get across just fast enough to avoid Jonah.
I thought they were just going to like take out one of the sides of that retake and push it and just secure the round. That's the only reason why I said that. It's like, all right. They're about to push spawn. All right, they're about to push stairs. And it just kind of sat there and they took it.
Enough, but not to beat. Good collection, good isolation from Core on their retake. And a different look here on the anti-eco round as it'll be both Sentinel players essentially. I call it a Sentinel because let's be honest, Ziff isn't going to be moving too far.
Bro, Snarly haters are actually in
this is why you're playing off the Outlaw and that works for first blood.
I'm telling you, control that extremity, right?
Yeah,
that is the kind of you can take a more aggressive one now, like Snarly has now assumed.
He's like so smart.
This is really how you shut down a lot of this early action. Again, it is an anti-eco round. And of course, YFP respecting the Outlaw potential have not tried to bring it up.
Paint Shell's getting a little bit pushed, but T-Dog's right there. Uh-oh, that could be dangerous. Right at the feet. And
Oh my god, he's one off, dude.
Yeah, you're absolutely.
He's one off of fucking Sova ult. They might bring him in the pack to A. Is he gonna come with him to A? Ooh, they're gonna fight for the orb versus the breach. It's a hard fight. They might do this TP play that we saw. Early TP here. I would love it.
Very aggressively setting the line of scrimmage with this double play with the Viper and Sage. And again, it allows them to 3-man stack somewhere else. Fault line at the ready could be dangerous, though. It's primed in a perfect spot.
Yeah, this could be trouble. Okay, 2 players here with damage. Still Zeldris finds one and able to get away with it. The other 2 players were not in a position to help at all. An absolute freebie on a bonus.
Yeah.
I feel like they should have gotten the orb when they had the chance right there, though. They fell off of it right away, expecting like a pounce to be.
One of those situations too, where I would have to re-look at it back. But why is YFP not fully committing behind that double satchel play from Penny? They're all just kind of sat in the corner, like, oh, this dark cover is so dangerous. I don't know. Now the Outlaw is up and ready to go for the read on mid. You get a shoulder here, you do. That's enough for an extra tag.
Big damage now. YFP being forced to play towards A, but Nerve
3 of these players
can
one
deploy
shot,
this one way.
only physic.
I'll try to try and break this Nerve, hoping he could hold the angle, but that's not an option now. Trying to hop, skip, jump away. He does avoid this phalanx of YFP players now, who are priced into hitting this A side and full committing.
Spot here from Ziff.
2 players embedded already here for Core. Nerve on that corner. Physic takes a bit of damage. Watch out for that aftershock. Oh my goodness, Core getting away with utter bloody murder.
Nerve just needs to live.
And now it's Thief to try and work out of halls. They at least have the player on towards A link, but I don't know, Alan. That was rough.
No. Yeah, it's just, and there's no utility there, by the way, for the Sova or the Omen and T-Dog and Nerve. They just had to play their lives, and that was a masterclass on how to do so. Using a little bit of your enemy's utility to kind of sneak into some smokes, extend your life a little bit, allows an opportunity for the defense to rotate over. Do you see the immediate trade that comes through right here from Zeldris? Perfectly utilized just to make sure you're not overstepping. Just wait for the contact, then confirm the kill. But yeah, it's another one of those moments that Core is just not allowing the spike to get planted. It's a very different look than Ascent, to be fair, but
the B retake will be wild. It'll be so good with the Hunter's Fury and a Sage to slow it down. Like by the time they can even get in B against the Sage, it'll be forever. They have to go top mid. Good solution.
Control. Look at YFP shuttle himself straight up the top. Careful. Getting his weaponry. Requires they close the gap.
Love this.
Oh, buddy, that's beautiful. Snarly also knows there's some action top mid. There's a slow walk thrown out there.
What a line for Hunter's Fury, dude. They know they're both spawn 1 HP. You guys are fucked.
The pressure is too much. Nice satchel break. The crosshair placement by Penny. Oh, main Core might have to slow it down just a little.
Neural theft, but no way.
They got the spike down at B main, which is
and the spike. It'd be crazy is there neural theft here, but he might when this race gets closer. Would he dare?
Absolutely perfectly. You shut down the door at mid, you slow orbit just in case someone breaks through. You know, though, when you make that
they
play,
know the trip's
that
still
you're giving up mid completely.
Push through. I feel like they should have broken this trip.
The 2 defender X's are in the minimap right now. They try to get really deep in towards their spawn. The Hunter's Fury also came through to cut out that mid connector.
This is gonna get weird, dude.
Everything is covered, even when it's quote unquote not. So Penny steps up and maybe hold on a second, creates a chance. Don't sleep on him. I know a lot of health, but one shot from either the Sheriff or the Vandal could work out.
Now be Jonah. Jonah was.
Bro, that was so close, actually. They should have broken that trip.
A lot more than he probably expects to walk into that round with.
Absolutely.
For money. In a decent spot here for Core, so they're unperturbed, and YFP
that was
now
very
have another chance to buy up.
Well played by
slower
those
rounds. But YFP definitely getting stonewalled as they try and hit these sites again. It's much the same story. Where are the plants at?
Yep. And this is a round right here where we need to see some sort of adjustment.
I don't know. Was it though? Because I mean, his teammate has to advance on that. No matter what, this guy's gonna get like a bad fight, and they just gotta hope for the trade.
Everyone needs to be here. Everyone needs to commit to this, and finally they will. So it'll be a play through
so
elbow
low
to clear with the showstopper, and it's gonna have to be a retake for Core. No ultimates available at the moment, though.
At least completely off the site. Spike going down now. The T-Dog
spammed him elbow.
That was through smoke, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my
God!
God!
Right off the angle as well.
Ooh, look at this! Look at this shit.
Gets brought down for absolutely free, and here again some cheeky walls for Zeldris, and yeah, there's no way you're ready for that. Physic falls. Showstopper at the ready, but there might not be any targets left for it. Oh, yeah, Jonah will settle for that, apparently. Zeldris finds it. It's up to Bones in a 1v3.
Yeah, just no chance. For a second there, I'm not gonna lie, just like the selfishness of me as a Valorant viewer was hoping he was gonna rocket from the top of the boost to see if he like breaks the skybox. Like he would have been up there, my guy. But no, it's another one of those.
Dude, it's like the fucking thing in CS back in the day. You've been like skywalking up there. You could go above the skybox with the rocket. You just get up there. Be walking on the clouds.
Your chickens before they hatch, and you say, okay, let's play full retake. No ultimates at the ready initially, but like you mentioned, the pre-fire smoke is a bit of a blessing. But
I was not familiar with your game. If this is the style of game QR is going to play, I am so sorry. I was not familiar with their game. This is totally different from what they looked like last time I watched them.
Well, that happens over on the A side.
They still have that bug?
You have
what?
On both sides of the
That's
extremely troll.
That's actually fucking
they're not called a timeout because
criminal by Valve.
They know exactly what they're walking into when they see
nah,
the stage
Bones' room goes crazy.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it's not an angle that you'd normally place your crosshair at. And you always...
Chat. After Bones is done with this match and he gets off stream, he goes to this setup. This is his main setup. He just is a little bit too shy to use that on stream.
in terms of playing with elevation. Yeah, the thing about it is, it feels like Ascent all over again.
They share a
where
room.
it's just like,
for sure,
we're just one-dimensionally hitting things. We're not really causing any concern where Core have to stretch this defense out. And the fact of the matter is, Sage's not a new character. I know you guys all know that in the chat.
He goes
make her spend her utility, and then she becomes essentially useless. But we're not really seeing any forced hands for YFP to where
the early challenge
have to be
almost
placed,
worked
the barrier
again.
orbs have to be placed. Like, bleed them from utility and make these rounds a little easier on yourself.
Classic Zeldris right there. Tries to jump ahead of the fault line and almost gets killed. Penny, 145 there.
Bro, this is
old.
old.
On the 120, makes much more sense. Body shots. There's the one-way. Nerve hoping it's going to slow things down just a little bit here. A lot of info here. T-Dog very quickly able to get out of the rolling thunder. Nerve is able to explode here.
That's so smart. T-Dog was trying to show so much pressure to get this breach ult out. Oh, they still
perfectly played for YFP. Shock Dart will at least confirm another. T-Dog may be the best Shock Dart player that we have in North America. Great opportunity. Oh my goodness, and he gets a little bit of a tag. Hold on a second. Just don't die to the snake bite. Okay, 1v1 delayed. Long range versus short range, but the health pools are mismanaged. And Bones is just playing in the backside of the site.
No util left for T-Dog here. Sees the swing. Might have to be through the corner of the box here.
What the fuck?
Great peek. Gets all the information he needs about where Bones is gone. Play close, perhaps? Yeah, really trying to beat any crosshair placement, but
NT, dude, NT.
Run and gun, apparently. YFP finally get one on the board, get themselves a Vandal as well. And hey, winning an eco round, nothing to sneer at.
No, not at all. It could definitely start to kind of get this thing back to within grips, but here's that look at the perfect utility, the paranoia, no one could see anything, the aftershock to follow.
He was hitting good
and
timing. Like how he's so quick to just move up into the next fight or use util. He was always very quick on his feet right there in that clutch.
The information surely tallied that he was at low HP and a really good reposition from Bones. Just
a wall to
even though you're at a longer angle with the Stinger, all you need is one bullet to connect. Just make sure you don't get blindsided trying to check for any
planning for the top
nonsense with any toggles of the spike diffuse.
No mid control.
Because now we'll get an early barrier orb angle with the operator through mid, but nothing's home. And YFP have stacked the box, looking to break on in towards B.
I'm not a fan of that.
Again, capitalize on the Ultra, and maybe they don't expect a swing from it.
That's
so
such a one and done.
The operator angle, of course, utterly defeated by that Soviet util. Penny's able to move up deep into the site. This is about as much as you can scale up here on B.
Yeah, for sure.
Penny hoping it's going to be enough.
It's not out of the question.
Yeah, and Core would need to find a pick first, likely before they even try to commit to this, if I'm being honest. Aldrone denied. Nerve stuck in the corner. Boombot will make sure he stays there at least a little while longer.
Wait, why did the Boombot go that
also
way?
The Vix, and well, T-Dog does get one. Teleport away is decent, and a little bit of extra damage starting to be tallied here. This is a hell of an opportunity. Zeldris is behind the play, but YFP.
I feel like that shouldn't have gotten that expensive. Regardless, they forced QR or Core into a save finally. Surely, yeah, sell that.
Was that an Odin buy briefly there by Penny? Not sure what the plan is there. Maybe physics to benefit. But again, we have not seen this res used by Snarly yet either. I guess it can be hard on defense to find value out of that, that ultimate, but it is in hand.
Yeah, it's one of those that's like either someone just gets kind of awkwardly picked across the map, or you use it as a way to maybe sustain any early antics towards aggressive pushes to where you can maybe win an elimination and then push YFP off an angle. But yeah, you think the window to use the res is not all that widely available, especially in round 3, just have Sheriff. So it's going to have to be some heroic connections here for Court, as YFP will be very diligent about making sure they clear all these angles, not to be caught by surprise.
I do think that there's a high likelihood that Omen will catch a nerf just to make room for Clove.
Due diligence will be carried out by YFP. The last thing they need
But
now
I don't think it'll come
burgeoning
yet.
streaks
I could
to be
wrong.
interrupted.
It
At the
wouldn't
very least,
surprise me at
T-Dog, I mean,
all
he's the
if
one you want with the pistol in
Omen
his hands and
caught
around
a
like this.
very
I'll
light
give you that for free.
just to make
He
room
will
for
be
more Clove
taking
picks.
contact now from a link, and this Owl drone. Yes, reveals the secrets of YFP. Here comes the rotate from B, but it's not going to be quick enough. No way. B for the TP on the side here.
This is an expensive round, Mitch. I mean, Showstopper in. You're using a lot just to essentially guarantee yourself a site that you pretty much 75% of the way already cleared by way of the Sova utility. But just wanted to make sure they cross the T's, dot the I's, and use the proper black ink here to secure this round. Attempt for Core is going to be mostly a flood. Penny going to get a decent read of all of this. Paranoia will also largely miss. Hunter's Fury a bit desperate here for T-Dog, but he does make this a bit more sizable with a couple of health pulls being tallied down a little.
Time is of the essence now, though. From A-Link, Zeldris is there. Is the swing good? No, he's not able to follow up on that at all. Fault line will force him away. Bones is hungry. And he'll get his just desserts.
So low, man. Did a lot of damage, but they needed another kill there. Yeah. I think Omen's due for a nerf for the reasons you said. I just think Omen's pick rate is probably way higher than Astra Brim. Clove's actually might be pretty high right now. But with Clove coming in the game, it's not like it's going to raise Brimmy's pick rate, or it's not going to raise fucking Astra's pick rate. So
immediately into the face of Core of what do you do to adjust all of a sudden?
They could just buff
again,
Astra.
we're seeing Penny just get aggressive, take away angles, and they nearly catch Nerve, who's still being hunted down by the Hunter's Fury, but instead that will be used to tally the elimination onto Zeldris.
Nice redirect for the Hunter's Fury right there.
Huge pick up there. Yeah, Showstopper being used by Penny twice for nothing, right? It's really just to secure this post-plant situation.
Sure.
Situations like that, Penny's more than happy just to get the space to work with. All right, they're going to be spotted out here by the recon. Paranoia also came in. Core now starting to close the grip on them a little more. From A-Link, Snarly trying to make the swing around, but now only 2 left. Good back for Snarly on that push.
1 on 2. Kind of
good
winnable here.
And it'll be Ziff now in the 1 versus 2, and Thief is...
Damn, they rallied back here. They rallied back so hard. We're at 5-4. Core on an eco again. 4 straight. Holy fuck. They made us have a game here. Yeah, Omen's picked just because he's like the jack of all trades, right? The teleports are really fucking powerful. The blind is really fucking powerful. And he's the best at one-waying. Out of all the controllers, Omen can one-way the most things, and thus he can stall. So he can stall, he can blind, he can TP for movement. He's just a jack of all trades, right? You can also do stuff as Omen. Do I still have these clips on my fucking computer? Let me see. One sec. What is this?
What is that? Where is that?
Same. No. I don't remember where it is.
You want to retake? How many flashes do you have?
Well, none, yeah.
Right. So no.
I mean, Paranoia. If you want to call Paranoia Flash, which I don't, but
conditionally, yeah. I mean, that's the problem, right? Getting forced offside into retake. Now, normally, Core are very good at not allowing that to happen. They will hold their ground, right? Zeldris will even swing out of A-halls and take a fight into 3 players. But rounds where there's a showstopper is just there's just no EV on staying on the site.
Yeah.
When, you know, you hear the raise come. So Core here, low on flashes, and that will be something we'll address when they get on the attacking side. Because 5 defense rounds is okay, but you're running the Sentinel comp. You're hoping for more.
Yep, absolutely you are. It's still not on a grip.
But yeah, so I mean, what I was gonna say you could do as Omen that you can't do as the other controllers is you could you put a smoke high in the sky and it falls, and as it falls, you have moments of it being a one-way. So you'll see me do this a lot.
Just kind of cuts across market. Thunder spent. Wow. I mean, you want to talk about YFP giving a lot of respect to Core.
He has a lot of
You're
like.
seeing it. Penny gonna get isolated a little bit here, but the shot's just not connecting quickly enough, and this is taking a lot of time, Mitch.
Absolutely, it's dragging out, and again, Core aren't working with exactly the most high-tech weaponry. Just the pistols and nothing more, so make it a bit more costly for YFP, but we'll be surrendering yet another round over to them. Core again still sitting on a lot of these ultimates, but haven't had much of a chance to use them. These fast hits are starting to catch them off guard.
Yep. And this is the round we're going to figure out what was talked about in that timeout. Are we going to overload something here to try to contest? And I think if you were to wager, you'd wager that's going to be happening over towards A, because Ziff really has been pretty comfortable towards B. I mean, largely speaking, there hasn't been too much contact through B main, but we'll see. Viper Spit at the ready is going to be used almost immediately. Does Zeldris try to pop something with the showstopper to control A as well?
Ooh, fast market.
Instead, it's Penny immediately through market and all the utility. This should be enough.
They got to rotate so fast.
That's a lot of offensive utility spent towards market. They should know
is
that's
like
a quick play
they found the perfect hole in the setup.
They are not able to respond.
Oh my god.
In a speedy fashion whatsoever.
Bro, they literally threaded the needle with this strat so hard.
Paranoia as well. Bones have an easy challenge there. This is big. A moment now, but Core can stabilize. They have a showstopper should they need it. Ziff makes the swing. It is good. Core are back in business.
Yeah, that's really good awareness from Core. Sure,
crazy that they somehow got that trade on Penny. I feel like this is a round YFP could have easily won.
Enough. Sure, you have to vacate the premise when it comes down to the Viper's Pit, but largely speaking, everything okay. Rez will come through to bring T-Dog back into action as the showstopper doesn't even get pulled for a trigger. Zeldris gets taken out of the picture immediately, but the Aldrin will follow up with a full belt of utility for T-Dog. That should surely be enough to find Thief for the trade, and it will be.
But like, so this play that I do in this clip, obviously, you can only do this on Omen. Like, I'm one-waying the spawn corner. I just have my blind out. So if someone disrespects this one-way, they are fucked. They're actually fucked. The second they throw util, I counter blind. I kill this guy. I have one more smoke coming up. So I'm going to do a high-dropping smoke. Watch. 3, 2. Like, you can do shit like this on Omen. Like, I'm just abusing his kit in a way that you can't do on any other controller. Like, no other controller could do that. The other controllers might be able to molly spawn on the flood to stop the run out. But that's about it. Or like grab wall spawn to stop the run out.
Last of the half. And you will see a different setup here for Core. They're, instead of getting Zeldris super aggressive towards the front doors, they're going to play him in kind of a 1-for-1 angle with a double stack to maybe confirm his trade, depending on what T-Dog gets with his Aldrone. And there's the barrier. I was wondering if we were going to see this any point in time. It reinforces, but it's only a mere distraction. Creates a bit of a tighter choke point, and Zeldris will follow with the pixels, which is dealing a pretty significant amount of damage, to be fair.
I mean, it forced physics to handle the Aldrone.
Yeah.
He had that Aldrone out and had to pull the plug on that one. Otherwise, there's far too much health already. I mean, he lost all of his armor to that paint shot and some HP on top. So, nice looks here for Core. Fault line, Zeldris able to get away.
And there's a different type of contest here for Core. Not ticking at the front door, pulling a little bit further back. No one's getting caught. Showstopper is short. Penny doesn't get it all the way there. And now T-Dog through the dark cover will find a second. Ah, what a miscue for YFP. The hit looked so good through the backside
they can still win this round, though.
From the front door,
that blind.
down, and now they're stuck on site.
Pretty much sealed
This should be good for the half here, unless something special can be brought out of Thief. 2 angles to cover, but turns him into 1 versus 1s. Love that look. TP available, Snarly making enough noise to wake the dead as intended to cover the approach from A-Link. Thief with 26 HP now in a position to equalize things before the half. Ziff is fully healthy and a snake bite as well, but it doesn't matter.
That's so fucking cold by Thief. Well played. Fucking put them in their place. Shoot their fucking bodies. They played that so fucking stupid. Thief shit on them.
Well, I mean, it really
Well played, dude. Well played. These guys peeking Thief, trying to disrespect him, and he just fucking sat them.
They all peek individually, and then a little bit of a toggle as the time is expiring. Catches Ziff out. He's trying to see if the stick is going to be there for the plant, but wow, the ice in the veins for Thief, that is disgusting. And what looked surely to be a 7-5 turns into 6 of the last 7. Unreal stuff, as YFP will swap back to the defense with a chance to possibly take an edge.
And then we get a chance to see how the double controller setup performs on the defensive half of the map, especially bearing in mind there's a Sage.
Wow.
On the attack.
But entry dart, bro.
Some of those cheeky
You ever seen
walls,
anything like that
some of
before,
which we've
Chad?
already seen. The full mid-stack for Core, though, daring YFP to swing that smoke and give him a challenge.
Loud
And
ball?
just to set the early pattern here, well, let's wait on this for a moment. There's going to be action here at backside mid. A full push through around the back, in fact, even exchange for now, but YFP's defense well to react. And what I was going to say is, you know, Core's biggest struggle here is just to get the spike planted. Once they do, and if, let's just say plainly, if Snarly stays alive, their post plant is going to be super hard to break. But it's kind of, again, 6 of one, half a dozen of another. With no flashes, not a lot of information gathering tools outside of T-Dog, Core's going to have to really have something brewed up here to get onto site in the first place.
Did spotted here, backing away from A-Link now as the hungry YFP
You're running it down on...
prowling.
Uh-oh.
Spike's still down, bear in mind.
Uh-oh, we overcommitted to running that player down, guys.
Out of reach of it.
Well, this is a fucking clown fiesta. What's going on?
30 seconds left.
YFP are going to find their quarries.
Yeah. That's, it's just, I really hope that YFP are aware of their essential need.
Yeah, I know, right? What happened?
Play forward and stop.
It was, I think it was 5-0, right? It was 5-0, and then YFP might have gone on a 5-round streak. Yeah, that's so crazy. Both teams going 5-round streaks.
Really, really hard press, just because of the ability for Sage
There's
to
moments of
dictate
this game where I feel
exactly
like there's no way
where
QR can
the most
lose.
amount of value is going to come out of
and then
things
there's other
like slow origin
moments where I'm
barriers,
like,
is just being
how
able to
did I
completely
ever
break
believe
down
in
these
them?
sites. So in my mind, YFP have to stay aggressive and proactive here on the defensive side. They cannot allow free entryway to either of these two sites.
Ironically, that was the
thank
same
you. I
direction
now
the Core
remember
Gaming had
that.
because they just didn't have any flashes, right, to facilitate a retake. So both teams, for different reasons, not both just compositional, will have to try and be a bit more proactive
So we
here
just did the
defensively.
trip inside main just because
Obviously
you don't want to do the unbreakable one every time in
Cypher
case
will not be
the other team is shocking it or nading it. So it's just switching it up a bit. Oh, they got the post set up, dude.
This is what I mean, Mitch.
Good looks.
It's just,
They just
get an
literally threw Snarly to the fucking wolves, bro.
old icebox all over again.
Yeah, poison orb now. On the spike itself.
That's huge.
The defenders now pretty much all ready to go. We're gonna have
Attack
the
smoke that bleeds
of
into an
the
attack
market.
Viper smoke, by the way.
This could be quite illuminating for physics.
Variants do be high here.
Stacked up at the top of lobby. They must have some lineups here. Bones going for it. Halves it. Okay.
Unlucky.
Good job done. Unreal. Unreal. Core is set up. Like, what is... Use it. Yeah. That did not play the way I thought it would really. Like, YFP able just to walk up there and get the job done. They just flooded into B main.
Yeah, it's
That
just
is
a
a-
simple byproduct of
That
the
is
snake points not
a
getting
terrible plant. What the fuck? I love reading like Twitch chat messages that are fucking like punctuated like this. It just makes it so much more impactful when I read it. Like the comma, what the fuck is like, bro, like that's just so funny.
Get
to
it
me.
planted and then hope that snake bites are enough.
It makes it feel like that shit really fucked you up. Like that shit fucked you up bad.
Mental note of that, friends, because that's exactly what Core are going to be tempted to do time and time again, is try to find a way to get a free look at the site, put the barrier orb down, immediately follow up with a plant, and they're primed and ready to do that again here at B.
We used to see this in B main split as well for a time. The site on that map was a go-to. Soldiers here, just making sure all the corners are checked before this spike starts to come down.
We're
no
using the
neutral
wall.
left on the rain.
Except for Mark, dude.
Able to play ahead of that aftershock here, and Bo's able to find T-Dog. Oh,
Wait.
goodness.
That's the planner?
The spike planner eventually gets caught out by that, but he sticks it. And we have
Stuck it
4v5
through the
post planner.
Oh, Ziff pushing through mid, did not see the footsteps of Thief coming around the back, so the hit is going to be pretty amassed here
that could've been a kill.
for YFP on the retake. But again, the problems of the barrier orb continue to be there. Snarly just holding through it, creating his own choke point, no worries, and then Ziff around the back.
Where are they at? I can't fucking see them. I can't fucking see them anywhere. I can't fucking see a single Snarly hater these days.
Battled back against, and you cannot just assume that it's going to be Penny. He can't just be satchel charging forward into potentially 5 players every single round. There needs to be something offered from YFP defensively to stall out this quick core push.
And this local continually pulling players over, right? We cannot really see a side stack. Because otherwise, I mean, YFP give up way too much information, especially with info being obscured at the A site as it is. But they made the right call here. 3 players at A for YFP.
And I mean, it's even on top of that, you're getting early
Big
utility
round for
investment
Core.
from Physic. That seems to be maybe the go call right now for YFP in terms of
Core
how they
win
want to
this
contest.
round,
Throw
ooh.
everything. Throw the Aldrin, throw the recon bolt. Oh, selection here from Penny. Nearly
sick fucking kill, dude. That's sick that he hunted him
laid
down
out,
like
but
that.
in essence, kind of the same thing where Penny just tries
Good
to get
punish.
aggressive, sneaks something away, gets punished. And now I just don't know how you challenge this if you're YFP. There's just no way.
Okay, you swing it, apparently. Showstopper out of the picture. He's still a
Has
trade.
plan. All right, they just need to get this side, but there's 2 players on site, bro. This res will not happen.
Disgusting boost, potentially.
Crazy good slow.
Whole line is good. T-Dog's caught out in the open, but the rest of the
res
team is there to
can't.
follow up. And this is looking ugly
He
now
should
for
go back and
YFP.
res his
Core
body.
threatened to equalize. T-Dog falls back by the flashes. The news going to be there. Bones gives a good account of himself, but in the 1v2 Jonah has a lot to make happen. And T-Dog simply takes a moment to avoid planting the spike and gets himself that kill.
Wow. That's a quick gut check call to drop the spike, pull the aim up, and snap for a headshot. But you can already see, I don't know if we'll catch it in the replay at all, but as soon as the hit's underway, Snarly just throws a proactive slow orb, and it just keeps Bones out of the picture.
That was a really good slow to single off the fight. Like, I actually thought the round was fucked when I saw both the initiators, like here and here, but the slow that landed in the box right there separated the player's sight from the other initiator.
That main control for Core, their ability to convert that into a plant is going to be astronomically high, just thanks to the fact that Snarly's utility is going to find so much value thanks to the design of how these spike sites are laid out.
For sure, Zedek, yeah.
Now back to a default. So we just have the Viper lurking towards A here.
I think...
Trying to see what there is to see. Has another smoke out of the Omen just to refresh the
Anyone
one-way.
that hears this guy fucking talk,
Like this out. They haven't really extended
just listen to this guy talk.
They do seem to be biased on this approach, but here's an opportunity to play
This
some
guy
tiles.
could definitely be the best caster in our game.
Take flight.
Question will be, I was
His
about to say,
wordplay
is this
is
one way going to get
unreal.
replaced? Because Ziff is on the angle hunting with that toxic screen up.
How do people
now
do
the
shit
heal
like
is in.
that?
Thief is thinking maybe he can catch up at a low HP, and he will. Headshot would have taken it at no matter what health he had, but
Can't get the rifle.
a decent exchange and maybe a chance to try to hold this angle a little while longer.
There's no opportunity though for Thief to move up and grab the rifle.
You
Just
will
the
not
one kill
kill
and knowing
my
the only.
ally.
I see. Ziff brought back into the fold here.
Yeah.
He's now
Breach ult is
ambling back
rotating,
towards
guys.
his own spawn.
They will use this breach hole right now. They're gonna flood in here.
He doesn't want to leave. Paranoid, you're not going to catch anyone. Halls,
There we
breath
go.
of attackers.
Do or die.
And that's probably why. Rolling Thunder thrown out. Zeldris getting the protection of the Cyber Cage, though. It's
crazy to
no
use that right
opportunity
there,
for
actually.
YFP
They
to
use it
capitalize,
early.
but they can get in the
Wow,
position
plant
here.
for...
Oh, they're trying to break down the wall, but it gets reinforced at the exact right time. Knife is out. Hello?
Sorry.
Snarly says not in my house.
Oh!
Extra for his consideration, but boy, it got mixy. And once more, kind of like we had from a couple of rounds ago, it does force a re-trigger on the peak, but I'm just telling you, Mitch.
Oh! What the fuck?
If Core can get any main control, either A or B, it's going to lead to a
That,
plant every
bro,
single time.
he
It's
could
just
have
so
had them. He could have literally had them both. It was fucking insane. He was hacking away at them.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Struggling to
What
get
the
into any
fuck?
post-plant scenarios and Core forcing
That could have
basically
actually
the
happened.
domination. They'll be taking the entire
That
site
would have been
and setting up
insane if
already
that
strong
happened.
positions post-plant.
That could have really happened.
Pit too, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. I was about to say, we talked
silly.
about things like Harbor in the past.
No.
But Sage Viper with a Viper's
That's
Pit on this map
awful
is like a
time.
good luck have fun team timing. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
How does he not get more
boys.
than this? Paranoia is
Oh,
and then he
fuck,
pulls up. That is
Oh my
perfect.
god!
Absolutely perfect.
Yo, that was insane. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yes,
that
you
was
do. Very illuminating in both senses of the word.
They're
And it's a
broke.
classic. A very straightforward combo. Fault line is.
Oh my
really
god.
big info.
What a bounce
That
back
was
round, dude.
But that's kind of what I want to start seeing from YFP.
That's insane.
Is to throw some set plays
He
that look
fucking
like
spray
that.
transferred 4
Have
of
your
them.
Cypher set up a little bit more aggressively, maybe with a little bit of support.
The fucking stun getting 3, the Omen Blind getting 3, the dart pinging 4. It's like that util was crazy.
Zeldris here, just in case there's a fast play towards tiles. They have a high-low setup for a time. It's gnarly ops to now head over towards the B side. So, Cypher cam, all right. You can back away, wait that out, and maybe return here. Or you wait to see what Ziv can rustle up over the A side.
Yeah, that was where I was going to go too, is can he pull anyone out? I mean, there's no reason for YFP to make any moves here, and you can even see they're playing some really passive counter smokes just to make sure that the front side of A stays safe, but they're really just relying on these cyber traps to potentially be defensive contestants. And yep, that'll be enough to not just, wow, that's actually great information. You know the breach is playing through mid-map now. With the traps being down means the defenders at B have to stay home. And now you can kind of flood towards A. Good proactive from the shadows. This will alert YFP this is likely going to be an A hit.
Ziv here. Hoping someone swings that, which they won't, because it turns into a one-way for the enemy, but I appreciate it. Really diligent. Oh, I think I know what this is. A bit of a Hunter's Fury follow-up.
30 seconds left.
Hey, gave Zeldris a bit of a tickle there. Maybe just a cut on the backside. Go and get him, champ. Bones eventually gets brought down. Deep now feeling pretty uncomfortable. Just walks into a hail of bullets. Now it's on for Young and all, but Physics able to find 2. That is massive. So low. Look at all the damage on Zip and Nerve. This grouping up from core makes some easy targets, but Physics now has to do.
Bro, they're gonna win
the
this.
dirty. He's gonna find the
Oh
last
no, it
three
didn't
here.
kill him.
And he'll
Wait.
just run up onto the site. Ziff just eats that one.
Wait.
What are you going to do? You have a shock dart. This is ridiculous. Physics gearing up for the ace. That is unbelievable. Oh my goodness, Physics.
Yo, why
What a
is
way to get
popping the fuck off right now?
The Sova freaking masterclass. Are you kidding me?
Yo.
I mean, the 2 off the Hunter's Fury is all a byproduct, honestly, of Penny staying alive as long as he had. Because you know you can send this over towards the backside and elbow.
Round by Physic, dude. All of the right plays in this 1-on-3, just immediately cutting that distance. Unlucky the shock didn't get the kill. He would have probably gotten half with that shot kill. He had to play. He had to improvise then when that shock didn't kill.
Leads it to now a 10 count and a flip of the eco almost on its head. With extra tools, including the potential of Penny and a showstopper, which, to be fair, showstoppers haven't killed much in this map, but wow, what an unreal save.
Core here now, trying to bait this orb take, punish him with a satchel from high and a swing from low. They're not going to get what they're looking for here. Looks like T-Dog had a bit of a poke around up at the top of tiles and come back with rather little, so Core are going to have to manufacture another way to start to crack this shell of YFP open.
Yeah.
We've got to be feeling pretty bloody good about the way that round went.
Oh, I'll say.
Here we go.
It gives them a little bit of freedom and a little bit of a cushion here as well, not just on the scoreboard. But
Guys, I said earlier, I have somewhere to be at 6. So I have 10 minutes right now. I got to go. I found someone just now that was streaming. I'm going to send you guys to Trick. He's also co-streaming the game, breakdown the game at a high level. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. Gotta go. Sorry, guys. Can't edge you like that. I told you I was going to stretch lab today. I'm getting stretched out, as the kids say. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to stretch lab, getting stretched out.
Result of it. It's far from done. YFP going to now head towards the site. The wall thrown up. Bit of a cone of silence to allow Snarly to get the play.
All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow, I swear.
good
Thanks for tuning in, guys. Felt really good to get the MXS win. Sucks that we couldn't get the end of the series.
And honestly, the rest of the post plan is really far away. They have to rely